Hello. What to do? What to do? We're back, y'all. You're back from vacation, and we are ready to slap MAGA wieners. We also have some new glasses, chat. I'm doing good, y'all. I'm sorry for taking so many days off. I've been back from vacation since Friday night, and I may or may not have just slept for a while when I got back. I am here. What's going on, y'all? I may or may not have slept for a few days, y'all. But we're back. Y'all, my my team order came in and we got some new glasses. Let's try these bad boys on. Good Trouble never responded. It's okay. It's okay. What's going on, y'all? Chat, tap the screen. Let's get some debates going. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box. Come tell me why your brain is not good. Hello.
Shit, Pickles, I'm glad you dumped the pedo glasses, man. Shit was not working for you.
Oh, whatever, dude. I still have them.
Are you still sick or no? You guys getting better or what?
I'm better. I'm better.
It's
You're
good, man. Chemo working or no?
no chemo. I don't have cancer.
Oh, I thought you said you had cancer.
No.
You look a little sick. Wasn't sure. Yeah, those are better, man. Stick to those.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Yeah, the other ones, the other ones, you look like Jeffrey Dahmer, dude. Wasn't working.
What do you like about Trump, dude?
Nothing. He supports Israel. I think he's a cuck.
Okay.
Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I don't support Israel, so sure.
Yeah. So see, we have common ground.
I reckon. Are you still
Yeah.
conservative?
I mean, I don't consider myself conservative.
Are you a
No,
Republican?
I'm pro-abortion for like the first trimester. So that right there just
That's a weird way to
annexes
put
me
it.
from being conservative.
Pro-abortion. Pro-choice, you mean?
Pro-abortion. What's the difference? Same shit.
It's like you're
But yeah,
for
that
people
alone.
having abortions. I'm for people being able to choose to have abortions.
I mean, forced abortion.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, man. Well, thanks for coming up, dude.
All right, feel better, bro.
Will do. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, it is.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
He fits my ideology very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that?
I'm a MAGA Marxist.
How the fuck does that work?
Well, basically, the main principle is that we believe that Trump is the one that will lead the workers.
Are you just an accelerationist, or are you just joking?
No, I don't support those accelerationists. I think like us MAGA Marxists, we should like get rid of these right wingers.
I don't think Trump really actually cares about any level of worker besides the rich people. Can you tell me how he supports the worker?
Because he's a worker, right? He has a job.
That's not really supporting any the workers in this country.
He's a worker like all of us.
No, he's a tweeter. He just tweets most days. That's all he does.
Okay, so is he not working as president?
Not really. No.
Elaborate on that. How is he not the president?
I mean, he's the president, but what is he doing that's such hard work? I see him He tweeted like 300 times yesterday. He literally didn't do anything else.
Well, he needs to lead the people. He needs to like tell the workers that he's there for them. He's there to support them.
Didn't he brag about firing people who try to unionize?
No,
Yes, he did. He did on a podcast
no.
with Elon Musk. He also he fires people on strike too that try to unionize.
You shouldn't believe in Western propaganda,
He said it
especially as a
himself.
leftist, as a fellow leftist.
He said it himself.
He could have been hacked. You don't know that. You can't just believe anything you see online.
All right, dude. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
He fits my ideals and beliefs.
Hey, what are those?
Neo-libertarian phalangism.
Okay, and what's that last part?
Neo-libertarian phalangism.
What's that?
It's basically an authoritarian belief, but instead of having the authoritarian belief that is leaning more right, it's I changed it to phalangism and more central left economy.
How is Trump representative of a central left economy?
Well, no, that's just like my beliefs, but he fits into them.
How? And why? Why do you like authoritarians?
No, it's not. So that's the thing. Instead of having a neo authoritarian belief, I replaced the authoritarian with phalangism.
Are you over 18? Yeah.
No, he's not over 18. If he was, what difference would it be?
Is that the MAGA saying? Is that the MAGA slogan? What do you want to talk about today, Thomas? You fucking nut job.
Why am I a nut job? Gotta speak
Because
truth.
you crashed out on one of my guests the other day. You should honestly be banned.
How did I crash out?
I don't remember, but it wasn't good.
That sounds like a lot of your Trump evidence.
Okay. What are you crying about today? What are you so upset about today? Did you enjoy Trump's
You're all
his tweet
rhetoric.
weekend?
You're all rhetoric, no facts over here, buddy, like usual.
Dude, I'm the only one who pulls up literal facts on the screen on this whole app.
How many encounters at the border after Biden took office?
Millions. You know can you describe what an encounter is?
How many million?
I think it's like 12.
About close, but 9.
Okay. And what do you know what an encounter is?
I guess in general, if you want to put it in total general sense, it would give you the indication of how many people are coming across illegally.
That's not
Without
true.
any manipulation, which I know you're frustrated. The general tool why we count it is till we can understand how many people have come across the border.
What
It is a tool.
happens
Yes,
when somebody is encountered?
this is now we go into fantasy manipulation land.
No. This is where you've been manipulated. You think encounters
This is where you get
mean-
crushed.
This
You're
is where
stuck,
hold on. Do you think all 9 million of those people came all the way into the country without any restriction? Do you think any of them got turned away?
buddy. That's not the argument. The
It
argument
is
how
because
many
this is
people,
how Trump has
how
lied
many,
to you. This is how Trump
how
has lied to
many.
you.
Oh,
This is the chart
Trump
he
has lied to
showed
me.
for 4 years. He showed a chart of encounters. Doesn't show how many people got kicked out right away, right?
When did he show the? You know that
When
the
he got
thing is
shot
he
at
hasn't
in
showed.
Butler. He was showing this
Oh yeah, I was
chart.
gonna say
Yeah.
yeah.
He was showing it.
Yeah.
And he's said something like 30 million people have come across the border. He's lied to y'all so bad. And the
I thought you were
delusion
gonna
I
say
have to
he's been showing
unravel.
it this year. I
No.
thought you've been saying he's been showing it this year.
No.
He should though, because it's down to like
Okay.
an average of
What
like
is an encounter?
8,000 a year.
What is an
It's like
encounter?
8,000 a year as
What?
opposed to 8 million a year.
That's not good. What is an encounter?
Whatever. Sorry, 8 million in 4 years, so 2
Yeah,
million a
that's
year.
not good. Nobody's coming to our country to even do tourism.
God, this is so bad faith, bro. It's
You're a
so,
bad. You're not
look,
equipped for this whole situation because Trump has put you here. Do you know what an encounter is?
it's not what you're trying to pretend it is. It's
Yeah.
not a car driving down the highway on the
No.
170.
No, it's not. It's somebody who gets stopped and talked to by Customs Border Patrol, right? That means they were encountered, right?
In order to be encounter, it's not that's what you would love to minimize it. You would like to explain it like someone just driving down the road, but that's not what it
That's
is.
not
The
what I said.
encounter has to do with illegal crossing.
Dude.
It's directly involved with illegal crossing. How do you laugh? It's not a way to debate
Can
it.
we encounter people before they cross the line or after? Do we have to wait until after they cross it?
See, in your messed up world, an encounter is like, it could be like, down the street encounter, in the middle of Oklahoma.
No,
right?
I still
That's
don't
an encounter.
No, I'm talking about people trying to come to the border and they were talked to and stopped by CBP, right?
Encounters, yeah.
They were stopped, right?
At the border.
They said, "Hey,
At
who
the
are
border.
you?" At the border?
At the
So the border wasn't
They were
wide open.
suspect-
They were talking to them, right? And what happened to what happened exactly 50% of those
Well,
people?
we've gone through this before. Okay, we can just be results oriented. Remember, I said that before.
You can just
be results oriented.
I have to
Why
hold
did
y'all's
that
hand
happen?
and explain the border to you every time because you guys have been so brainwashed on this.
You're
What
in pure
happened
denial.
to 50% of the people
You're
that were
brainwashing
encountered?
your audience. You're
What happened?
brainwashing your audience.
What
I'm not
happened?
brainwashed, sir.
Can you just address what I'm saying? What happened to 50% of those people that were encountered at the border?
Let's talk about why those encounters went tremendously up after Biden. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, it's COVID and Trump.
COVID. Okay.
Yeah.
What was Biden's first executive order the first day in regard to the border?
You've already told me this before. What was it?
So you should remember it. Why don't
Well,
you start
a lot
remembering the
of
facts?
people come up here and say that he undid all of Trump's border policy, which were all done by executive order, which is what he's doing again.
Yeah.
Right?
So your party is trying to maintain a plausibility denial. I don't know what you would call it. Like there's nothing. You have no room for deniability here. Zero.
Do you just want to tell me?
You have the results in. You have the results. You have the executive orders. Okay, and the first executive order was to defund the wall. Now we can go into the wall.
Oh, no.
Oh God! And here he is.
We
like
talked
a
about this.
knee-jerk
That's
reaction.
right. That's right.
That's right. And you became a border expert, and you ignored the border expert, and you all of a sudden said that the walls don't work, like the wheel doesn't work, like
Okay.
right?
So how much
Walls
money?
don't work
How
all
much
of a
money
sudden.
was left to build the rest of that wall, and how much was it built? How much was built?
So now you want to get into the specifics.
Yeah, because it's important to know this. So that this is why we're immune to propaganda because we looked into things, and when things like this come to your plate, you come and bring it to me, and I get to tell people about it. So go ahead.
Yeah, come on and bring it, bro. Whatever, you haven't said nothing yet, so come on.
All right, so Trump
You got to explain away 8
Trump-
million encounters. Go ahead.
Trump stole or misappropriated funds from the DOJ. Remember we talked about this? We talked about this, and you cried that I used the word stole. He took money, and it was roughly like $100 million from the DOJ or from the DOD. And that is not enough. I don't know if you knew this, but it's not enough to even build the ballroom Trump
He
was trying to
stole
build.
it. By the way, just to start with your first comment, he stole it. Was he ever charged with that crime? I mean, he stole the $100 million. Is that what you're telling me? But you talk to me about brainwashing, buddy? Are you fucking kidding me? You live in a false reality,
how much
buddy.
money to finish that border wall, do you think?
Now we're going to get into specifics. The border
Yes.
walls work.
You're like, Joe Biden
border
shut
walls
down the
work.
border wall when there was like
Let's teach
$100
your
million.
audience. Let's teach your audience your lie.
It was like
Let's
$100
teach your
million.
audience the lie.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
let's teach your audience
their wall
the
was
lie.
not funded enough. Their funding
The walls
wasn't there.
work. Pickles, do walls work?
No, not on the border. No.
Okay, so everybody go look at what all the border professionals tell you, and they say that it does work in those areas that it's reduced by the highest, has the highest reduction in crossings.
So in 2019, and I believe it was El Paso, Trump had a border crisis, unlike the ones we've seen in like 50 years, and it's exactly where they already had a wall. Huh.
What?
Yeah.
No one knows what you just said. We have no
Yeah.
idea. Put your thoughts together, buddy.
Trump had a border
Listen.
crisis in 2019. Do you aware of this?
I know that he was funding the wall and he was working on the border, and then all of a sudden
How-
Biden comes in and he destroys all the
That's
work
a
that Trump
cute
did
story,
to secure
but
the
it wasn't
border.
enough money to build a
And the
border
beautiful
wall.
part about it that you can't even explain away is that he made efforts. There was a border problem all the for decades, right? He then comes in, he
For
makes
decades.
he makes
He had the
arrangements
worst
to
one in
secure
50
the
years.
border, right? So Trump comes in his first term, starts working on the border. Biden literally undoes everything that he does, starting with the border wall.
There
the
was
most
not enough money to
effective-
keep going at all. It was not
then how did it get
legislation.
refunded? How did it get refunded then?
Did Trump pull more money with an EO? Or did he pay for it
Well,
with
if you can take it away from with an EO, then you can absolutely install it with an EO.
Who controls the purse strings?
If he didn't have the power to do it, why doesn't he be charged with a crime?
Because listen, the way he's doing these things is he's inciting things like invasion
So
law.
now you're a judge.
And
now
war
you're
law.
also a judge. Let me get this
No,
straight. You're a border expert,
I've
and
read
now
their
you're a judge.
decisions. I've read their decisions
Yeah,
on the reversal of his
so you disagree
invasion
with
laws.
his Supreme Court decisions? Okay.
No, his Supreme Court decisions were
Got it.
against you, right?
What?
The Supreme Court decisions they made were against his cause because he did it improperly. He cannot pass anything
Some
through
are for
Congress.
he wins and he loses.
He can't pass
He wins and
anything
he
through Congress,
loses.
so he
That's
runs
the
the
way it
entire
works.
country from his desk.
Okay,
No,
that's your
it was not
opinion.
enough money.
That's your opinion.
How much money did Trump get for the wall in the first term?
Look at you running away and pivoting, and let's get into the specifics. Let's not talk about the general sense of it, which again, we could just be results oriented. We could just look at the hard facts, look at the brass facts on this situation. We have Trump coming in. He funds the wall. He funds the DHS, right?
At
He
Wesley Pillar
funds
super
the
chatted
border.
$5. The CBP says, on their website, that walls do not work. It says they only work in conjunction with other devices when used at the border.
What kind of fucking
Thank you.
goofy bullshit AI was that? Can I get that source?
CBP on their website?
Right on the website, it says that there's no at all. It doesn't help them at all. The wall does not help. It's a great argument. Get out of here. What was that? A UK fucking AI special AI TDS AI?
No, that was a donation.
Why don't you use Chat GPT or something that we all know? Anyways, I don't think that you
more about the
look.
diverted funds at NPR.
This is told you before.
It was actually more
This is
than
what
I
I
thought.
told you before.
It was way more than I thought
More what?
that he funded.
More what? You can't argue any of my positions, so I don't know what you're doing.
Dude,
But-
I
I think you guys should move on from the border.
It's a liberal thing.
Take your L, and we'll move on.
A federal court injunction
We've done this
blocked
before.
the unlawful diversion of military funds, followed by President Biden officially ending the national emergency, ordering a pause on all construction upon taking office. So, like I said, the funds were misdirected and a judge ruled against him. So the funds were
judge
stopped.
ruled against him. Has a
Yes.
judge ruled for him? Has
Yes.
a judge ruled for him?
Sure. What do you mean,
Yes.
a judge?
Okay.
You mean
So-
recently?
So because a judge rules against him, a left-wing judge rules against him, means nothing. It means that we need
It stopped.
You know what we really need? You know, honestly, what we need? We need AI for judges. That's what I think, because this is ludicrous to pretend that a border wall or a border is not important. To try to accept all these illegal immigrants is crazy, and you guys.
I'm sure that
won't
you're
take your
convinced
L
of that.
properly.
Trump paid a lot of good money to have you worried about immigrants all the time. It's amazing how so far gone you guys are. But this is fucking up our budget. Trump is responsible for 27% of this country's budget for its debt, and he's having a fucking hell of a go at it. He already spent
What's your
$5
source?
trillion
What's your source?
on 27% of the debt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got you.
You're saying it's all Trump?
Yes.
Just show me every spending that he does, because I hope you're adding in all the extra money that we've spent on ICE and all the
I
You know,
absolutely am. Yeah,
the
he just hemorrhages
backlash.
money, and it's such a bad
No, no,
use
no,
too.
no. Do you think that it's so? What about are you making sure that you're including all the medical
It's in there.
payments
I
that we've made
promise.
to
They counted
illegals?
it. I promise you, they counted it. The gross
Make
national
sure
debt
you
rose
calculate
roughly
all the
7 point.
Democrat bad spending in there. Yeah.
I do. Democrats don't do that much bad spending. So Trump is responsible for 27% of the debt. His first term, he spent like 8.4 trillion. That's on the CRFB if you have never heard of it, and it actually itemizes it out.
How much of that was COVID money, sir?
All of this bright red was COVID.
How much? There you go.
All this bright red was COVID. The dark red, he
Mhm.
still spent double of what Biden spent. And then he's
Of
already
course,
spent
because
5 trillion.
because he had the front end of the spending, dummy.
What do you mean front end?
So if an emergency happens, let's say your whole house gets just demolished. What do you think? Where do you think
Are you
all
talking
the
about
money
COVID
is?
again?
What's that?
Are you talking about COVID again?
When you're having to test people and you're having to do all these things, right?
This
You're
was
going to have
not.
to
See the
fund.
bright red? That's COVID. That's separate. They've already separated it out. So non-COVID, $4.8 trillion. There's nothing to do with an emergency. It's time of peace. We weren't doing fucking shit. He put $2 trillion into the fucking military. He spent the
That's
rest
right. I
on
was just going to mention
bullshit.
that.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention that. Thank God he might have. And you could argue but and say no, or you can say yes. He may have saved us from a nuclear weapon being sent in our direction. He
How
may
does that
have.
say that? What do you mean?
That is an argument yet to be discussed for eternity. That will be a question in history.
What the fuck
Did
are
he
you
or did he
talking
not?
about? He's
Was it
gotten us
necessary
closer
to spend
to
$2
Iran.
trillion on?
Trump has
What's that?
given the ability to Iran to build a nuclear weapon, right? He's the one who pulled out of the JCPOA.
No, that's not giving them the ability. That's letting them know that, hey, we have other ways of doing this if you're not going to abide by the
They already were, though.
agreement, which they weren't. They were secretly making a nuke. So you
It's
can
not
keep shilling
true.
for Iran.
What are you talking about?
Oh, keep shilling.
When
Oh,
were
keep
they
shilling.
making a nuke?
Then
When did
how do
we
we
find
blow up
that
their
out?
nukes? Buddy, how do we blow up their nukes then?
Can you give me a timeline
Which
on
one
this?
is it? Did we blow up their nuclear site? Did we or did we not?
No, apparently we haven't, because Trump is still trying to
Oh,
negotiate
now, so you
their
live
nukes
in a
out of their
false
hands,
reality.
right?
Thank you. Thank you. Pure denial of huge fact. He's literally denying that we blew up their nuclear station. Okay.
Right? Okay, then
Is
why
that the
does
way you
Trump
debate?
is that why
Wait,
Trump
hold
is
on.
demanding their nukes right
No,
now?
say it. Say it to your audience. Tell your audience that never happened. We didn't blow up their nuclears. We didn't.
No, Trump admits right now that they still have nukes and he's trying to get them from him.
Okay,
right?
so we did. So what you're saying, you're in a new argument. But first, before you get into your new argument, we did not blow up their nukes. We blew up none of their nukes. Is that right?
Apparently not. Apparently they had no nukes. They were enriching uranium, though.
Oh, they had no nukes. So the nuclear station that they were building, that didn't exist.
Uh-huh.
No. Okay.
Okay,
Funny.
so I'm going to draw a timeline for you,
most
okay?
people.
I'm going to help you out, all right? Here's the timeline. Here's 2015 JCPOA. Here's 2018. So Trump pulled us out. For this entire duration, they were adhering to the JCPOA. And then they adhered all the way for another 2 years to 2019 or 2020.
You know what? I want to throw something in there just to throw a wrench in your game.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton said the words. This is a fact. You can go look it up. Hillary Clinton said the words, "If I become president, I will attack Iran." But see, that dumb bitch didn't know what she was doing.
I don't
We
know
need to
why
spend the
it's
$2
so
trillion.
important to
I
you
like the
that
way
someone
Trump
backed
did
your
it.
shit.
I like the way, and just for the record, I like the way Trump did it. He went and got funded, got properly built up. So before you make that threat, he played nice with them. He took their threats. They threatened our Navy, and he said, "Okay, you want to assassinate me? I'm going to show you how to do assassinations." And that's what he did.
I'm going to
That's
have
a
to
fact.
check that quote on
And he'll
Hillary.
go down in his history. That is the fact. There's nothing to check. You can look it up. Yeah, Hillary Clinton said, "I will attack Iran if I become president." She said those words. If you look back at Kamala Harris in 2024, she was asked, "What is the biggest threat?"
She
Who
said
is
if Iran
excuse
attacked
me,
Israel.
excuse me. Stop
She
trying to
said-
cut me off on a
No.
fact. I know you
That was a
don't
lie.
like this
If
fact.
they
I
attacked
know you don't like this
Israel-
fact.
Go
I know
ahead.
you talk about brainwashing, but yet you don't let your cult
Go ahead.
find
Go ahead.
out about
Go
the
ahead.
fact.
Go ahead.
She said, Kamala Harris said, she was asked, who is our biggest adversary? Who is the strongest threat, the biggest threat to the United States of America? And she said, Iran. Just throwing
Nice.
that out there. Just
Nice.
throwing out there. You can manipulate.
Now,
You can
now let's look at what they
squirm your way
had.
out of it. But
Let's look at Obama did after 2008 when she said that, right? Because she said that in 2008. And
who said that in 2008?
Hillary Clinton said that she would
Okay.
attack Iran if Iran attacked Israel. She
Oh,
didn't
are
say
you
that she would
telling
just go
me-
do it randomly, right?
She said that if she became president, she would attack Iran. She made that promise.
She said that the U.S. would totally obliterate Iran to deter them from acting
Thank you.
recklessly.
Thank you.
But it's
That was
on-
if
it
they.
was
That's if they
contingent
fucked around and found out.
That was if they
Now
could, if,
I like Trump's approach, which was much more measured, less threatening, right?
Trump has
much
no
more
idea what he's doing out there, dude.
Much more calculated, and we can just be results oriented, which I always fall back on. We can just be results oriented, and wow, I mean, it's better than Venezuela. I mean, look at Venezuela.
I wanna-
wow,
wow, it's changed
history
so much.
has been made. You should be proud.
I should be proud that
But-
literally the
but you're-
same exact regime is in place.
Well, this is that's the whole point, and you make a great point. Okay, you make a great point here. This is why we have this delay, but I do believe I want to say at this point, because of shills like you give the confidence to Iran to make this, and we have to literally. I don't care what's saying on your show, but choke them to unaliving. We have to starve them out. We have to threaten their civilization.
We have no
right?
choice. It's just an imminent threat.
I do believe that shills like you give them that confidence, and if they feel like they have Americans to back them and shill for them, well, fuck, why would they hurry up? So I think
Sure.
I honestly want to say that, by the way.
Okay, so I appreciate you, but you're a shill for Trump and his terrorist project. So the JCPOA.
I'm a shill for America, buddy.
So the JCPOA was here. All right. They were adhering to the JCPOA. I think it's like 2
How
or
are they
3.6.
adhering if they're building a nuclear facility behind our back?
Can you show me the JCPOA, the IAEA reports saying that they weren't adhering? Because I have ones all the way up to 2020 saying they were adhering in every way. Do you have anything like that?
I would only ask where they got the uranium, where they have the contacts.
They were
how did
allowed
they
to
build
have
up
uranium.
They were allowed to enrich uranium? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What? For nuclear purposes?
No, for civilian use.
Thank you.
And they had it up to 3%.
Thank you. And we confirmed that they weren't using it for civilian use.
That's
Are you
not
going to
true.
shill
You're
harder?
lying.
Shill harder.
You're lying.
Shill harder.
You're lying.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So here's the point at which they were
You've denied
adhering to-
everything else.
They were
If you're gonna
adhering
sit
to the
up here-
JCPOA all the way to 2020. Now we're in 2026 and they have 60% enriched uranium. So they started enriching uranium here when Trump pulled us out. This is when they got to enrich uranium all the way past the 3.26 mark.
Land your plane.
So you're being misled with lies, saying that thank God Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA in 2018 because they weren't adhering. They were adhering for 2 years later. They would not be anywhere close to having nukes.
Hey, cuck boy, the bottom line is their intention is to fucking get a nuke, okay? And to use it, okay?
Oh, now
So
it
that's something-
is.
that's
Because
something
Trump
that you-
pulled out of the JCPOA.
Now it is.
Yes.
Okay, now
because
it is.
because
Then why did then I'll ask
Trump
you,
did that.
I'll propose a very simple question. You just trapped yourself. Then why do we originally have to make a deal with them to stop them from doing nukes?
Okay. Because first of all, Bibi Netanyahu's been trying to convince us that they're trying to build a nuke since like 1950, right? Every single
And they
president
were.
in front of it. No,
And
they weren't.
Were.
They
Yes, they
weren't.
were. And
They
they
weren't.
did. And we caught them.
And they didn't.
Yes. And we
They
blew
didn't.
up their fucking spot.
Can you show me what point did we
They
finally
got-
catch them? What point? What was the day we finally found out that they had 60%?
I don't keep the dates, dude. I'm not
It's
here to
very
give you
important.
the dates.
I know. And Trump is betting on that.
Whatever date it was, we went and smashed out their nuclear site.
Oh, so
You
now
can
what
look
are
it
we
up.
negotiating about? Because we want them to give us the things we blew up?
Well, we want to change the trajectory of their emission, right? right? We want their
Uh-huh.
mission. If they
Uh-huh.
want to seriously do enriching for their civil purposes, then we're in agreement. But when they do it for nuclear purposes to attack
It's
us or
almost like we
anyone,
had an agreement
then
so that
that's
we
the
can monitor
problem.
that. It's almost like we had people on site that was like looking at that. That's crazy.
Well, I don't think you're
At
an
Wesley
expert on
Pillow
it. I
super
can say
chatted
that I do.
$10. As a veteran, lies in about WMDs got us into Iraq. Now we are being lied to, so we go to war with Iran.
Yeah.
Oh
SSDD.
God, here,
And
who is this? This is some
these are my
left-wing
YouTube
bullshit you guys came
viewers.
up with.
Dude, you guys have been fooled to think that Obama gave this horrible deal with the JCPOA and it just wasn't good enough. We would not be here today if Trump didn't pull us out. We would not be here doing this at all.
I think that it was the right thing to do. Their intentions remain. They will sign deals.
What?
Look, you trust them. I don't.
What?
Okay, that's
We
the
had
difference
people
between
on
me.
site. We had a third party. I don't have to
Okay,
trust
I'll look
shit.
that up. I'll look that up. Okay, I'll look that up.
You'll
So
look
they never
that
had
up?
any purpose. Yeah, well, I would like to
You've never
ask
heard of
you,
the IAEA?
okay, let me just ask you, has Iran been involved with third-party proxy attacks on American
Yes.
soldiers?
Yes.
Okay, there
Why?
you go.
Why? Because
Okay,
because of the shit we're doing like right
okay,
now, right?
okay.
Right?
So with that, so I would say I conclude with that, okay, the fact that they are literally attacking us. They are threatening our president, okay,
Okay.
threatening our
And we've
navy,
killed
threatening,
theirs, right?
excuse me, I'm
We've literally
speaking.
killed
They
their leader.
literally threatened, they have been threatening, okay. And like I said, Clinton said it. If they were to play any games with me, I wouldn't hesitate to
Yeah, she
obliterate them.
had to
You said
show
the words,
strength. She had to show strength.
obliterate.
You have to show
So,
strength when you're running
audience,
for
when you
president.
hear the
Yes.
big bad wolf Trump say that he'll obliterate Iran, don't pretend that Hillary Clinton didn't say it first,
No.
okay? So they're our enemy, okay? Maybe not
No.
your enemy because you're a shill, but they're our common enemy,
No,
even within your party.
I'm not fooled by this silly propaganda that convinces right wingers that we should go kill everybody and go to war. Remember the
No one
weapons of
said
mass
that.
destruction?
That's
You
called
remember
black and
that?
white thinking. That's a
That's you.
narcissistic
You're like, listen,
tactic.
Hillary said
That
this.
isn't.
This
That is
one
not
person
even.
agrees
That's
with
not
me,
even
therefore I
considered.
am correct. That's what you're saying.
You are full of shit. That's called black and white thinking. You think that because we want to stop a regime that is awful to their people. I mean, look what they
Okay.
do. I mean,
The same thing we're doing.
we're supposed to be. You're in you called the Democrat Party. We're supposed to protect democracy, spread democracy. We're supposed to influence democracy. You're not doing that, sir. You're not doing that
Trump is
by
literally trying to
shilling
install
for a
dictators. He's literally trying to
authoritative
install.
everything.
He's installing.
Listen to me,
He's trying to
buddy.
install
Everything
dictators in
that you've ever
Hungary right now.
pretended, put it this way, everything you pretended Trump is what that regime is. And you know that. You can't argue that. So
Okay,
why do you
Trump's
show
friends
for
with
them?
every
That's
single
the
one of those.
question.
Trump is doing the
Because you
same
have
thing to Cuba.
TDS.
Is Trump not doing
You
the
have
same thing to
TDS,
Cuba
sir.
right now? Is he not? He's
I mean,
killed
now you're shifting to
32,000 people.
Cuba. Now you
Okay,
want to shift to
no.
Cuba.
I'm
Okay.
talking about violence from governments, right? We're out there just killing random people in Cuba to the tune of 30,000 people. We've killed 30,000 people. They've
What?
died. Yes,
What?
and you're like, we need to protect Iran's citizens because they're
What?
dying.
Hold on. Hold on. Why don't you give us bring your source up? 30,000 people. I
32.
didn't hear this in the news.
Yeah, I know.
When?
Because Trump,
Where?
because it's not
What?
Trump True
No,
Social.
tell me. Because
Well,
it's
what are
not
we doing
true,
in
you
Cuba
said.
right
Okay.
now?
Okay. You said 30,000 people. Bring
Yeah.
that source up right now. That is a absolute tragedy. I haven't heard about that. I mean, I can't believe I never heard about that. Go ahead,
Yeah, I
Sean.
know, dude. There's a lot of
30,000
stuff going
people.
on in the news. Cuba says then 500,000 people died in Cuba since
I mean,
2020.
talk about gaslighting. I mean, it's a pure lie you're bringing up now, man. I mean, come on, track the conversation. We started with Iran. We started with the
Yeah,
border,
I know.
actually. You wanted to move to Iran. We could discuss
Okay,
Iran. We
so
could
we have
discuss whatever you want.
96,000 Cubans waiting for surgery. Shortage of left
You
300
just said we
ambulance
murdered
idle.
30,000
Yes,
Cubans, bro.
yes, 32,000 have died. Let me find the source. Cubans are
32,000 have died
yes.
because of what? Because we killed them? What?
Dude, are you not aware of what
we
we're doing
killed
in
them?
Cuba right now?
Hold on. Your first statement is that
Tell
we
me
killed
one
30,000.
thing. Tell me one thing about what we're doing with Cuba right now.
In terms of Cuba, the last I heard is that they better not fuck around.
That's
That's the
it?
last I heard.
That's all you know?
Honestly, it's, you ever heard of the story, the little boy who cried wolf? I mean, no, laugh. But
Okay.
think about the story, the little boy who cried wolf. Imagine listening to a little boy who cried wolf every single day for 10 years. It gets old.
Yeah, I know.
We can't track your latest fantasy, dude. We can't track it anymore. We got lives. Tell us your latest fantasy. Tell us how we're killing 30,000 innocent civilians. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will.
Go ahead.
So we have choked the
We can't
island of
read any of
Cuba.
them.
We have choked the island of Cuba.
We
We've
what?
surrounded it.
We choked.
We've surrounded the
We
island of
surrounded
Cuba.
it.
We are
Okay,
not allowing
good.
any oil to go into Cuba.
Perfect.
We're not allowing any oil.
Sounds good.
What does Cuba do to create energy on their island? What do they use?
I don't care, but they better not threaten us too close. This
You
is our
don't
region.
care.
They fucking get in line. They better
They're not
get in
doing
line.
anything but existing,
Yeah,
man.
they better get in line.
They're not doing anything but existing.
Yeah, and they're totally innocent, man. Cuba, dude, just ask anybody. They're totally
You're like
innocent.
ready for Cubans to die too. Like you're
Leaders of
already
Cuba.
primed for
I love
Cubans to die.
communism. I love communism, man. Cuba's great, dude.
You're right.
Everybody
we should
loves
kill
it, man. We all
people
move to
that
Cuba
are
because
living.
it's so great. Fucking move
we
there,
should kill
dude.
people that live in
Fucking
communism.
move there, bro. Go to Cuba. Have you
Why?
ever been to
Because
Cuba?
why?
brother?
Because I celebrate life. Because I
Have
don't
you
think
ever
killing
seen
people's
Cuba?
good.
Look at Cuba 10 years ago, 11 years ago. Okay, look at it 5 years ago. Look at it 3 years ago. Cuba's the same communist. Actually, it's gotten much worse.
So it's
And
okay
you're
for us
blaming
to
that
go
on
kill them.
Trump, right? Why didn't Biden save Cuba? If you love Cuba,
What are you talking about? I'm talking about
Why
not
didn't he s-
surrounding it. That's a win for Biden that he didn't do that.
if Cuba's getting involved in threatening the United States, then they fuck
They're not
themselves,
threatening
okay?
anyone.
Period.
You fucking moron.
They've been threatening. They've been a
No,
threat to the
they
United
have
States since
not.
the 60s.
Oh
Yes,
my
they have.
god, you don't know
You have
shit about
no history.
fucking, do you? Why did we have the Cuban
Okay.
Missile Crisis?
Do you not? Because of Cuba, idiot.
Because of
The
Cuba?
Cuban leaders.
Yeah. What'd
Yeah,
they
because
do?
of the leaders. Because
What'd
of
they
the
do?
socialist, communist leaders.
So they were
Yeah.
socialists and they magically wanted to just bomb us with a nuke?
Oh, they're good people, right? Do you like Moderna? Are you a fan?
Moderna?
Tell us. Whatever his name
No,
is.
I don't like Maduro. And
Maduro.
do we
rather.
need to go
Moderna.
do we need to kill people in Venezuela too? Do we need to go choke Venezuela to kill people?
Oh, here's
there
your
too?
fantasy. We as United States are the worst people ever. Can hate Europe, hate Africa, hate Asia. We're the worst. We just want to let you know. I'm on here every day on TikTok to let everyone know what a horrible country we are.
Dog, people are
You fucking
starving in
cock
Cuba
weirdo.
right now, and you're
You're a
like, I don't care
weirdo.
about them. Why would you
They've
care
been
about
starving,
them?
bro. They've been, dude, dummy. They've been starving for decades.
No,
They're communists.
not
Yes, they are.
because of us.
Those are facts.
Because of us.
Dude, all your laughing and all your disingenuous, fake ass,
You don't
angry
know
laugh
fucking
doesn't
anything.
change the facts.
You don't know
Okay?
fucking
You're
anything.
garbage.
The reason
You're
Cuba
garbage,
wanted to
bro.
bomb us, the
You're
reason
Cuba
that
garbage.
the reason they
Okay?
had a
You're
nuke.
Cuba garbage, and
He's
I
talking-
honestly,
I
this
care
is
about people
getting
not
old.
dying. Are you
You're a
Iranian
shill for
garbage?
Cuba.
Are you
I get it,
Iranian
I
garbage
get it,
because
I
you
get
care
it.
about the
You're-
civilians
you're a
dying in
shill for
Iran?
Cuba. You're Iranian garbage, right? You're a shill for them. Right?
You're just
Go
a
there.
baby-headed
Go,
bitch, dude.
What are you doing
You can't
here?
listen to
What are you
anybody
doing here?
explain anything to
Go
you,
there.
dude.
Go live in a communist
Why would I
country.
go live in Cuba? Because I care about people
Because you're a
dying there.
communist.
No, I'm not.
Because you're a communist.
No, I'm not.
What have you done this week to care for anybody other than talk shit about the United States of America?
Oh my god. I haven't
Get the
done
fuck
shit
outta
for
here,
anybody,
bro.
but that doesn't
No, you
make me a
don't.
communist,
You
does
don't
it?
do anything for anybody. You're just a shill for goofiness. You're a hater.
A goofiness?
You're a TDS
Is-
hater.
So
All right.
the second you're approached with some facts you don't know about, you just do ad homs, I guess. Iran. Bro, go read some fucking news, man.
At Wesley Pillow super chatted $10. Caller, why is it America's job to attack dictators? Why is it our job to invade these other countries? Also, define communism.
He can't. Hello, Popcorn.
Dude, you are the most disingenuous person on TikTok outside of Santana.
Okay, how so?
How so? Because I educated you on the JCPOA, and you're still spewing the same lie and nonsense.
No, because
And then you said that Hillary Clinton wanted to show strength, and that's why she said that she would go after Iran, which means it is strength to go after Iran, which is what Trump is doing. So instead of talking about it like Hillary Clinton,
that is black and
Trump
white.
is actually doing it.
That is black and white. So every single president has been
Well, you
faced
call
with
it
the
what you
idea,
want.
has been faced with Netanyahu telling him to go attack Iran on his behalf. Every single one of them. And
Why didn't Trump do it the first time?
Because he was golfing. Because he had to pull out his JCPOA. He didn't have a red herring, right? So like after he pulled out of the JCPOA, then they could start enriching uranium past that point, and then he could attack them.
Well, again, they never followed the JCPOA. We already covered that. I've already educated you on that.
No,
I'm not going to go over that again.
Yes, we are. We can relitigate that.
Well, no, I don't think. I know I did.
Yeah, you think that IAEA reports saying that
I don't think I know.
they found more. I think what is it called? Apopomorphic.
Or what?
More uranium, right? But they were still adhering to it, right? Even the even the IAEA, with those reports, even says that they were adhering. You're just reading something and reinterpreting it.
Yes, until 11 November 2019 report, which again me and you covered over that, and then the report in September 2025. If they were following the JCPOA, then why did the IAEA say
you said
that,
2025?
Well, they really weren't following the JCPOA.
They ducked out of the JCPOA.
They released 2 reports that I presented you last time.
Yes, I know. Yes, and it said something that had nothing to do
dude,
with the complete breaking of the contract of JCPOA. That is not what it said. It's not what it said. It's not how it went. They were adhering with it 2 years after Trump pulled us out, and then they said, "There's no reason for us to adhere. We're not getting trade. We're not getting any sort of
again,
sanction relief."
Yeah. What are the atomic archives?
You tell me. What are the atomic archives?
You don't know what the atomic archives are. Now, I know I brought this up to you last time. And why did the IAEA come out and say, yeah, you had a couple facilities you didn't tell us about?
Yeah.
You can read that in the 11 November report in 2019.
Nice.
And
did they find nuclear? Did they find enriched uranium?
September 2025.
Uh-huh.
They found particles from uranium being stored there.
Not enriched.
And the fact that, well, you can't have particles on the wall if you didn't have enriched uranium. And Iran was supposed to be forthcoming on all of their facilities. And I think we can all agree, unless you want to be disingenuous even more, I think we can all agree that Iran didn't disclose those 3 facilities, and the IAEA talks about it. Would you agree or disagree that Iran did not?
I agree. And when the IAEA says, "Hey, you can't do anything. We're going to start."
You didn't tell us about those.
We're going to start monitoring those facilities or whatever. You're going to make concessions to stay within the IAEA. Did they?
During the development of the IAEA or the JCPOA,
no,
those facilities were already built, and they didn't disclose those facilities.
So they just didn't disclose facilities.
Pickles, we talked about
no
this last
movement
time,
in
and
those
you're acting like you have
facilities.
amnesia or something.
I talked to a lot of people, Popcorn.
Right. And when you get educated, you just say, nah, man, that guy cooked me. I'm just going to forget what he said, though, and just keep on with my lies.
No, because I can still read reports
yes,
that the
Pickles, that's what you're
IAEA,
doing.
the IAEA literally just comes out and says that they were adhering in general. They come out and say, yes they were adhering.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. Until when? Until they discovered Iran was lying.
Until
they discovered Iran was lying.
Wait, until years after.
Until they discovered.
When was that?
So when did the intel come out? When did the intel come out? We already talked about this. January of 2018, right? Atomic Archives.
That's what
January
you think.
2018.
That's what you think, but
No, that's what I know.
No,
that's what I
you've
know.
read
It
a
hit
report-
national news, by the way.
Okay.
It hit
Tell me.
national news, Pickles.
Okay.
It hit national news. And when did Trump rip up the JCPOA?
2018.
After the intel came out that Iran was not being forthcoming.
No.
Yes, we already talked about this.
The whole
Pickles,
thing. No. The whole thing was about
Pickles,
ballistic
you
missiles.
know how to tell time, don't you?
They were building ballistic missiles. That's the only.
What are we talking about missiles for? Stop pivoting and stick to the
only grievance.
Iran lied.
Why do you debate by asking questions?
To just prove that you're dumb and don't know what you're talking about and being disingenuous.
Nobody feels like these
because
are real
you have no clue what you're talking about.
No, the IAEA
Actually, I take that back.
Says,
You do kind of know what you're talking about. You're just disingenuous and lied to the people listening to you because you got a bunch of morons. You got 288 morons listening to you, and they believe every word you say. I'm sure there's a few Trump supporters in there. Yeah, look at them. Shut the fuck up, popcorn. Stop cooking my host.
Not cooking anything.
Dude, you guys are clowns, man. You can't debate, and you're disingenuous as fuck. That's
yeah. The IAEA still said
and
that
people like Santana.
There was no information that made Trump want to pull out in 2018. There's no inkling of information. The IAEA says that they were absolutely adhering.
Yeah, he's not going to write, hey, guys.
I'm sorry.
The IAEA and put out the JCPOA. The IAEA.
We can't hear you. Your MAGA mobile's breaking
their job. They're not journalists.
We can't hear you.
That's not MAGA mobile. I got Verizon, son. I said the IAEA is not going to talk about why Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
No, I know.
That's not their job. They're not journalists. Did you understand that?
They're a third party that Trump has to look at, and he has to look at his director of national intelligence. He has to look at the director of counterterrorism. None of them agreed with him, by the way. He just had this idea to pull out. Right?
Yeah, because they were not following the JCPOA.
That's not the case. Says
it's
who?
as simple as that, man.
Says who? Tell me the sequence of events.
IAEA.
Okay, show me the report. Show me the report.
Says Donald Trump.
The IAEA.
The sequence of events.
What is it?
Pickles. Again, I'll go over this one last time. January 2018, the Atomic Archives, all that information came out. Right? Right? Yes or no?
You're going to have to tell me the actual report. The Atomic Archives just say that they had more facilities?
What was it? June of 2018? That's when Donald Trump ripped up the JCPOA and says, we're done. And then the IAEA says, wait, what's going on? And then they do their investigative research and be like, oh, shit, Iran lied to us. And then they talk about it. Iran has some questions to answer and has to explain why they didn't come forth with this. And they explain that in paragraph, 29 or 27 of the 11 November 2019. This is off the top of my head, by the way. I think it's paragraph 29.
Nice.
Read it out loud, Pickles. Come on, read it for all 299 people. And go ahead and cook yourself.
Nice.
And then guess what? I'll come back tomorrow, and then you'll still be talking about the same bullshit that Trump ripped up the JCPOA and everything was fine.
They did.
Meanwhile,
he did.
Oh my God, dude, you're so disingenuous.
So are you, dude.
How
you have
am I
no
disingenuous?
idea what you're talking about. You found a paragraph in transparency measures. Iran has continued to permit the agency to use online enrichment monitors and electronic seals to communicate their status with the nuclear sites to agency inspectors, facilitate automated collection of agency measurement recordings registered by installed measurement devices. Iran has continued long-term visas to agency inspectors designated for Iran.
That must be the wrong paragraph. Maybe it's
agency.
It's on the second to last sheet or something like that. But It's paragraph 20 something. Again, I don't have it off the top of my head, the exact paragraph, but it's 23.
Iran continues to
27 or
provisionally
29.
apply the additional protocol to its safeguards agreement in accordance with Article 17. An additional protocol pending its entry into force. The agency has continued to evaluate Iran's declarations under the additional protocol and has conducted complementary accesses under additional protocol to all sites and locations in Iran which it needed to visit. Are you just reading one paragraph? This is all good for me. Timely and proactive cooperation by Iran in
Again,
providing
you're
such
skipping a
access
paragraph
facilitates
where it's
implementation and additional protocol enhances confidence.
yeah.
All of these things say it's on the up and up. What paragraph?
Yeah, that's how they write it up. But the paragraph is the one that you're not reading.
Okay, which paragraph? The summary. The agency continues to
scroll down,
verify
anthropogenic.
non-diversion of declared nuclear material at nuclear facilities, locations outside facilities where nuclear material is customarily used, declared by Iran under its safeguards agreement. Evaluation
Oh no,
absence
no,
of
it's right there,
undeclared
paragraph 29. Read the entire paragraph 29. It's right
evaluations
there.
regarding the absence of undeclared nuclear materials and activities for Iran
There
remain
you go.
ongoing. Evaluations remain ongoing. Since implementation day, the agency has verified monitoring implementations of Iran's nuclear-related commitments under the JCPOE. The acting director continued to report as appropriate. So, the timely proactive cooperation of Iran is providing such access facilities. Implementation of the additional protocol enhances confidence. As reported by Acting Director General Board of Governors 7, the agency has detected natural uranium particles of anthropogenic origin at a location in Iran not declared to the agency. It is essential for Iran to continue interactions with the agency to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Literally, this is what I said. They were adhering to it, and they said, hey, by the way, we found some unenriched particles of uranium. You need to share that stuff with us. That's it.
Yes, and did they share it with the IAEA, yes or no?
Did they? You tell me. After this?
Well, I just said right there they did not.
That's not true. That's not true. We can
read
the next report, right?
Comprehend what you read?
Dude, first of all, this
undisclosed. What does undisclosed mean?
Yeah, I know.
Define
They said, hey,
undisclosed.
you didn't tell us you had some. This isn't a few of their reports, right?
There you go, Pickles.
Yeah,
there
but they
you
were
go.
still
You
adhering,
didn't tell
right?
us.
We were
Meaning,
able to monitor that,
you
right?
didn't tell us.
So after we pull
Do you know
out,
what that means? They didn't tell the IAEA.
Perfect. So when we were in the JCPOA, the IAEA was like, "Hey, give me this stuff. Let me see it. We have to monitor this now. Now we have nothing.
Yes,
now we have
at
absolutely
the facilities
nothing.
that they disclosed to the IAEA.
Now we have nothing. We have
Iran
nothing.
was in full compliance. They were. I would agree. Iran was in absolute full compliance for the facilities that they disclosed. But what about the facilities they did not? And you just read that they did not.
They
did
also
not
said it's natural
disclose.
uranium. Natural particle, not
yeah.
enriched.
So what does that mean?
Not enriched.
Anthropogenic.
Meaning it's touched by humans. No, anthropogenic means touched by humans.
Meaning
manipulated
humans
by humans.
created that uranium. Because those particles, those specific particles would not exist unless they were enriched. Look it up. Do a little research. It is absolutely true. Let's do real-time research right now.
Okay,
Prove me. Well,
I want to just read the next report. That's what I want to do. I want to read the next report, and I want to see them going,
well, you
hey,
can read
they
whatever
shared us all
report
this.
you want. But I like how you just ignore the fact that they said undisclosed information, meaning you didn't effing tell us. That's what that means. That's why Trump ripped it up. Thank you, Donald Trump.
That is not why Trump ripped it up.
Thank you, Popcorn. Popcorn cooks again. By the way, go read that September 2025 report. Anyway,
sure. Are you running?
I'm pulling up at my house, and I'm hungry as hell. The wife slaved for me over the stove, and I'm hungry as hell.
Yeah.
So, Pickles, go do some research. Stop being...
All right. Reports after understanding that Iran adheres to the deal. Instead of all subsequent IA reports documented continuous escalating Iran violations to the agreement's core restrictions. IA continues to report that Iran's enriched uranium stockpile grew far beyond JCPOA's mandated, and that's 2019. And Trump pulled us out in when? In 2018, right? This was a year after he pulled us out. Popcorn, what the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, Pickles.
What's up, Cecil?
Thanks for taking my call. Welcome back, buddy. Hope you had a good vacation.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I'm in too good of a mood to ruffle your feathers, and I'd like to talk some serious topics, but right when I get in the middle of it, I'll get booted off, and that's real discouraging for me. Uh, but I do have a funny question for you.
Uh-huh.
Would you say that people on the left, liberal Democrats, are better spellers, with words? They spell words better than, say, MAGA in general?
Yeah.
You would? Hey, is butt cheek spelled with one word, or are they spread apart?
Nice. Nice.
Gotcha, didn't I? Okay, quick question. Did you hear the good news that this global warming nonsense is not nearly as bad as you crazy alarmists have been making it sound for 40 years?
Who says this?
You didn't hear that they came out and said the RCP 8.5, the sensitivity levels were way over exaggerated? You didn't hear anything about it? It just came out a week or two ago.
I don't think anybody heard that.
Wow. You just don't care about the environment, really, do you?
I guess
Are you
not.
still sending, are you still shipping your trash to other countries when you recycle?
I'm gonna guess most of the things I recycle get recycled
Cardboard.
besides
I
the
know.
plastic, right?
Well, you said that you do the cardboard, which is good, but the plastic, only 5% of it gets recycled. The rest of it gets shipped to other poor countries. So essentially, for your virtue signaling, you're just shipping your trash to other countries. It's not very
I think I
kosher.
effectively, at least, if I ever recycled only plastic, effectively recycle 5% more than you.
Uh-huh. Well, that's the beauty of being an Olympic caliber virtue signaler. You can rationalize everything. I mean, you can be like Leonardo DiCaprio and sit on his yacht with his diesel engines,
Is
keeping
it
his cabins cool.
is it actually
And
bad to recycle, or are you just finding a way to be upset about it?
no, I'm always looking for ways to help the environment. In fact, I pick up trash at the lake every time I go to my favorite fishing pole. I bring a trash bag and I spend about 30 minutes.
But no,
Um,
I'm talking about people who recycle. Do you think that's a bad thing?
No, if you recycle aluminum, that's a good thing. Cardboard's a good thing, but plastic is, like I said, 95% of it either ends up in the water in the ocean or at a landfill in a foreign country. I just don't think it's cool to send my trash to another country. I'd rather just it end up in a landfill here in my country. It's kind of like littering other people's countries without even visiting there. It's just not cool at all. You can see where I'm coming from, right?
I think that's virtue signaling. You don't like your trash showing up in other people's countries.
Well, here's the deal. If you could refute my numbers when I say that 95% of the trash that you think is going to get, or not trash, but the plastic that you think is going to get recycled ends up in landfills in foreign countries. If I'm wrong about that, then I'll just shut up about it and I'll start recycling again. But I haven't heard you say that that's wrong. So
I
think
don't
about it for a
refute
minute.
that that's wrong. I think that since you said it, 5% of our plastics get recycled. That's fine. I'm gonna continue to try to recycle plastic, and whether it ends up in a landfill here or somewhere else is
Oh,
not really that consequential to me, right? Like we have a finite amount of land, no matter whose
well,
land it is.
except that how do you think that trash gets from here to there? Fossil fuels push it across the ocean in huge barges to other. I mean, you're shaking your head. Am I wrong?
So,
Am I
are
wrong?
you saying I should recycle less? Would that happen less if I recycled less?
I'm saying you should recycle your aluminum, your cardboard, all those things. But when it comes to plastic, just put it in the trash and let it end up in one of our landfills instead of in the ocean or in a foreign country's landfill. What is so unreasonable about that? Except for it's a perfect
It's a weird
example
hill to
of
die
how.
on. I don't know. From now on, I just won't recycle plastic, so that way you can sleep better at night.
Okay. The point is, all these things that we try to do to help the environment, a lot of times they're worse. The windmills, for instance. It would be great if a windmill, free wind, would just give us the power we need. But your statistics don't add up. Um, it's a net. Okay, it's so expensive. If you look into it, you'll find out that anywhere that the windmills raise the energy prices because do you know how much it costs just in maintenance per windmill on average per year? It's $50,000 per windmill, and with the number of windmills that have come online, they're never going to have enough technicians to be able to go in there. After 5 or 7 years, the whole gearbox needs to be exchanged or reworked. It's just a bad thing, man. If windmills were good, I would be all for them. But and especially in the oceans, it's I don't get it. You can go and find these documentaries where marine biologists who have been studying whales for decades are saying these windmills are absolutely causing deaths, whale deaths, and you guys laugh at it. Like
There's no actual evidence of that.
Well, there is.
No, there's not.
There is.
No, there's not.
Michael.
There's skeptics, but there's the majority of people. The consensus says windmills do not kill whales. You're just talking about the vibrations of the hammering of the windmills, right?
Yeah, we talked. I don't want to talk about this again. We went over it one time, then you guys didn't. I can't force you to scratch the surface any more than you do. You spend 2 seconds, you find a statistic that you like, and done. You're done, man. You are done.
Well, I know that you at least stew over it for a week before you come back, and that tells me everything I need to know. The fact that you haven't come back a rebuttal.
For which part, the windmills or the whales?
Yes, both.
It's all bad. The green movement is very destructive. It's making energy prices. It's hurting the poor.
That's not even
poor
true.
people.
That's
yeah,
not
it
true.
is.
Dude, have you ever like been a part of a running a business?
Sort of. My own business. I haven't had employees.
Have you ever heard of the idea called diversification?
Well, of course.
Okay, so like when I don't know, when Netflix, instead of simply just renting movies or allowing you to watch movies, they diversified. They decided to go out and make plush toys of some of their famous movie characters. They decided to like invent all sorts of apparel.
Sort of like when Exxon started making wind farms.
And it's not that much money, right? It's not. It's probably not a lot of their net profits, but in times where the markets change, diversification helps stabilize you. Like right now, for instance, all of the windmills, all of the solar farms, everything is helping cushion the detrimental effects of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Same thing with when Biden came in and he invested all this stuff into alternative energies. This softened the blow from the shortage of oil worldwide. That's what that does. Oil companies have to compete with cheap electricity. They have to. So it reduces the price of oil too. In no world does it make it less or more expensive.
Wind electricity is not cheap. Wind electricity is not cheap at all. It's very expensive.
Okay, but diversification is what I'm talking. Remember that talk?
Exxon diversified by getting into windmills. So did a couple other.
Every single large energy company has.
Right. And if you look to see what they're doing now, they're running from it because it's a nightmare.
No, they're not.
I'm telling you, they are.
No,
they are. Siemens. I've been watching documentaries all week. And you know what's funny? All these documentaries I'm watching are by lefties. They're liberals, but they go and they do a documentary on a wind farm that's out in the middle of the ocean. And he gets all chummy with all the crew that is out there maintaining these things. Like I said, it's $50,000 a year to maintain just one of them. And at the end of it, he talks about how all these negative things, all these hurdles, all these obstacles, all these inconveniences, just how cumbersome wind energy really is. And then at the end, he says, but having said all that, I still think it's better than a natural gas power plant. And of course he's going to say that. He's surrounded by 13 roughnecks. he's not going to say what he really thinks, but anyone who really digs into this will come to the conclusion that it's a big waste. If these things ran for 25 or 30 years without a lot of maintenance, like you think that they do, that would be one thing, but they don't. They just require constant maintenance. And yeah, they don't last 7
Have you
years
ever
or 10
seen a
years.
fucking oil rig? You know what kind of maintenance those take?
True, that is very true. But that's a system that we already have in place. These wind farms are take up so
What do you
much
mean?
land.
We don't have anything. We don't run oil companies.
Do I?
Oil
What are you
company,
talking about?
like what? When we innovate in markets, like if we've been doing solar for as long as we've been like prioritizing oil, we would be just as like industrialized in that aspect. But
Pickles.
sadly, we're not.
Can I just tell you a quick little story? I watched a YouTube video. It's another lefty. I could tell he was a lefty because of the glasses he was wearing. But I'm telling you, the guy spent, I think it was $30,000 on solar panels to get tied into the grill. Of course, he lives in California, right? And they're billing him. He owes them money. They want to buy his energy at 8 cents a kilowatt hour while they charge him 48 cents. And the whole thing turned out to be a scam. He's so angry. He spent all this money thinking he was helping and doing the right thing. And now they're actually charging him to generate electricity to put on the grid.
Yeah, I
You
know.
ought to
A
go
lot
look it
of
up.
grids have that where they take money too, but usually you're netting zero is what the goal is when you're solar when you put solar
I'm
panels.
so
We're
glad you
net
brought
zero.
that up because that's what they just came out with on the RCP 8.5. They said net zero is a very destructive goal. And all the scientists are saying, hey, we got to get away from net zero because that's going to be the end of civilization. So I'm sorry
What?
you're not. Yes, net zero is going to be the end of civilization if we were to fully enforce it. I'm just surprised you didn't hear about it.
Many climate scientists and environmental research strongly criticize the term net zero itself, arguing that it acts as a dangerous policy loophole. So it's just a policy that they don't like. Yeah.
You're talking about when they buy, what do they call it, carbon, when they buy carbons off of each other and stuff, and they think like Bill Gates does it all the time. Which is really funny about Bill Gates. You know, he's behind these AI centers too that suck up all this energy, and it's really convenient that at the same time he
Not
says
Kevin
that global
O'Leary.
warming.
Come on.
Kevin Leary too, but I don't remember Kevin O'Leary going on and about global warming like Bill Gates did. And he not only did he do a U-turn, he did a U-turn the same time that these data centers are popping up everywhere, sucking water sources and electricity. And not only that, causing heat island effects that we talked about a couple months ago when we were talking about the weather and stuff. But I know you talked to a lot of people. You probably don't remember that conversation. But if I had 3 cents for everything that you're wrong on when it comes to the environment, I'd be a millionaire, dude. Honestly, you have no idea about things. You really don't, because you're confirmation bias. You find something that you agree with, and you just tuck it away, and it's just going to be that much harder for you to see the real science out there. You had to watch a lecture by William Happer, who's been a environment or a global warming expert for 50 years. He was at Princeton, okay, and CO2 is good for the environment. It is. It makes the plants grow greener. They require less water. You know, you've heard about the medieval warming period. Have you heard of that before? It came right before the little ice age.
Now I know, but no.
Okay. Well, it's just funny. They try to tell us that it's hotter today than it was back then. And meanwhile, they're finding fossils of sloths in Greenland and whatnot. There's no way that it's hotter now than it has been in the last 100,000 years. That's just patently untrue. And all you have to do is do some research instead of just finding a graph that tickles your fancy, and you're done with it after that. You should really just delve into it a little bit more. Watch a documentary. What's that one I told you about that it was produced by Michael Mann? I tried to find some that were left wing that you might watch, but you never did. And they talk about how they make those solar panels. They have to burn a lot of coal to make all those solar panels. And what's funny is it's China that's sending us all this crap, but they're not using it. They're building 5, coal-powered power plants per week.
They're building the biggest fucking solar farms we've ever seen on Earth. talking
They're
about?
not working. Those don't work
They're
so
not
great.
working. What? Who told you that?
They just take up so much land. The glass
They're
breaks. I
doing it
mean,
though. You're saying that, oh, look at my confirmation bias. Look at this other country doing this. And then when I say, well, they're
they're
also doing this, you're like, well,
all the
that's
heavy lifting. All the heavy lifting is done by coal
oh
over
my
there.
god, dude.
Hmm
I get it. I get it. But they're diversified as fuck, right? Like I said, they're diversified. So
You know,
when we
this
punish them by
diversity.
strangling them from their oil, they're like, well, okay, we got all this other shit.
Do you know when these windmills get really wound up and the wind's blowing really good and they're at full speed? If the grid is not prepared to take that electricity, they have to manually put the brakes on these windmills and damper down the power that's coming into the grid. They work on two different systems. You're shaking your head?
It sounds like they generate a lot of power. That's what I'm thinking when you say
No,
that.
they can't take it when it's all this power, and then they have
What's
to
it?
put the brakes
Windmills
on
by
it.
the. This happens with everything. This happens with everything. If the grid can't take it, if we have nowhere to store the energy, or if we have to, if it's bottlenecking, we have to stop it. If it's not just wind farms that do that.
No,
We
this has
stop
to
burning
do.
oil too when we're fucking full, right?
This is different. You don't know anything about it. It works on a 65-volt rate, and it has to be at the same rate. So if the turbines are spinning too fast, they can't put it on the grid. So it's wasted energy, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, so
Watch a
if it's too
documentary.
fat, the amperage of the voltage
Uh-huh.
is too high.
Right. Uh-huh. It all has to sync up. It's very expensive, and then they have to have these AC to DC converters everywhere. And the thing is so cumbersome that it's more trouble than it's worth. And that's why
That's
people
not
are.
what everybody. Dude, the thing is, right now, it is especially super advantageous. It's very money winning to be in the oil industry, especially right now. Oil is skyrocketed. Same thing with
Well, sure. Same with green.
when Trump has entered office. All of these oil companies saw him gutting all of the subsidiaries to alternative energies and oil, like in coal and all this stuff, and they lost their fucking asses. Same thing with solar companies. Same thing with turbine companies. They fucking lost their asses because Trump. He even tried to stop a windmill farm that was like it was like $11 billion worth of windmills. They were almost done. It was like 86% complete. He's like, no, fuck that. They
Oh,
fucking
they suck.
lost their ass. And
Those windmills are terrible.
dude, I don't know I don't know who's got you thinking like this, but windmills do net a profit. They do net zero carbon.
No, they
They do
don't.
all of these things. Yes, they do.
Okay. Yeah. When they're, if you could snap your fingers and make one, yeah, they would be zero
They
then.
account
But
these
all
things
the
into their
processes,
they account all of these
uh-huh.
things in their carbon efficiency. They
Yeah.
do.
hmm They have like a formula. I
Yes,
forget what
for
it's called,
when
the
they make
LEOC.
it.
What's it called? The LEOC or some long-term energy. I was reading about it the other day. Could you tell me more about that if that's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Because you
Wesley.
know what's funny?
At Wesley Pillow super chatted $10. This guy is a conspiracy theorist. And to be clear, all power plants have safety measures to prevent runaway energy production. It doesn't matter if it is oil, nuclear, or wind.
Yeah, every single one of them turn a profit. They're just not as high profit turning as oil. That's the main reason. Those are the two main reasons oil companies started disinvesting in green energy is because of Trump policy, because it is a
Mhm.
huge cash cow, obviously, especially now.
Well, I had a conversation with AI, and I said, doesn't that seem a little biased that these long-term records indicate that they pay off quick or whatever? I don't remember how I worded it. And it said, oh, very astute of you to ask that. And then I said, well, are the people who do these calculations on when they get paid off, are are they biased? And they're totally biased. All these studies and surveys are paid for by the wind farms, just like natural. And the people who say bad things about them are usually competing sources
Like
of
oil
energy,
companies?
like oil,
Yeah.
but not just oil. There's solar too. There's hydro. There's other ones. I mean, but the
Do
thing
you
is, you don't
think
really
Big
have to.
Solar is trying to talk shit about windmills?
I think big solar is just a big scam because people, there are these NGOs and whatnot. They get these government grants for the wind farms. They they pocket all the money, and then the wind farms in 3 years, there's no one to do the maintenance on them. I asked AI about that. Are we going to have enough people to maintain all these wind farms? And it said that is a very good question.
Not
And
after
it
you
says
deport
if
everybody.
and it says if we don't, hey, not everyone likes to climb. I'm afraid of high places. A lot of people are. I would be interested in that if I was younger, but yeah, you get caught up there and the thing catches on fire, you're screwed. You just burn to death up there. Now I know energy's dangerous too. I mean oil, but we've got the infrastructure in place for oil. These wind farms are just bad news. Why do you think every time they show up somewhere, even Ted Kennedy, you probably don't remember Ted Kennedy, you just JFRF or JF, I call him RFKFC, RFK. But yeah, his big brother Teddy, they had some wind farms start popping up over in Martha's Vineyards, and him and all of his lefty friends pitched a real fit until they got rid of them because they were too noisy. But it's not just the noise. Oh, and have you seen how much noise these data centers are producing? People are pissed about that too.
Well, your
That's what's
boy
really
Trump is.
hilarious.
I don't know. I don't know how they. Are you guys gonna fall into the propaganda of like loving data centers soon? Because I feel like this is definitely a leftist position.
Well,
Where
here's the thing.
Trump
They
wants to
have
do
to.
everything he can to maximize the power of all of his fucking his
Oh,
AI
sure.
companies, all of it, Nvidia especially,
Hmm.
and he's investing
Hmm.
billions. He's investing millions and
Yeah.
millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into these companies, and he's strong arming people in states so that they can't write legislation to
Hmm.
stop them.
Hmm. Yeah, I know. I saw a documentary. Elon Musk, he didn't get any of the permits he needed to set up a power plant at his AI center. I forget what state he put it in, but he just had all these generators, like 12 of them, huge generators that were producing all the electricity they needed, so they didn't have to get it from the grid. And yeah, he just like bypassed all the red tape and everything. So but I don't. Why aren't these people putting the data centers near the ocean where the water is so they can cool them? That's what they do at
In
when you're
China,
burning coal. Well, no, here in the
I
United
think
States, all of our coal power. I'm sorry. Go
China
ahead.
China builds their data centers. I believe it's like in the ocean,
Well, see,
and
that's
they're
what they
powered
need to
by
do.
wind.
They have to tap into water sources when they do it. Okay, you live in Texas. Are you familiar with the Ogallala aquifer that is underneath Texas?
No.
Well, it goes through 8 states. It's Colorado, Oklahoma, Texas, South Dakota. But it's this underwater reservoir, which is what an aquifer is. They're saying that we've only got 30 years left before that thing is bone dry. And we use that's a quarter of our water supply that goes towards agriculture. So, me as an environmentalist, I'm more concerned about the water and the plastics and all these other things. CO2 is plant food. They used to call it fertilizing the air when CO2 went in there. So, I don't really have time to educate you, but I just wish you would look up some documentaries and just step outside your comfort zone a little bit. Um, Learn some things about this because it's not black and white. It's not so simple that wind farms are good. They're not. They're not good. Solar farms aren't that great.
You
I
haven't done
mean,
any convincing in that arena. Like you're just like look at the oil companies reversing course on these, and that's all you have to say. Oh, they're so expensive. They cost $50,000. It's still profitable. It's still net carbon zero.
you
You
know
don't
how
have a
many
good
of those.
case against this.
That graveyard or that junkyard in Sweetwater, Texas, is getting bigger every day. Those wind blades are showing up there. There's over 1,000 of them right now, and they can't recycle them because it's not just made out of plastic. There's fiberglass, there's metal, there's all sorts of stuff in those blades,
Dude,
and they
don't
can't
ever
recycle them.
talk to me about recycling and shit ever. What are you talking? We can't recycle oil.
Oil is organic. It really
God
is.
damn it,
You want to talk
Cecil.
about solar energy? That's what oil is. The sun turned all that stuff into oil over, it took a long
Yeah,
time. That's
millions of
solar
years,
energy.
right? Millions.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
when
Uh-huh.
it's gone, right? We can't just wait
Mm,
another 100 million years.
mm. All right. Well, hey, I'm getting kind of hangry. I've appreciated the talk with you. Are you going to have your music show this Friday?
Yes.
Okay. Um, I'm going to be there Friday and put a song in. That's
All
a lot
right.
of fun.
All right. Go on, get.
See you, man.
All right. Chat. Tap the screen. If you haven't followed these debates, give me a follow. If this thing still has a red plus sign right here, you can click it and it'll follow me. Heavens to Betsy, dude. Heavens to Betsy. Chat, I also have pay apps in my link in my bio. If you guys are trying to support the stream, it's I do have PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. And it's $40 to kick somebody. If you guys ever want to kick someone, it's $40. You can send that in a super chat as well, YouTube. If you want it, there's no easy way out. Guys, have you seen that new trend on TikTok? The Puerto Rico song? How does he not realize AI is bad for the environment? Dude, I know AI is bad for the environment. Look at Cecil, though. Cecil's on the side of unmitigated environmental damages with AI. Don't come over here and tell a liberal about how data centers and Elon Musk are ruining the fucking earth. I just can't with y'all, dude. Trump came out and literally just said that global warming's a lie. Didn't he do that like 6 months ago? It's like, by the way, it's all a lie. We all know it's stupid. What song? Guys, you have to know this song. What's her name did Jennifer Love Hewitt did a TikTok on this.
First time in San Juan, mi hijo, capital of Puerto Rico. Immediately was enchanted. First time in San Juan, mi hijo.
Guys, that has taken over my brain space today. Chat, I'm gonna turn on the YouTube phone number. If you guys want to debate, call me on up. Hey AI, love that song. Yeah, I know that song was made by AI, but it slaps. And Jennifer Love Hewitt has some really good TikToks doing that audio. She's still so pretty, dude. Jennifer Love Hewitt. Can I debate you on your decision to talk to that fucking guy? I know, dude. Sung by a real human wrote it, at least? What does that really mean, though? You know, what does it really mean? Carino, I'm not talking to a MAGA Marxist. I think it's incoherent. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, of course.
Cool. What do you like
How
about
are
Trump?
you?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. What do you like about Trump?
Thanks, friends. He's just a pretty chill guy, man. I mean, I don't think we've had a better president since JFK, to be honest.
In what ways is he so good?
I mean, bro, he just walks the walk and talks the talk and doesn't stutter or stumble or sidestep over the BS. He just slices right through that cake. You know, if you instead of he doesn't beat around the bush is basically what I'm trying to say.
I think he's a prolific liar. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Hello?
Yeah, I think he lies all the time. Oh, hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
a Trump supporter.
Last guest, if you're listening, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. You're welcome to call back after this debate. What do you like about Trump?
I mean, I like he supports the church.
You like that he what?
Supports like the church.
Does he
like
give them?
Christians and stuff.
How does he do that?
I mean, like in the election, like the 2024 election, he started supporting the church and like the local values of the family, like what it was before, what family really was. So I like that about him. I don't like everything about him, though. You know, there's
So
some
he
stuff.
just says go church, and you're like, that's my guy.
That's the guy. That's the guy. How about you? What do you hate about him?
I think history will easily say he's one of the worst presidents ever. First thing comes to mind is that he's very openly corrupt. For instance, the first quarter of this year, he made thousands of trades with stocks, and a lot of them can be tied back to decisions he's made as president. Things like Nvidia, things like Dell, things where he has helped himself to enrichment through policy decisions that were questionably not good for the U.S., but good for him.
Yeah, I didn't say he was a good guy.
But wait, you just like the fact that he says things like he likes church?
Well. Here's the thing. Like, if my worst enemy said 2 + 2 is 4, I wouldn't disagree with him. You get me?
Okay.
It's still
Is Trump
4.
your worst
like,
enemy in this?
No, I'm not saying he's my worst enemy. I'm just saying that, you know, he supports some things that I do support as well. The fact that he's corrupt, yes, like most of the presidents.
Kamala had Chuck Taylors, and that's what I really liked about her. That's how silly that sounds.
About what?
I said
about
Kamala
what?
had Chuck Taylors, and that's what I really like about her. That's so meaningless. I don't know what you're saying. Like, Trump can hold a Bible upside down. He can sell Bibles. He can post pictures of himself as the Pope or as Jesus, and then he can talk shit directly to the Pope. And you guys still say he's your like Christian guy?
Oh no, I know he's not a Christian at all. He said it out loud that he's not a Christian. He's said it before.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying the fact that he supports and supported the church in the pandemic and said, hey, you know what? Let church be open. They're not at fault, and let them be, you know,
super spreader
let them
events.
be protected. What?
Let them have super spreader events, kill people with the virus.
Well, not really kill people with the virus. Like you had to shut down bars and everything then, if that was the case. You had to shut down like every public. You had to shut down Times Square.
You guys cried about that, right? Like you guys cried about shutdowns. You guys didn't like that. There was a lot of pushback. So I mean, a lot of states shut down. What are you talking about? Like tons of businesses shut down. My gym was shut down. I live in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, it was a global pandemic, and I do get it. But you know, the fact that let's try to blame it, pin it on the church, type of thing. They're at fault. COVID is going to spread because of them. You know, it can spread there, definitely. Yeah, of course. But it can spread in bars and everywhere else. Like COVID doesn't care. It can spread in planes. Like I traveled during COVID a lot, and they told us, oh, we take care of the planes, whatever, blah blah blah. We always deinfect them every single ride, and still you have to take out your mask to eat. So yeah,
it was a pandemic.
It can spread there as well. Right? Exactly. So why try to blame it on the church? Because there were some local governments that wanted to shut down the church. They're at fault. They're the ones to blame. And I'm like, no,
it's a weird hill to die on. When people get together during a pandemic, it can cause a spread event. So it's not that anybody hated your church. I think that's fucking stupid. I think that anybody who wants any sort of degree of power and ultimate forgiveness, like never-ending forgiveness for being corrupt and horrible as a president, they can just say that they really like churches, I guess. That's all I'm hearing from you. Like, Trump has really fucked up the world economy.
No.
He has fucked up our geopolitical relationships with all of our allies. He has cut millions of people off of food stamps and off of their Medicare and off of their Social Security. He's increased taxes for 95% of the country. He has fucked up our shit. But thank God he's like kind of Jesus or something.
No, nothing like Jesus, not even you and me. We're not even close to Jesus. But what I'm trying to tell you is, I can like one part of him. Agree with some things he say, and he's not forgiven. I'm trying to tell you that if he does something right, whatever he did wrong before, it doesn't, invalidate what he did right. That's where I'm trying to come to you, and
Well, he's got a
that's what I'm
lot.
trying to say
Yeah,
to you.
he's got a lot of no-nos. So I'm just trying to figure out, like,
He
what you're
has
saying.
a lot of.
What you're saying is you
He
really
has a lot
like
of-
this church, this like religion aspect that he's given you, even though Joe Biden and Kamala were actual Christians too. Like, they were actual Christians. You chose Trump, the guy who like cheated on all of his wives and like is protecting the Epstein files now.
I disagree that Kamala and Biden were Christians.
They went to church.
I
every
disagree. You can
Sunday.
say you're Christian. You can go to church. That doesn't mean you're Christian.
What
You can
makes
go to a
them-
police station. That
what makes
doesn't
you
mean you're a
think-
cop.
What makes you think that they're not Christian? What makes Trump
Well,
above them?
the facts. The fact. If you say you're a Christian or a Muslim, I suppose, or if you say you're a lawyer or a cop or whatever, you're a cop. I suppose you know the law, and you follow the law. If you're a lawyer, I guess you know the law and you follow the law. So if you say you're Christian and you say things that go against the Bible,
like what?
I don't think. Well, the fact that you promote LGBT, that's
Neither of
against
them
the Bible.
did anything like that, and it's not really against the Bible. When did they
Oh,
promote
it is.
that? When did they
They
promote
they
that?
are open. They are open for the LGBT community.
What does that mean? They're accepting?
If you want me to like pull up a date or
Yes.
a specific date,
What-
date and time, this and this.
Yes.
I'm not in front of my computer right now, but I bet you that yes, they've openly supported that before.
So you're just
100%.
straight up against gay people?
Oh no, I love gay people.
Then what?
I just don't think that. Listen. I don't think that the LGBT agenda, right? They should force it upon kids.
What the fuck
You
are
know,
you talking
and-
about?
and-
Who's doing that?
Oh my God, dude. Are
I
you gonna
know
listen?
that there's a lot of propaganda in regards to this, but I would like to get to the brass tacks. Can you tell me like a school or a politician that's doing this?
I am telling you.
That's
It's
not enough
hit
for
the
me.
news before.
That's not enough
Well,
for me.
I mean, if you
gotta tell me,
okay.
like, is there an agency going around to
All right.
schools and like here's what you need to add into your curriculum? No, there's not. There is people from your church doing that shit though. You guys are trying to put that like the Bible in front of our children, and I think that Trump's manufacturing consent to do that by alleging us, like by accusing us of indoctrinating kids. It's worked for all the other dictator friends he has.
Oh yes.
That's how
Oh yes. Yeah. The LGBT. Yes. They've tried to push. Don't lie here. Don't come into your
Well,
show
then
and
correct
lie
me.
about this.
Go ahead and correct me. Tell
All
me
right,
which one
all
of my
right, so-
politicians said something that you think is just so radically LGBTQ that is unforgivable. Like, I don't think Kamala said anything, not a single thing on her campaign, not a single word.
About LGBT.
Yes.
I disagree.
Well, you're gonna have to prove me wrong on that, because I think that you guys are just straight up brainwashed on this.
Okay, look at this. Kamala Harris has generally been considered strongly pro-LGBTQ plus throughout her career. Some examples of positions she has supported include same-sex marriage rights, the Equality Act, which would expand federal prosecutions against discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender.
Is that radical?
Oh, okay, so she hasn't promoted this, and you just lie about it.
That's not promote. I'm sorry. Do you remember like the time period in which like gay people they're still 4 times more likely to be assaulted just randomly? Just giving them protections is not pro-LG. She's not spreading this to your kids, right? Can you get to the part where she's spreading it to your fucking kids?
Well, but I think you're mixing subjects. You said that you never heard Kamala Harris
during her campaign. This is definitely before her campaign.
What?
First of all, the bar is being moved. I'm saying, what is she coming out and saying that is trying to put this in front of your kids? That's your line, right? Everything else, you love them,
No,
right?
no. I said the LGBTQ community.
And
right?
what just giving them protections is bad?
No, you're straw manning. That's
Okay,
a straw
so
man argument. You're putting words in my mouth before I even say them.
go ahead. What did Kamala do to cross the line?
Thank you. So I am saying that she's promoted the Same-Sex Equality Act, and inside the community, inside the LGBT community, I wouldn't say all of them, but there's some people with a messed up agenda inside the LGBT community. Just like the government, there's people, there's politicians that are messed up, that are 100%
But they have
messed
no
up,
power besides
and
your
they have
people.
an agenda.
The only people who have power
What?
right now that are doing things to our children are your people. Your people on the right, like Oklahoma's got Bibles in the schools. Texas, they just put fucking 10 commandments in our fucking schools. Can you tell me
I mean, how is
where
that
we've
bad?
done this?
How is that bad, my friend?
Exactly. Like you think that literally
the Ten
indoctrinating.
Commandments, like the Ten Commandments.
It's
Okay,
literally
go ahead.
indoctrinating
I'll let you
children.
speak.
You're literally indoctrinating, like teaching kids that gay people are okay and they exist. That's not a doctrine. And first of all, no one's even going around and doing that. Nobody is even going around. Like, you'd be able to name an organization right now, right? Like, that is going around and trying to push legislation in schools and counties. That's not happening. And Trump has just convinced you it is. And you'll never, ever be convinced otherwise. But you don't have any evidence of this, right? You can just have, you have Kamala giving some broad, like, protections for being gay.
You said she never supported the LGBT, and then you moved the
I
goalpost
did
and
not
said,
say
"Oh,
she
she did
never
it before
supported
her."
it. I know that
Then
she
what did
supports.
you say? Go ahead,
I'm saying
correct me.
she never said a single word about LGBTQ people in her entire campaign for president. Not a single word.
Not a single word.
No.
Well, I don't know about that.
You're searching it right
I would
now, though,
disagree
right?
with you. What?
You're searching right now, though, right?
Well, it's hard to be like speaking with you on the phone and searching with my other phone. You know, it's hard. You have a computer right in front of you. I don't. So I guess you have an advantage over me. You have all your streaming set up, blah, blah, blah. So I guess you might have the edge on that. Like quickly, like search information. I'm a little bit, I'm going to be slower on that. And
There's no
I know
LGBTQ agenda, dude. There's no LGBTQ agenda. This is the boogeyman. And this is that works so well for Viktor Orban in Hungary.
Oh, yes, there is. There 100% is an LGBTQ agenda.
Can you tell me what it is?
If you go to California and you misgender someone, it's actually an offense. You can get
No, you can't.
sued. You can get jail time. You can. This has actually happened in California.
That's a lie. That's only for people in healthcare facilities ran by the state.
All right. I'm gonna fact check that. If you give me a second. Are you still there?
Yep.
All right. I appreciate your patience. All right. So here's where it falls in. So generally, like, protected, like, as freedom of speech, the First Amendment. Like, you're out in the street, you can say whatever you want. And so unless it's like hate speech and you're like doing threats, that's across the board. But in California, in some workplaces, schools, professional settings, housing situations, repeatedly and intentionally misgendering someone after being asked not to may be treated as harassment under certain policies or discrimination rules. Certain licensed
It's state
professionals, for example, in
employees.
healthcare.
State employees. So
What?
long-term care facilities, character and California enacted LGBTQ
Yes, but
long-term care residents Bill of Rights. So if you work in a facility, and this is the thought behind it, did you know that if you have gender dysphoria, you're like, I think it's like 10 times more likely to just kill yourself. And what happens is when you're misgendered, especially on purpose and antagonized with it, that creates the same distress that causes these people to want to unalive themselves. It's the same thing as bullying, my friend. It's the same thing as bullying. So when these people in long-term care facilities, you can't go around just because you hate trans people and call a trans woman a man all the time. You can't do that. And I feel like that's fine.
So here's the issue. You said it only applies in healthcare facilities, but it doesn't. It also applies like in workplaces, schools, professional settings, housing situations. So you can bully someone for being gay, and yes, I agree with you. That's evil. You shouldn't do that, right? But and it all depends like on their upbringing. You don't know why they're gay. You don't know what happened to them if they had like a fortunate, they got raped if they were children or something like that.
Yeah.
So I do agree with you that yes, you cannot bully these people. You got to treat them with love. I can disagree with what they think. I can professionally. I wouldn't, say, oh, you're a she just because you say you're a she. But I also wouldn't be like bullying them into like saying, oh no, you're a he, because God created you this way, blah blah blah.
Then this is a non-issue, right?
Or what?
Then this is a non-issue. Like you can survive. I think even the most reddest neck of MAGA can just stay away from trans people and not misgender them, so that they don't get harassment laws.
I would say there's radical so-called Christians that actually hate gay people. And
you're definitely one of them, right? You said it's against the Bible.
No, that doesn't mean I hate them. I mean, I'm also against like drinking. That doesn't mean I hate people that are drunk. Prostitutes is also against the Bible. I don't hate prostitutes. I don't hate so I don't hate liars.
You definitely have an aversion to them.
The sin is the thing that we despise, but
Everyone
I was
sins,
also
though.
a liar. I also was a thief. I also was all of these things. So I just, try to preach the gospel. That's grace. Jesus died for your sins. Jesus loves you, and he wants to cleanse you out of your old lifestyle. So it's not hate. It's actually the opposite of hate. It's love.
No,
it's
thinking that people can choose to be gay, thinking that it's a sin, even though it's something inherently true about them, the way your God allegedly made them. I think it's silly.
No, he didn't make them be bad. I disagree.
Okay, well,
I disagree.
I know, and that's silly. I don't really partake in your superstition, so I can't really debate you on that too much. But for those of us who don't believe in all that weird shit, we just like to not bully people, and these people.
Well, it's not weird. I mean, you believe in. You know what's weirder? Believing that everything there is arranged itself out of the blue, like magic. That's
Right.
really weird.
Okay.
And I don't bully you for it. And
the only person who literally believes in magic is you, right? Like talking snakes, like God making a world in 6 days.
Well, I mean, what talking snakes, man? You believe that the universe came out of nothing, arranged itself, and here we are talking about God.
Just like God, right? Like God came out of nowhere and he arranged himself.
It's just as incredible, right? You came out of nothing, out of absolute nothing, right? 13.6 billion years ago, and then magically, it's similar to the Powerpuff Girls. The ingredients, sugar, spice, and everything nice, and chemical X, and here we go, the Powerpuff Girls, right? So
that
the
sounds
universe,
a lot like your
same thing.
creation story. Like for us, no one actually
it sounds a lot-
thinks that the creation of what the universe is one way or the other. You guys definitely have a bunch of wild stories like the flood, wild stories like unicorns and giants.
Which there's evidence
and
too, like the
there's
amount
literally,
of there's
literally
evidence.
no evidence for the flood.
Oh yes, there is. Like if you check the Mount of Ararat, where the Bible says that. Yes, the Ararat Mountain.
What do geologists say about that? They say it's definitely not Noah's Ark. There's
that's
dozens.
not true because
Yes, it
New
is.
evidence. How about the Red Sea? The Red Sea, the partition of the Red Sea. We've literally found evidence for the Red Sea, the partition of the Red Sea. We found the name of Moses not far away from Egypt, like written down in the pillars. We found the name of Solomon, David. There's a lot of evidence. You just don't want to see it. But
There's no
you believe
archaeological
in
support
something.
for that. Despite extensive
There is.
excavations in
There is.
Egypt and Sinai
You
Peninsula,
believe
archaeologists have found no artifacts,
my
campsites,
my
or records
friend, my
confirming the
friend.
mass escape of
You
enslaved
know,
Israelites wandering in the desert, destruction of Egyptian army. There's not a single piece of
Yeah,
evidence for that.
yeah, you've seen. Yeah, well, that's not true. And I'll tell you this. At least with a magician that can pull a rabbit out of a hat, you know, at least we have a magician. You know, you don't have anything. The rat comes out of itself out of the hat. That's even more magical. You know,
Right.
it
I
takes
just-
more faith.
I think that
It takes more faith to believe what you believe than what I believe.
I don't think so. I think can you describe faith?
100%.
Can you describe faith for me?
Absolutely. Faith is faith is it is the assertion of let me check it out for you because it's in the book of Hebrews.
I'm going to give
and
you a
I know
hint.
the definition.
It includes the words "no evidence."
Actually, you are mistaken. You're mistaken.
It's true.
Okay, I'll tell you this. Have you ever flown in a plane before?
Yes.
Oh, you have. Okay. Did you know you were going to get to your final destination or not?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you know that?
Prior experience. Knowledge of how
experience. How about-
things work.
Okay. Did you know the captain?
I met on the way in.
Every single plane you met the captain.
He stands at the door when you come in. Yeah.
No, not always. No, they stand in their cockpit, and that's where they lay. They check the papers. I've worked in an airport before, my friend. So you haven't met the captain yet, and you don't know his mental state or whatever. You don't know who he is yet. You believe this man is going to drop you off where you intended, where you pay your flight, and you know what? It's not always the case. We
It's
have
based on
cases
evidence.
where the captain, crashes the plane and kills everyone because his mental state is not he's not well.
So here's my thought
you had
process.
faith in a man.
That's
you
not
had
faith.
faith in a man. Yes, it is.
That's not
You
faith.
didn't- you
It's just
trusted
knowledge of how things
your
work.
life. You trusted this man with your life.
So what I trust is that we have government agencies that regulate the absolute fuck out of pilots and the way airports work. I know that they can't even pilot for X amount of hours a day or past that amount. I know that they have to be
Yes,
under
that's their job.
stringent drug tests, under stringent psychological
Yes.
care. They're absolutely, those standards are held higher in pilots than mostly anything else. There are few air pilot wrecks than there are car
Right.
wrecks. It's more likely to be in a car wreck. So yes, it's not the fact that I
Right,
just
right.
knew I was
The
going to be in
car
my
wreck-
destination. I actually
Yeah,
had a
you
doubt.
know what?
I had a doubt.
You know
and-
what?
and
You know
there-
what's funny?
Every single time
that's
there
a
is some
terrible
fear.
argument. That's a terrible argument because there's a billion cars riding most of the time on Earth, and there's only like 1,000 something planes on the air. So the comparison is terrible because the numbers are just off the charts.
It can equalize
And
it
there's-
though.
if
There's a
you
way to
have-
equalize
if you
those
have-
numbers, and it's still
if you
less
have
likely.
a car crash, you are hundreds of times more likely to survive a car crash than surviving a plane crash. Surviving a plane crash is almost zero, by the way.
Okay, but
know.
if we do
So that's like
apples to apples and
so
we
that's
measure
like the argument.
how many
Yeah,
flights per
it's similar
day,
to
how many
the
per month,
right?
it's still less
it's like
likely
the
to get in a
argument
plane
for
crash.
like the shark. Oh, you're more it's more likely to get hit by lightning than get eaten by a shark. Yes, because 99% of the time
Listen,
we live is on land.
No
But if
matter
you lived
what,
on
no matter what I step into, a car or a plane, I know there's percent of chance that I'm going to be hurt. I don't have this faith. Faith is like knowing something's going to happen without evidence. There is evidence that planes fly every day and get to their destination. So I feel like
Right.
this is something I use to put myself at ease. The first time I rode a plane, I was very nervous. I didn't know how I was going to go until I went all the way through
I'm
with it.
still nervous.
And then
I ride it all the time. I'm still
yeah,
nervous.
So there you go. That's not faith. Faith is a belief without the presence of proof. So I have proof every day, all day, that planes make their way to their destination, that they have pilots, that these pilots are tested like frequently.
And there is 100% chance, right, that all the time these pilots don't want to kill themselves, right? Even if they're tested, they don't want to crash the plane like the one happened in 2015, I think it was, in France. He killed 140 something passengers just because his girlfriend left him.
Okay.
Right? There was another incident. Why wasn't he tested? Why didn't the test work?
I don't know. I think that we have to make calculated risks, right? So if we find
what
it
happened
to
there?
be,
What failed? What failed in that scenario? What happened?
So I don't know. Human error.
Human error. Okay.
Yeah.
So you factor in human error, and someone just wants to end it all. There's a chance, and that's where your faith comes in, based on the evidence that you say, oh, you know what? We calculated the risk, and there's 99 point something chance that this guy's not going to crash the plane, but it's never 100% because it has happened before. And unfortunately, these people, 140 something passengers, trusted this guy. And even though, you know what, it was
none
a
of these things spell out
faith.
faith. None of these things spell out faith. Like after a short period of time of that happening, I bet people were terrified to get on planes. It's not that they lose faith; they lost trust.
So it's funny. It's funny that you mention evidence, because I believe in evidence. The evidence where it leads to, I trust it. And guess what? There's evidence that God has healed people before. You can check the medical. Yes, there is. You're just not looking into. But right now, I can find you maybe 20, 50, 100, maybe YouTube videos, people testifying with evidence that they had cancer. They pray to God. They have the medical receipts. They can show you cancer before and then after, without chemo, getting healed by God. Mm-hmm. They can claim that. They're either lying or they're telling the truth. And guess what? The scientific method is repeatable. So either they're lying or they're telling the truth. Why doesn't this happen all across the globe?
How come none of this,
check testimonies.
How come the frequency of miracles has gone down drastically with the advent of the internet, and they increased drastically with the advent of Photoshop and video editing? Did you know that?
So all these people are lying. They all have a conspiracy.
Yes.
They don't have a genuine belief in God.
Yes.
There
are just as many people who prayed to a different God and had similar results. There's just as many people who ate magic jelly beans had similar results. None of this is actual science. No.
Okay, so they had cancer, proven,
allegedly.
No, they have the record. They have the medical record,
mm-hmm.
and would you trust the medical records, or would you say they're phony as well?
They could be. I mean, the lengths at which people go to maintain a flat Earth image, a flat Earth ideology is insane. I don't think I'm going to go that far with this, but I think there's just as much evidence, and we have like literal scientific methods of people doing prayer and showing how it has zero effect on outcomes for anybody. But you want to attribute these people's miraculous recovery from cancer to a very specific God. And I think that is a huge jump. I think it's unwarranted. I don't think you could actually draw a connection there. I don't think you can actually prove it.
But have you checked it? Have you checked it out?
Show me a case that says, does Jesus leave like a signature? Does he leave a calling card when he does this? Does he promise that it's him? Is there evidence that they didn't take anything that helped their cancer? There was a famous lady who got very rich off of promising that she did like some juicing,
I remember,
organic shit, and she promised that she cured cancer. She never had cancer. She got fucking rich off of it. She was also I think she was very Christian, and it was a fucking huge lie. I'm sorry, but if it all falls apart at the beginning,
I'll tell you this. In the Christian world, unfortunately, yes, there's a lot of liars, deceivers, false prophets, and even the Bible tells you this. There's going to be more it's like a 99-to-1 ratio of false prophets to the real ones. So yes, and they claim to be Christians. God has a special place for them in hell. So I don't get your point of if you trying to
All
belittle
right.
all Christians. All Christians are liars. All Christians are deceivers. All Christians are not genuinely trying to look for God or Jesus. So I just disagree, because yes, there are deceivers. Yes, there's people that lie. Yes, there's people that, are false prophets. I agree with you with that. And yes, there's people that get rich out of the gospel. But guess what? The Bible always talks about that.
I
So it's
actually did
there.
find this on Facebook. Look at that. This is a perfect description. The
Yeah, go
frequency
ahead.
of miracles.
Yeah.
The camera's invented, and then there were none, and then Photoshop was invented, and it skyrocketed.
Yes, and I agree with you. People lie about these things. But do you think everyone lies about this thing?
Yes.
About it? There's like three.
I was part of it too. I used to be Christian.
There's like look, listen.
I went to
there's
AA
like 3 or
and I
4.
got sober for like 5 years at a time. I swore it was God. I swore it was Jesus who saved me, and I was, he gave me a second shot at life, and I was so grateful and went around, and I wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. But hindsight,
What happened?
I was just stupid.
What happened?
I was just stupid. I did that. I was the one who got sober, not God.
What happened? What happened? What happened?
What happened is
happened
I got a little smarter. I saw the way everybody, just like you, gatekeeps Christianity, does the no true Scotsman fallacy when they don't behave exactly how you think all Christians should behave. But the fact is, Christians all behave the way they're going to want to think, the way that they are intuitive, like innately. If they're a shitty person, they're going to use the Bible for shitty reasons to come out and say homophobic shit like you are. Or say like you don't give a fuck about anything else about in Leviticus, right? You don't follow any other Levitical law, but you think the gay thing really just strikes a chord with you, right?
Well, the gay thing is not in Leviticus only. It's in Romans. It's in Corinthians. It's throughout the Bible. It's not. And by the way, there's the Old Testament, New Testament.
Could you adhere to the Old?
I'm sorry.
Do you adhere to any of the Old Testament principles?
No, I don't follow the law. I follow Jesus. Jesus is the new law. That's what the New Testament teaches.
Do you believe in like feeding the hungry and accepting
absolutely
foreigners as natives?
Yes, absolutely.
And why do you vote Republican?
I don't vote Republican. I don't vote for anyone. I told you from the beginning. I told you from the beginning that I like the idea that Trump, helps church. I don't think that Trump is a man of God. I do not think he's a good person either. I agreed with you that from the beginning.
Wait, you just said you kind of like the way that he just plays, like he's literally
just one
using
thing.
you. He's using Christians.
No.
You're like, I like the way he kind of does this, but he's not Christian. But he kind of likes the Christians. Here's the truth. He's being paid by the Heritage Foundation. He's fully funded by the Heritage Foundation. That's it. He had to pretend to be Christian to get that money.
I don't know what the Heritage Foundation is.
The Heritage Foundation is a huge right-wing think tank that wrote Project 2025, and the Project 2025 and Project 2017 and all of the other 4-year plans for all of the other Republican presidents. They've written it and they fund it, and they've pretty much employed Trump's cabinet. They gave Trump all of his Supreme Court picks. They came up with all of the laws he's doing right now.
Here's the problem with you guys, and I'm not trying to offend you or anything, but you want me to be a Republican. You want to categorize me as a Republican because I agreed with this with Trump, and I'm not a Republican, and I'm also not what's the other thing? I don't even know that much about politics.
Liberal?
I'm not I'm not neither. And there's might be some things that Kamala says that I might agree with her, even Biden, but I'm saying that I agree with what Trump said about Christians and about the Bible. Yes, I agree with him on that.
What is he?
I disagree. Yes, with his lifestyle. Yes, he's done a lot to women. He's cheated on women. He's
Sexually
not a good person.
Abused
yes,
a woman.
Yes. Absolutely,
But
absolutely.
so how does
Yeah,
this how
even
does this
Hitler,
weigh against
even Hitler.
Kamala?
Listen,
How does this weigh against
here's the thing.
like Kamala
Some
was not
people.
really a Christian, so how does he win this standoff
How
here?
do I what? Sorry.
How does Trump win this standoff between Kamala and Biden, who were also Christian, but also didn't like
I
rape
disagree. They're
anybody?
not.
Didn't okay?
Well, that's the
Well,
thing.
Trump's not Christian either, though,
Why?
right?
Why?
Like, but they claim to be. They at least act like
why
it.
do you want to use? Why do you want to? Okay, so here's you're contradicting yourself because you're saying all Christians are liars, and then but when it's to Kamala, no, she was a real Christian.
This is an
and
external
Biden,
critique. You chose Trump. Your biggest thing is that he shares your values.
I didn't choose Trump.
Okay, you say you
Here's
like
the thing,
prefer
you're saying
Trump.
I chose him.
You prefer Trump.
I said I prefer what he said. I don't prefer anyone.
What did he say?
I don't prefer anyone because Trump. Look, listen. You're right about the economical things about Trump. Yes, gas prices have skyrocketed. I live in Puerto Rico, by the way. It's skyrocketed the gas prices. I have a Mexican wife, so migration is actually worse. So yeah, there's a lot of things I don't like about Trump. I agree with you. I'll tell you this: when Biden was in power in 2020, the dollar was like 25 Mexican pesos. Every dollar was converted to like 25 Mexican pesos. I was at my peak because I can use money in Mexico like I wanted. And it was very fructiferous. Is that the word? Right now is like 16. So yes, the economy has taken a huge hit. Can we blame it all on Trump? Can we blame it all on the presidency?
At Wesley
Most
Pillow
of it,
super
yeah,
chatted
you could say.
$10. Caller
Yeah.
isn't Republican
So
or
I don't
Democrat,
agree.
but
I'm
he's
telling
gullible
you,
AF.
in most
He
points,
believes in
I
magic,
do agree with
MAGA,
you.
and hate.
I do.
Do better, caller.
I'm not
Be
disagreeing
better
with
and
you that he's a
educate
bad
yourself.
person. He's a bad president. Yes, I agree.
I
I
still
am
like
agree with you.
how are you reconciling this? Like again, how are you choosing him over Kamala?
Well, it's not me choosing. I told you I didn't vote. I can't even vote even because I live in Puerto Rico. If I lived in the States, actually I live in Texas where you live for like 2 months.
Describe your opinion though. You support Trump.
I do not. I
Then why are
support
you
what
calling?
he said. And at a specific moment, I don't support Trump as a president. I don't think. Here's the thing: which president for you has really changed your life personally? Like, okay, this guy got elected, or this woman going to. Well, there's never been a woman president, but let's say Obama. Oh, he got elected. How did it personally change your life? Personally,
He brought us out of the 2008 recession and gave us the best economy in the world and 72 months of continuing job growth and like reduced the deficit and raised the tax
you were
code.
probably
Like he
what,
did
12 years old when that happened, so it didn't affect you personally.
It absolutely did. I had
Maybe
to
your
exist
parents.
inside of that economy. I had to exist inside
You
of that
did.
economy.
You did.
It
You
absolutely
did,
did help me.
I don't live, like I said, you probably, I don't know. I didn't live in in that, mainland USA. Puerto Rico is part of the USA, but over here, if anyone wins, it doesn't really,
Okay.
help us.
Well, now we've got $5 gas. So it absolutely is important to choose and look up who you vote for because Kamala would never have done this with Iran. Kamala never would have put tariffs on the whole fucking world and fucked up the jobs reports. He made 100,000 jobs last year. It's so fucking embarrassing. It's so bad. This is literally one of the worst presidents to ever exist. Easily. Of our lifetime. Easily. And for you to just allude to the fact that he's kind of Christian is fucking silly.
No, I didn't say he was kind of Christian. I told you he's not a Christian. You can't be kind of Christian. You either are or you're not.
Okay.
That's how it is.
All right.
You either are or you're not. And I don't say he's a Christian. Like
then what about him were you alluding to?
I think I'm saying that Trump, I like what he said about Christians. It's like, look, this probably is going to be a controversial example. Hitler was a terrible person, horrible, that should never have existed. But if Hitler said 2 + 2 is 4, I can't disagree with him because he's Hitler. He's right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Would you have favored Hitler because he was Christian too?
He's not a Christian, my friend.
Of course
He
was.
contradicts Christianity as a whole. He's not. He used drugs. He killed 6 million Jews. He's not a Christian.
Yeah, no one's perfect,
say
right?
you're-
Everyone's born into sin.
My friend, if you say you're a cop and you started killing every civilian you see,
You'd definitely be a
are you
cop.
really a cop?
Yeah, actually.
Well, I mean, in the
Yes.
U.S., I guess, okay. I mean, you got me there. All right. Well, let's give you. I'm gonna give you a better example. Let's say you're a fireman, right? Your job is to put out fires. But what if you were an arsonist as a fireman? It would contradict.
You would also
really a fireman.
you'd be a fireman that was convicted of arson.
You're a man that induces fires. You're not a fireman.
You also
that
put
puts
out
fires.
By definition, you would also be a fireman too. You would. It would make
no,
you not
you would
like
be an
nobody would be
arsonist.
like, listen, this man can never call himself a fireman again because he started a fire. No, the newspaper would
Well,
literally read,
if
"Fireman
he-
starts a fire."
He would be an arsonist, not a fireman.
He would be a fireman
If
that
it
is an
contra-
arsonist.
Your job as a fireman is to put out every fire, and not cause fires. You know, so you can't be a fireman if you were an arsonist.
You are absolutely
you
you
get me?
can be. You can. Two things can exist. Two things can
dude,
coexist.
Dude, you can't be a married bachelors. That's what
Okay,
I'm
well
trying to tell you.
that's true, sure. But how does this
So,
tie into our
fireman-
conversation?
What? I'm sorry.
And firemen do start controlled fires. Thank you, Kelly. That's so true. Dude, I don't know
yes,
what to tell you.
they start controlled fires so they can study, so they can put them out. But they don't put fires on houses. So it's not. Obviously, they know how fire works and they've studied it. Like
Yeah, so it's not as
like
easy
no
as
one-
you're saying.
so it's not like
it's
they
very
started.
nuanced.
They're not arsonists. What?
I said so it's very nuanced. Again, like you can't sit here and tell me, oh, Kamala is in such a way that she can't be Christian because literally every single person who's Christian is flawed, right? No one's perfect.
Only Jesus is perfect, my friend.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. Everybody who wants to be Christian is
Only Christ.
Christian.
I'm a sinner. You know what? I'm a sinner. I've
Yeah,
been
there
a
you go.
Christian
So
for
stop
14 years.
gatekeeping
I'm a
Christianity, and everybody's allowed in your cult, right? Because that's the rules.
Well, the thing is, if you're actively contradicting Christianity, I'm not saying, oh, you committed
Everybody,
a
which
small
everybody
sin.
does. Everybody does, right? Every sin is equal under the eyes of
Not
God.
everybody.
Every
Well, not
single
everybody.
person sins every single day. Every single person. On
Oh
earth.
yes. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Yes, we do. That's why that's why Jesus started the prayer.
So
you
now
know,
everybody's back
his-
in the Christian club. Even if
no,
they're
that's
flawed.
not- well, here's the thing: God can weigh hearts. You can say you're a Christian, and He knows if you're not. You know, He knows. He knows.
But
better than
you
he
don't.
has a standard. Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I do know if I am.
You
one.
don't know if someone else is Christian.
Well, Jesus said, "By the fruits you would know who is who." So by the
That's
fruits,
so
the fruits
vague.
meaning, well, it's not vague. It means, you know, an apple tree is not going to give you mangoes. That's what it means.
Okay.
You know,
Kamala
an
fed
apple tree's gonna give
people.
you apple-
Kamala added people to social safety nets. She participated in plenty of things that would make her very Christian-like. Same with.
Well, just because you
Biden.
do good deeds, that doesn't justify you before God. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can do all these good things, and that's not going to buy your way into heaven.
But aren't
Because
those
Jesus
the
already bought
fruits? That's the fruits that you're talking about.
Well, you could do good stuff. Hitler probably did good stuff for Germany. You know, that doesn't mean he's a good guy. He did terrible things to Jews. You know, he was trying apparently.
Listen, we have way better judgment than God, because if Hitler on his deathbed say that he accepted Jesus into his heart and all that shit, and he meant it, he would go right to heaven, wouldn't he?
That's the thing. You can't fool God.
Yeah,
Only
I know,
God
but if
would
he
know
really
you're
meant it,
genuine.
yeah. So if he really meant it, which I'm sure most
He
people
doesn't-
on
he
their
does-
deathbeds.
He doesn't have the same. God doesn't have the same standards as you have.
Yeah, I know. He
you
would
might not
erase all of
forgive
it
someone.
instantly.
You might not forgive someone. You might not forgive someone, but you know God can. He's not human. Well, Jesus was, but God himself is not human.
Listen, we're
He's
going
above human.
into the weeds, right? Hitler would be forgiven, right? No matter how bad your bad deeds are, no matter how bad your sin is, if you are completely forgiven, right? If you accept Jesus into your heart and all that shit, ask for forgiveness, you're completely forgiven.
If you have the if you have the chance, there's
Yeah,
unforgivable
so that's
sin.
that's a weird, like what, blasphemy?
No. Yeah, the blasphemy of the Holy Ghost, and there's also other
Things
sins
like Trump does.
that God. The what?
Things like Trump does.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yes. There's some sins, but let me finish my argument. There's some sins that, if you commit them enough times without repenting during your lifetime, God might sear your conscience. Meaning that he knows you love sin so much, you don't want to deal with him, and he's like, all right, that's your life. You want the lifestyle? I'll give it to you, but you're not coming up here with me.
Yeah, I don't
That's what
think
you want. You don't want me.
I think it's a pipe dream. I think that no
It's
matter
a what?
what, the church has to convince its people that no matter how bad and how far deep your sins have gone, that you're welcome into the church and you're forgiven. That is nowhere in the Bible that you can be too sinful to be forgiven unless you do something like what Trump has done.
Oh yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, it is there in the Bible. Yes, there is. The Bible says that there's a sin, the sin of death, that we shouldn't even pray for those people. It even says that. So yes, there's some sins, like, and you know what? You know what Jesus said? Jesus said, and coming back to Hitler, the thing he said, and Trump, Jesus said, if it is impossible for a man, not to find how do you say it? By any chance, do you know Spanish? I'm trying to find the word.
A little bit.
Stumble upon, like, fall. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Jesus said it's impossible for men, like, to fall during, his journey to being a Christian. But he said this, which is very important. He said, but whoever makes that man fall, it's better off for him to just commit suicide. Jesus said it not exactly like that, but that's how he meant it. He said, tie a rope on your neck. It's better for that man to tie a rope in his neck, put a rock on his feet, and drown in the ocean. So Hitler was that man. Hitler was the man that Jesus was talking about. Yes, it's better for him to commit suicide. Yes.
Well,
Jesus
I get it. But there's plenty of people that are far worse than Trump in this regard. I don't see how Trump is still your guy here. I don't care. Like, what sins were so egregious that Kamala?
Do you agree at least with me that there's the far right and there's the far left?
Can you describe to me the far left in this country?
Okay, so far left people that say that Trump is exactly like Hitler, like exactly.
He's very
I'm like,
close.
come on, dude.
He's very close.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Committing genocide?
Yes.
6 million people dead?
Yes.
Man. Well, okay. I'll give you this. I would agree with you on this. Trump is crazy. He is crazy. He is. He recently posted a picture, an AI picture of him nuking the world or something like that. So yes, I would agree with you that Trump is crazy. He didn't you see that post of Trump?
There's too many. He fucking posts a million things every night. He doesn't even fucking do his job. He just fucking posts all day. I'm still trying to figure out why you called in. You're like, every time I try to stick you to the wall, like, for supporting Trump, you're like, well, I just don't like it. And you've told me more things about how you don't support him than you do.
Because here's the thing. Because you want to categorize me in he's a Republican, or he's a rightist, or he's, you want to categorize me there, and I'm like saying, no, I'm not even neither. But I don't, generally, I'll argue with you on this. I do not support Trump. But I'll tell you this. Let's talk about the Venezuela thing where he got Jesus Christ. Maduro. So people might say, "Oh, he did it for the oil," right?
He did.
And obviously he did. However, I said, "Oh, he did it for the oil because most of the drugs actually come from Mexico. Why didn't he just extradite Claudia, which is the Mexican president? And she's actually, by the way, with the cartel and everything. That's 100% true. Everyone knows it in Mexico that she is.
Okay.
It's a cartel government.
Okay.
So
land your plane.
yes, here I go. So he did do it for the oil, but you know why he did it? Oh, so he can take care of take it for himself. Well, here's the thing. It was that oil was from the U.S. To begin with. I met a Venezuelan.
So it was for the oil.
Local. What?
So it was for the. Okay.
But that oil was from the U.S. It was from U.S. companies.
Okay.
It wasn't from Venezuela.
We're letting U.S. companies go grab that oil. Yeah.
Because they invited them there. They said, "Yeah, you could do business here." And guess what? The last two. What was his name? Oh my God, the Venezuelan president, not Maduro, the one before him.
I don't know.
Chavez. What he did, he screwed all over the companies that invested in Venezuela. The local companies that were there, he actually just took him by hostage and said, "No, this is mine, not yours, not yours anymore." And then he started giving away money to everyone, and he messed up the whole economy in Venezuela. And Trump is like, "Okay, we're taking it back. We're taking it back. It was ours." And it was from the U.S. to begin with.
So Trump did a money thing for us. Cool. What do you? How does that affect you?
Because here's the thing, man. You can't. Everything that Trump does is bad for you. You know, everything. And
yes.
He has done some good things.
Him kidnapping the president of Venezuela and leaving and then trying to even allude to the fact that it was for like humanitarian rights is
well, the
fucking
president of Venezuela
bullshit.
had a dictatorship. Yeah,
we
but
know,
the president of Venezuela
but
had
the exact same fucking party, every single person is still in place besides Maduro, even everybody, the same policy. People are still struggling in Venezuela. Nothing has changed. We've got their oil. That's it. For you to even try to allude that this is any different is a lie.
Well, you think that's going to happen? Well, you think that's going to happen like immediately, you know, he has to change the country from its core. And you think it's going to happen like in 2 months? A whole country?
No, there's no.
Everything's going to change.
No,
jobs and everything.
He's in and out. He's done. He's done. He's not doing continued stuff in Venezuela. He's around making friends with all the dictators, trying to get dictators installed in multiple countries. You can't be like, oh, he saved these people from a dictator. He fucking tried to get Hungary's dictator reinstalled. He's trying to get fucking Honduras's dictator reinstalled. He pardoned him out of jail. The guy who sent fucking 300 tons of cocaine to the U.S., he's pardoned him. He's trying to get him back in a position of power. This is not, you can't even try to say that Trump is the good guy on the world stage. The whole world has abandoned us.
He's not.
Every single one of our allies has abandoned us.
Who would be a better president right now?
Kamala.
That's not Kamala. Not Kamala. Like, who would be?
Pete Buttigieg. Gavin Newsom would be fine. Tallarico would be great. Andy Bashir would be great.
Okay. So what do you think they would do for us?
Not do horrible tax code, not bankrupt the country. Trump has bankrupted the absolute fuck out of this country. He's 27% of all of this country's debt by himself. By him fucking self. He's responsible for more debt than any U.S. president in history. Just him.
And you think some president will actually fix all this?
Yes, every Democrat president that's ever been in charge has reduced the deficit. Trump has exploded it twice now.
Well, yes, because of the war
that he started.
I really do not know the details why he went there in the first place.
And it's not because of the war.
Was it Iran?
It was not because of the war. This is first of all, we have this. We're in the budget right now of what we created last year before this war. We're working within that budget. He's trying to explode it from 1 trillion to 1.5 trillion every year. That will be that we can start adding that into it. But no, that hasn't happened yet. But before any of this, he gutted us. He spent $5 trillion and gutted every American's fucking SNAP and healthcare and social security benefits. He's gutted all of that shit to make his friends rich. This was before war. And people have less. Fewer people have things, and we're even more broke. How does that even work?
How about the California thing, where everyone just started leaving California? Wasn't that in the Biden presidency?
It's also propaganda.
Well, they did. Like, a lot of companies left.
Yeah, it's a big
and a lot of people left.
Yeah, so what these red states do is they create tax safe havens for giant corporations, and then they have blue states pay their bills. So 1%, less than 1% of California left California, and rich people are making headlines out of it. Rich people are making headlines.
Dude, that's a couple million people, because California is the most crowded. I think it's 38 million, the population.
Yeah.
1% is 3.8 million.
That means
people.
99% of those people are happy.
That is more than the population of whole Puerto Rico.
Okay,
that's
but
literally Puerto Rico leaving
37 million of those people are happy, right?
I wouldn't say
that's a lot. That's a lot more Puerto Ricos, right?
No. Here's the thing. I wouldn't say they're happy. I would say they don't. California has like the #1 homeless epidemic ever, and they love it. Homeless people love being homeless over there. Most of them.
I know, because it's weather permitting. There's not a single Republican policy you can tell me that stops homelessness. Is there? There's not a single thing they've even mentioned.
Well, here, how about New York? New York, they literally build anti-homeless benches, so they can't,
California has that too.
Problem.
Yeah, no.
Right.
Republicans have no policy on this. They have brainwashed y'all and pointed at California for years. I mean, like, look at all these homeless people. Look how bad California is being ran. If y'all were in charge, if Republicans were in charge, they would fucking triple the homeless population instantly. Trump already added 10,000 to the 30,000 homeless veterans this year. He added 10,000 more. Trump has yanked 80,000 people off of food stamps and welfare. He is creating more homelessness. You guys would never go, ever, and spend money to approach homelessness because you guys call that socialism. You guys would fuck it up 7 times worse.
You guys, you mean me?
I'm sorry?
By you guys, you mean me?
I mean the right. The people who would trick you into voting for them.
Well, I didn't, but that's the thing. You think I voted for them.
Okay, wait, I'm over the fact that you can't vote. I'm just saying you have the wrong ideas. You have the wrong ideas. You're espousing like very anti-liberal propaganda, things that are easily debunked.
Well, no, I'm looking at both sides objectively, and I've told you that I don't support most of the things that Trump has done. What he has done, and I support some things he has done. That doesn't mean I support him just because he did some good deed or something. It doesn't mean I support him as a president. You get me? The same thing with Biden or Kamala. If they did something generally good for the country, why would I belittle them saying, "Oh, no, I hate them. I hate them," or here, like for example, here in Puerto Rico wants to be a 51st state. That's never going to happen, And over here, unfortunately, and I don't want to change subjects, but over here, like the streets, sometimes the streets are horrible, and they wait 4 years for re-election so they can fix them up, and you can vote for the last president. That's literally happens on both sides, because here we have two sides as well. Like, it's not Republicans or Democrats, but it's either they want to be a state or they want to be associated with U.S. but not be a state. Those are the two main parties. So I'm just saying corruption happens everywhere. It happens on both sides. And
not even close.
They might do.
Not even close.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
What's so, like Trump is
how about
openly
Bush?
corrupt and spending hundreds of millions of dollars, making hundreds of millions of dollars openly right now. We just saw his stock trade form that he released for the first
But he's
quarter
a
of this year.
He was already before he was a president. He's been a billionaire for years. Why would
He doubled his
need $100 million?
He doubled his wealth since he got into office. I don't care. Just because you're already rich doesn't mean that you can go and be president to make yourself even more rich. That doesn't make it okay.
But it doesn't make sense though. You're a billionaire, man. You're not a millionaire. B with a B.
Yeah,
You're
and
literally
you still wake up
less
and you
than
want more
1%.
money. That's who Trump is. Yes, that's who Trump is. He woke up one day, he bought $100 million worth of Dell, and a week later, he just randomly on TV is like, "Go buy a Dell. Go buy a Dell computer. They're great." And then the stock rose 99 points. That's corruption. That's 100% corrupt. He's the most corrupt president of our life, probably in U.S. history. He's traded more stocks than any fucking person in Congress. For instance, Nancy Pelosi, she was worth $200 million over the last like fucking 50 years or whatever she's been in Congress. She's made $250 million. She's roughly done something like 250 trades. Trump did 3,600 trades this quarter. 36, that's a trade every 9 minutes. He is openly the most active corrupt person, enriching himself with our government, making policy decisions to enrich himself than any politician ever to exist, ever. He's made $4 billion last year. He's doubled his wealth. When you're 80 years old and magically,
how about Biden?
when you're 80, okay, how much money did Biden make? Biden's were $12 million.
No. Do you think? Be honest here. Be honest. Do you think Biden was competent to be a president?
Yes, 1,000%. Yes.
1,000%.
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Like through, I could say maybe during some years, but some years he was either doing, and let's not forget the
Have
fact.
you looked at Trump's True Social, dude? Anybody who says this is not being honest. If you looked at Trump's True Social and looked at the insane fucking rants that he does every day, it doesn't even come close. It doesn't even fucking come close.
Biden had, literally other presidents have laughed at the presidency of Biden.
That's not true.
Like the one, it is. Look, check the I think it was the president of Poland. He literally laughed in a video, not AI.
Yeah.
On the president.
And the same thing with Trump. So we have we have
and-
multiple leaders at a
and-
UN meeting where they laughed at Trump and he left early because they laughed at him in video. Every
Biden,
single
by the
one
way.
of our countries that we're allies
Biden-
with hate Trump.
You don't think Biden's corrupt? You don't think Biden's corrupt?
No.
Okay.
What's the most corrupt thing he
fact?
did?
How about the fact, and that was put under the rug, under the table. How about the fact that I believe it was during his presidency. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was during him being president, where they found cocaine in the White House.
In the visitors cubby, right? In the fucking visitors cubby.
It doesn't matter.
It absolutely matters. You think Biden or his son used the visitor cubbies?
It's the White House, dude.
Yeah, I know.
It's supposedly the most safest place on earth. And
wait until you hear about
no one
Trump's
was
White
convicted.
House.
Why,
did you know Ronnie Jackson, one of the two, he was the doctor for the White House. He lost his medical license because he was overprescribing uppers to the White House officials. During Trump's first administration, he's gone. What about that?
Providing what? Sorry?
During the
Providing
Trump
what?
administration, he provided uppers.
I don't know. I don't even know what that is.
Yocaine. Not Yocaine, but Adderall, all stuff like that.
Okay, but cocaine is actually unprescribable. You can't prescribe cocaine.
But there's nothing tying that to Biden. That was in a visitor cubby. But Trump, he hired his own personal doctor to do all of this.
Why didn't they find anyone responsible for the cocaine? They have cameras everywhere, my friend, and they just ignore that. You know they ignore that. Isn't that corruption? You said
Trump
he's
just
0%
pardoned
corrupt.
the person who sent 300 tons of cocaine to the United States. He just pardoned him out of fucking jail.
But here's the thing. I'm not comparing I'm not saying Trump is better than Biden. I'm saying Biden has been corrupt before, and
That's
and
not
just,
corrupt.
Trump did this.
That's not a corruption
It's
thing.
not corrupt
When you have a
to
personal
knowing.
a personal use amount of cocaine in a guest cubby, that makes Biden so corrupt. What?
I'm not saying he's. I'm just saying they didn't find anyone responsible for that, and there was someone responsible for that.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Someone who was in possession of a personal amount of the white stuff never got found.
Of cocaine.
We're fucked as a country.
In the
Dude,
White House.
Trump
in the White
literally
probably Biden did
spends
that
his-
every day. Every day he smoked. He did cocaine as well. Probably.
That's a lie. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We have Trump, who's literally incontinent from his lifelong use of uppers.
I'm not saying no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Trump is literally
You were saying?
incontinent because of his lifelong use of uppers. He has to poop in a diaper.
Ew, disgusting. That's disgusting.
Yeah, he poops
I
himself
didn't know that.
all the time. Yeah.
And why do you think I'm defending Trump?
I don't know, because you have some weird hang up about a tiny bag of have
Well,
you
it's
not
not
seen
weird.
Trump's
I-
son doing literal cocaine in front of the star in front of the what was Elon Musk's rocket launch? He was in there doing bumpies. He put shit on his gums inside of his mouth. Dude, he's literally the most yacked out person on the internet. Have you not seen his Rumble? His Rumble account, he sells like toys of his dad and little souvenirs and shit, and he's fucking yacked out.
Yeah, he probably does some stuff too. But there's videos of Biden literally doing gibberish words.
Like
There's
Trump.
videos of Biden. Well, at least Trump is more how do you say it? Articulate with his words.
Absolutely
He
not.
might be crazy.
Trump has a
Yes, there's videos
40-word
of-
vocabulary.
there's-
What are you talking about?
Biden,
Trump says the same
there's
5
little-
things.
My brother, literally, there's videos of Biden, just rambling, words that make no coherent sense
And same with
at
Trump.
all.
Same with Trump. There's speeches of Trump talking
But
about
you said- but-
lumberjacks
but-
and welding glass to copper and talking about
Okay, that's
sharks
funny.
and batteries and bombing hurricanes
Well, he
and
was
that there were
ta-
airports in the
well, Biden was-
Revolutionary War. He said that magnets don't work underneath water. He has said so many
Biden
things that
has
make
talked
no
about aliens,
sense.
and Biden talked about aliens and the moon landing and the astronaut. Just like I'm saying, those words in no coherent
So
sense.
does Trump.
So you said earlier, you said that throughout all his presidency, Biden was 100% fit to be president.
Yeah.
And that's not true, because Kamala had to come in to try to rescue his presidency.
He was pressured by Pelosi and friends to step down.
My guy, there's videos of Biden years before literally planning what he would do if something went wrong, which was just claim to be sick or whatever, and then he would step down as president. That's exactly what he did. Exactly what he did. So how can he not say he's corrupt? There's videos of Biden smelling children, sniffing kids.
Those are just still frames of him hugging children.
No, there's videos.
I don't know.
Videos
There's
of him.
literally videos of Trump saying that he walks in on people getting changed, that they're undressed, beautiful women. He talks about his daughter being a hot piece of ass. When asked about him and his daughters, things that they have in common, she said real estate and golf, and he responds that it's sex that they have in common. And here's another quote.
So
well,
it's not
I would
weird.
do that if we were sitting. When Trump was asked about childcare, this is a direct quote. Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody who had Senator Marco Rubio and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because the childcare couldn't. You know, there's something you have to have in this country. You have to have it. That's a direct quote from Trump. I can play the video. Trump does this all the time, dude.
Well, every time I try to point out something about Biden, you try to
It's a
cover
double
it up
standard.
with, oh, Trump did.
Yes.
And
Trump,
the final
Trump did.
question.
By the way,
I'm not agreeing with Trump.
the election
I'm
was with
agreeing with you.
Kamala, by the way. The
I am-
election was with
I am
Kamala.
agreeing-
Is to you.
Listen,
I am
Thank you.
agreeing. I'm not
President
disagreeing
Trump,
with what you're
you
saying
talked about how the
in
increase
the
in the
sense that
price of
Trump
food, gas, and rent.
he did these things. I'm actually agreeing. Oh yeah, I take your word for it. I believe you. And he's wrong for that. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying the fact that Biden has done, similar stuff, you're actually saying, oh
Biden's
no,
gone now,
Biden.
and Trump is in office doing this currently, and you're okay with it?
I'm not okay with it.
He looks
But
like a
what can I
buffoon.
do
The
about it?
whole world laughs at him. We have approval ratings from the whole world. We have ratings saying that our country is one of the biggest threats to world peace now because of Trump. We have multiple countries banding together, making trade agreements. We have Trump on the world stage, and the United States hated more than ever. And Trump got laughed out of rooms at a G7 summits. He got laughed out of rooms just like you said Biden did. So why aren't you criticizing Trump for this?
I don't know every single detail about Trump, all the bad he did, or all the good he did, because I don't really care. Not care in the sense that if it like I'm okay with it, not in that sense. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm not a Trump follower. I'm not a Trumpist for me to say, you know what, he's a great president. No, it's okay. There's been worse presidents. I'm not saying he's the best thing.
There's
we
been
got
like
for president
one
right
president that's been worse than him. There's like one. According to historians,
One president-
he's literally the worst. For you
one
to
pres-
come up here and allude to the fact that he's doing okay.
One president that's been worse than him. Let me think, because I don't know that much about U.S. I mean, I do, but I don't get that deep into politics. Let me see. Worst president. Maybe Bush.
Andrew
Bush
Johnson, James
Jr.,
Buchanan.
Bush Jr.
No,
Bush
I think
Jr.
he was light years better than Trump.
Light years better than Trump. Correct me on this. Was he liberal or Republican?
Republican.
Well, I could say he was worse.
Why?
He lied about the Twin Towers when it happened.
What did he lie
He
about?
also he did. He lied
What did
on
he lie
I think on live TV, stating that he was saying that he was there when it happened. Something. He lied about something.
Trump
I can't
lies
pinpoint exactly
all the time, so you've got to have him be.
He
You got to
does,
have it.
he
You
does.
got to have a different
But the Twin
metric.
But the Twin Towers also, he declared war on, was it Afghanistan?
Kind of like Trump's doing with Iran.
Yes, kind of. Well. The thing is, they attacked Afghanistan, and there's literally videos of soldiers that went there and saying, you know what, this is not true. They just made a fight for nothing, and they were protesting against Bush.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
There's
That's not. We went to Iraq first, and then Afghanistan's where they were letting people hide in Afghanistan.
Yeah, they fought with Iraq and Afghanistan, both countries, and they committed war crimes over there. If you didn't know, they committed war
like Trump does.
Yeah.
Oh man. So you still
Well,
you got to start listing things Trump hasn't done already to make Bush worse than Trump.
What do you think about the Twin Towers? Do you think it was like an inside job or not?
No, I think that it was
a terrorist group.
Yes. In fact, the CIA and the FBI had different parts of knowledge, knowing that it was going to happen, and they hated each other so much during the time they didn't tell each other. The CIA knew.
Oh, they hated. Yeah, I know they hated. Yeah, the I think the head of the CIA hated the head of FBI.
And
I know that
the CIA knew that there was going to be a T attack in the United States imminently, and the FBI knew that they were going to use planes. And the two didn't put that shit together. There was also an informant. His name was Curveball. The Germans captured him. They said, "Hey, this guy has
How about
information."
the Pentagon? How about the Pentagon?
The Pentagon
getting hit,
fought over this. Oh, you're talking about the plane?
Yeah, the plane apparently hit the Pentagon, and there's no side marks on the Pentagon when it was hit, like the wings clipping through against the walls. No, none of them at all.
I don't know. I'm not into the 9/11 conspiracies, but what I do know is that Bush did go on bad intel. There was infighting with the Pentagon. They went on a trust me, bro. It was in bad faith. It was horrible. Cheney is mostly responsible for pressuring Bush into doing this. I say Cheney is probably the worst guy here. I think Bush was just a useful idiot. And
Yeah.
I don't think he was like malice. I don't think he was horrible. I think Trump right now fucking up the world's economy and constantly just putting his name everywhere. They just had to make him remove it from the Kennedy Center. But he's put his fucking name everywhere. He's building monuments everywhere. There's never been more of a clear sign that he is a actual like malignant narcissist, just like Hitler, like literally malignant narcissist. And you guys don't care. You don't see it. He's putting his fucking name on the dollar bill. He's putting his fucking signature on it. Putting it in fucking passports, airports, bridges, roads, everything.
I think it's an insult to the Jews, to Israel. I think it's an insult to compare Trump with Hitler, knowing fully well what happened with
I think it's an
Jews.
insult to Israel to not acknowledge when somebody's doing Hitler shit again.
I think
it's very bad.
You could say this. You could say this. Yes, Hitler was a narcissist. He loved himself too much. Trump is similar to Hitler in that sense, but to literally kill babies and you know the Holocaust was horrible. It's been the most.
What's worse? Would you say one or the other is worse? People dying with AIDS or people dying in gas chambers?
What? How is that a comparison?
I'm just wondering. Do you think like one or the other is like worse?
But I don't think. I mean, how would I compare that? Like
I just want to ask you this before I told you. I want to ask you this.
But you mean dying of AIDS?
Yeah.
Do you mean dying of AIDS like in natural causes or like someone injecting AIDS?
No, just letting AIDS run rampant and just like an entire country. And Ebola?
I mean, it's a weird question because there's no gas chambers. There's definitely someone evil behind it. Yeah. AIDS is if it's natural causes. How is that someone to blame?
I'm just saying.
Say someone is worse?
So Trump, because of his cuts to USAID, 14 million people will die by 2030. That's in 4 years. In 2030, 14 million people will be dead because of Trump's cuts to USAID, and we also have an Ebola outbreak in the Congo.
What do you mean USAID? What do you mean USAIDs?
USAID was a program that sent money, humanitarian aid, over the world. Most of it went to places like Africa and did a lot of things to prevent the spread of AIDS, which could make its way to us. This is why we did it. He cut that. He cut it. It was $10 billion. By the way, he's suing the government for $10 billion, and he's spent trillions. So, like, this isn't even a matter of us saving money. He's literally just cut this aid, and all of these people will die. Yeah. A lot of them have implants from clinics that are now just closed because they're no longer receiving aid out of nowhere. A lot of people, they're just going to fucking die because of Trump. Same thing with Ebola.
So basically, you're asking me, like, which one is the lesser of two evils? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying if Trump is not as bad as Hitler, but 14 million people are going to die because of him, is it really that much better? The fact that he's doing this to an entire island of people too, he's starving these people with sanctions.
Well, there's the thing. Here's the thing. I could compare that to maybe something that happened over here in Puerto Rico in 2012. The government back then promised a lot of jobs, and you know what he did? It was Fort Dueño. It was like the one for the 51st state. He said, "Oh, we're going to promise jobs and whatever, blah blah blah." Typical politician talk. He did the contrary. He fired 30,000 local workers from the government because there was a government deficit. Puerto Rico right now is like 100 and something billion in debt with the U.S. It's crazy, and we can't pay it off. So guess what happened? He fired 30,000 people. A lot of people committed suicide. And yes, him cutting off that, I wouldn't say I think you're responsible for your own actions. You know what? You're responsible for your own actions. If you committed suicide, it's you committed suicide.
All right,
No one
dude.
commits
Yeah.
suicide for you. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if Trump did something that is going to affect you directly economically, and then you say, "Oh, the suicide is the option. Let's kill ourselves, or we're going to die of starvation," then yes, that's a byproduct of the decisions being made at the time. But I would say gassing people, actively killing them, is way more evil. Yes, it is way
I
more
would
evil.
say that it's evil,
like,
but the harm is equal. The harm is equal. I would say that.
well, no,
I would say that
would
people
disagree.
dying is even like slow, painful deaths. I would say is worse than quick deaths.
Well, why would it be slow, painful death? Why starvation?
Do you know how
You mean
AIDS
starvation?
works? Yeah, AIDS, HIV, Ebola.
Yes. Ebola, not that well. I know it kills a lot of people.
Yeah, you have a
AIDS,
50%
yes.
chance of dying if you get Ebola.
There's a what?
50% chance, and Trump cut USAID that kept that in check too, because he's a fucking dumb shit.
But it's not the same thing as Hitler, though. It's like who was in power when the World War II happened? Who was in power back then?
Mostly Russia, Germany.
No.
do you mean?
I mean, like who was president back in the
Truman?
at the time? Was it Truman? Okay. So what do you think about the? And I'm gonna try to be like very careful with what I'm gonna say now,
FDR.
because I'm not agreeing. So what do you think about the atom bomb, nuclear bomb,
Yeah,
Hiroshima, Nagasaki?
Yeah,
What do you think of it?
I think it's bad. Why?
Because the guy who dropped the bomb, well, it was actually a team, but the guy who actually dropped it, he would say, he said this: if he had to do it again, he would do it again, and he sleeps like a baby. Is he evil, or did he end the war? Or a few days later,
It was
Japan,
evil, 100% evil. They were in the middle
Okay.
of negotiations when they dropped that fucking bomb. It was completely unnecessary. And by the way, this was not unprovoked. Nobody knows this, but we were blockading Japan's trade. That's why they bombed us. That's why they did Pearl Harbor. We were fucking with them.
Well, it was a world war. Everyone was, messing up with everyone. Yeah, they were allies of Germany. They were so. Here's my question to you: did Hiroshima? It wasn't even a militarized zone or special zone. Literally, hundreds of thousands of people died in a second. Innocent people. And unfortunately, these are the consequences of war. In a war, nobody wins. It's both parties are going to lose, but nobody wins. And my question to you is, if they didn't drop hypothetically, because you said, okay, they're negotiations or whatever. Hypothetically, they didn't drop him. The war continued maybe 2-3 years more, and a couple million more people died. Which one is this is an ethical question. Which one was more evil?
I think you would have
that's
to.
That's basically what you're asking me.
No, I think you'd have to make the case that they absolutely wouldn't have stopped the war if they didn't do this during negotiations. I don't think that's the case. And I also think
hypothetically, let's say hypothetically it was the case.
Hypothetically, if it was the case.
The war continued. Let's say that the war continued for 2
so
3
I
more
would
years.
still say, okay, if we're gonna play that game, then it still points for me, right? So like if 100,000 people died and it saved millions, then that still makes the case for me that Trump killing people to the tune of 14 million is still just as bad or worse than 6 or 12 million.
But here's the thing: it was on purpose. It was actively pursuing innocent
doing
people,
this on purpose
children.
Too.
Children were vaporized, man. Women, dogs, everything that was
I
there.
bet their suffering was
gone to ashes. Gone. How is that? How is that? Well, you could argue that Trump is playing with fire right now because he has put pictures of nuking the world, which is crazy. It is crazy.
He's
I don't know if he does it like to get like a jolt of
no, he's literally
make
so
people suffer.
narcissistic that he just doesn't see it. He doesn't see that him saying those things and showing y'all that he's just fucking skinning y'all.
Yeah,
He doesn't care.
I would say that that's very. His intentions might be okay. Back off, Iran. We don't want to use this, but we will if you continue to push further.
I don't think he can see.
Threaten us with
I don't
nukes.
think he has very much foresight. I think he's the last person I would
How
ever
about
trust
this?
to
How
make
about
these
this?
decisions.
How about this? Trump was the only president in history, that made, I wouldn't say peace, but I would say made actual contact with the North Korean government.
It's not
Which
good.
is crazy, by the way.
It's not good.
You don't think so?
No.
You think they would ally? You think they would allies? They were being buddies, best buddies?
No.
No, he's just trying to.
No.
Then what do you think he's doing over there?
He gave Kim Jong-un legitimacy. So what happens when you go and you shake hands with the president of North Korea? He gets all sorts of pictures.
Yes.
He gets all sorts of pictures going, hey, look, we're good guys. We're friends with the good guys. And he went and just told all of his people, look, we're this great country. So he went and dignified that
they're
leader.
not a great country.
How do I know they're not a great country?
North Korea knows, the people in North Korea, they actively know that North Korea is a horrible country to be in.
That's not true.
It is the worst.
That's
yes,
not even
they
true.
Do know that.
No, they don't.
Oh yeah, they do.
Some of them do.
Oh yeah, they do.
Absolutely not. They are so heavily propagandized. Just like most MAGA here,
my friend.
They won't even give a fuck if the economy gets so bad. They don't give a flying fuck about their conditions. They think Kim Jong-un is literally a god. They think he doesn't pee and poop. They think he literally is perfect, that he got a hole-in-one on his first golf adventure. They literally think these things. They're not allowed to say things that dissent from the government.
They know they live. They got to fake it, brother. They know the conditions they live in.
No, they don't.
If he was truly a god, yes, they do.
Now,
yes,
some of them really buy it. Like,
Leave.
what percent do you think?
Did you know that if you try to escape North Korea, and here's the thing, you try, because right now, 2026, it's almost impossible to escape North Korea. By the way, but if you try, and let's say you're successful,
punish your family. Yeah.
Exactly. So they gotta play along, dude. They gotta play along. Yeah, we worship this guy. He's the dude. You think North Korean people are idiots? They're dumb people. They just blindly believe this guy.
Yes, and yes, I think propaganda
you believe
works.
They're stupid?
Yes.
You believe they're idiots?
Yes.
You just said that.
Yeah. Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Do you think they have a great education system?
I don't think. No, I believe.
Yeah,
they don't.
They're probably stupid.
But it's under threat, my friend. They're literally threatening putting guns in your head, and it's like. Sorry to change the subject, but it's actually related. Have you seen Avatar: The Last Airbender? Have you?
Yeah.
Have you seen the propaganda that was in Boston say, "Oh, there's no war in Boston," saying you have this lady smiling, but they fully know well that there's a war. They just brainwash and think there's not. That's exactly what's happening in North Korea.
So you agree that they're brainwashed?
No, but they know internally in their conscience. They know that they live in a horrible.
Some of them do. Some of them don't. Some of them do. Some of them don't. It's not 100%. Like, I'm sure we might be able to find a percentage, but it's not 100%. It's absolutely not.
And everything, all the channels there are government related.
Yeah.
It's all about the government.
This is Trump's wet dream. Trump loves these types of dictators. He wants to be friends with them. He wants to know how they did it. He wants to know what plays he can use from them, what playbook. He's friends with Bukele. He's friends with Milei. He's friends with Netanyahu. He's friends with Putin.
You think Bukele is a bad president?
Oh my God. Yes.
I could say he did. I'll say it this way. He did a good thing in a horrible way. in an inhuman way. But
Yeah,
does
we
that
could,
make sense?
and the more that you cheer that on, the more you are primed for a military police state like Trump wants. Trump wants a military state. Trump wants
But
everybody to be
I'll
at the
tell you this.
threat of the military before breaking a
But I'll
law,
tell
and
you
I'm
this.
sure it's very effective.
I'll tell you this. People in El Salvador, where Bukele is president, they're actually happier that the crime rates have gone down. They're happier that all of these things happens. However, here's the bad part. If you have a tattoo on your body, and you just say, "Oh, I just got this at the tattoo store," and it's actually related with the gang, they'll just put you in there as well. You're a criminal.
Yeah, I don't like that.
By default.
Yeah, I don't like
I
that.
don't like that
Same with,
either.
that's how
I don't
Trump
like
is
that
trying to
either because
operate.
you think so?
Yes. Yes,
In what
Trump.
sense?
Okay, Trump has made it illegal.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something similar to. Well, I could say maybe they're doing that with immigrants a lot. Yes, I would agree there.
Yeah,
with you.
we're doing concentration camps, alligator Alcatraz, all that stuff for immigrants. But Trump is already doing this. He's primed y'all to be able to do this against Antifa and against LGBTQ people and against mass deportation people. He made a memo the other day, and he's literally talked about killing LGBTQ people.
That's crazy. My wife almost got deported, and she had a green card just because. And we didn't overstay in Mexico. It was a genuine reason why we were there, and she almost got denied entry in Texas. That scared the daylights out of us. And I'm like, and then, yes, it was. Yes, that happened to me.
Then how are you?
I'm not saying Trump is a good guy. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm telling you he has done good things like Bukele, but he's definitely not the good guy.
And you know what? Hitler made the Autobahn. It was, I'm sure we can all appreciate
Autobahn.
Autobahn.
You mean the best expressway on earth.
It wasn't even really
one.
his baby, but yeah, he doesn't get points for that. Sorry.
Well, the reason why he made it was to conquer Europe, and
what Trump is trying to do. Talked about Puerto Rico, talked about Canada, talked about Greenland, talked about annexing all of those countries, making them the 51st state, the 52nd state, talking about the Panama Canal, talking about Venezuela, talking about Cuba, talking about Iran. He's on the same spree, the world domination spree.
Yeah, you could say, yeah, like I said, Trump's not the good guy. But what stops you from believing that this can't happen on the left?
Well, we can usually look at people's character and see, for the most part, that they're either going to fold and love dictators or they won't. And as far as I could tell, Kamala and Joe Biden didn't like dictators. Trump loves them.
Well, he literally took out a dictator in Venezuela.
Okay, but then he's also installed 2 more. So
where?
He wants to do one in Honduras, and he's tried to do. He literally sent J.D. Vance on a trip to Hungary to run a campaign with Viktor Orban, the fucking autocrat who's been in charge of Hungary for 16 years.
And you, I don't know that much about outside politics outside the U.S. I could know that some countries have like dictatorships, like North Korea, Cuba, Russia, China. All those countries are run by dictators.
Trump called in to vouch for him too. Yeah, Hungary's is especially heinous. He did the same thing. He took away all of the rights for his opponents to have any sort of airtime, no news channels.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you this. Here's what I would disagree with you, that Trump is not like Hitler or any of these. Have you ever been to Cuba?
No.
I have. If you speak bad about the government, it's either jail time or you're not coming back to
Trump
the US.
wants that really bad.
If you do that in North Korea, it's a death sentence for sure.
And that's what it will look like 10 years in, 20 years
Russia,
into
same
Trump's
thing.
reign. So when
Russia,
Trump
same
is
thing.
able to do that, he'll
Yeah.
do it.
Russia, same thing. China, same thing. Mexico, if you're a foreigner, it is illegal to talk about politics. So
I don't
me,
care. I don't care. Trump is doing the same thing. He's just only a year and a half in.
Then why are you live streaming right now and saying all these things? Because
I don't
if
know.
it's the same
But
thing,
Hassan Piker just got a subpoena.
Are you not? Are you not scared? Are you not scared that that you're doing this and you might get?
I am. And just
why
like
are you doing it?
Hassan Piker got subpoenaed for making a trip to Cuba. It was a state-sanctioned trip. It was a trip that was planned 2 years ago. He went with the authority of the United States. He got subpoenaed. He is literally doing that to us right now. He's punishing people for their speech. He's literally attacking E. Jean Carroll. He's attacked every news station that he doesn't like, called them illegal. He's threatened them with the FCC. He's threatened to pull all of these news hosts that talk poorly about Trump.
Pardon my intelligence, but I forgot what the word subpoena means. So you gotta elaborate.
Basically, they're asking him for paperwork and documentation.
Sanctioning him?
No, they're
Sanctioning?
they're piling on legal fees for him to suffer from.
Oh,
it's pretty much a court order.
I get you. Well. There was a JD Vance meme. They also tried to. You remember the little boy meme that they did of JD Vance? They tried to take his phone away or something like that.
Okay.
You don't remember?
No.
Just check. Just Google the JD Vance meme, and it's gonna pop up everywhere. The guy that made that meme, I think he almost got deported because of that. They tried to take his phone away. They threatened him. They told him to erase that meme. And
well, he's already done that to multiple people. A few people that flew in from France got turned around at the airport for having memes about Trump on their fucking phones and laptops.
We have my guy. We have the First Amendment, freedom of speech.
Yeah, not really.
Pressure that.
Not with Trump.
Yeah, we do. We still have it.
I just told you how Trump is violating people's free speech, though. You just told me that.
Well, no, I told you that well, JD Vance, yes, they try to, but it happens like anywhere where there's a power trip, it happens with cops. Like if I'm not going to do that, but if someone gives them the middle finger,
but the president shouldn't do that, right? The president should be the person upholding the Constitution.
I mean,
like police officers will lose in court for that. Right?
Well, they will, unless you have if you don't have a camera to save you, because otherwise it would be the word.
So it is illegal.
And then, yes, it is illegal.
Okay, so why are you making that point? It's illegal, and you're just saying, well, these other illegal things happen all the time. Why can't Trump do it? But Trump is doing it out in the open. He's arrested Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and his case just got dropped because it was very obvious, like persecution. It was targeted persecution. Same thing with Khalil Mahmoud. He was speaking at a pro-Palestine event on a college campus, arrested, no charges. I think he's still in jail. Like, Trump is openly, flagrantly disrespecting the First Amendment.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, he is. He's evil. He's evil. But, it's like every decision. Some might affect you, some might benefit you. Like, for example, like the one I said, you said you're against the militarizing the government. So am I. But you gotta give it to Bukele at least. The crime rate has gone down, deaths have gone down.
In every single instance where we do a military state, the crime goes down. We want to live in a free state, though. So it's not some magic trick.
Full of crime.
Well, I think there's a good balance, right? Because if we had 100% prosecution
well, how about
rate
Mexico?
on anything,
free. Mexico is free. Mexico is free, and wherever you stand, you got to look everywhere, so you won't get.
Okay, but there's other countries who have plenty of other freedoms.
Killed by the cartel. What?
The trade-off isn't always crime. there are plenty of like freedom indexes you can look at where we rank. We just dropped to 69th place in the freedom of speech index for freedom of press.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
and
didn't know that.
we like it's not just one or the other. Like we can have a good
Yeah.
balance of laws where people commit minimal amounts of crime and we don't have a full-on police authoritarian state. There's plenty of those
Yeah.
countries. There's countries that have half the crime rate we do that don't have military state.
Like which ones?
Europe. The UK. The UK's
Well,
literal
Europe
crime.
is not a country. Europe is
okay.
a continent.
Okay. The UK literally has like a 3 per 100,000 murder rate. We have a 5.2. They have the same similar amounts of law. We have 25% of this world's incarcerated population. We enforce the law and lock more people up than ever, than any other country almost. And we still have a higher crime rate.
Well, I mean, U.S. is the most. It depends because you could say maybe there are other factors playing in. That's what I'm trying to say.
They don't have guns.
You mean the UK?
Mm-hmm.
3.2 per 100,000. I mean, still, I mean, I'm not personally for guns. I'm not a gun owner, and are you?
Yeah.
Then why would you say? Isn't that kind of hypocritical that you say, "Oh, they don't own guns"? Then we should do that government, and you're owning a gun.
Liberals are not for the like complete eradication of guns. We're for common sense gun laws.
But then why would you compare the U.S. to UK in the first place, or Canada?
We can compare them to Japan or
You
Australia.
think they should? Well, Japan is also like kind of militarized government as well. They're really strict with their laws, extremely strict. For example, if you get the death penalty in the U.S., it's really more like life sentence. It's going to take like 20 to 30 years to execute you. In Japan, they don't play around. If you get the death penalty over there, that's going to be carried out between 2 weeks or a month, maybe at most, in Japan.
Okay. I don't know. Trump just made it legal for us to kill people by gas and by firing
gas?
squad.
What do you mean gas? Gas. I thought you meant gasoline. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know. I don't know how common it is to get a death sentence in
Does it matter? Does
Japan.
it matter how you get killed if you're going to get killed anyways?
I mean,
executed. I mean,
some of them have historical context that we frown upon.
Like which one?
You were just talking about gas chambers.
The gas. Well,
some
yeah,
of them are more painful. Some of them are
if you're getting
performative.
If you're getting executed, there's a lethal dose and there's a firing squad. If I was in that unfortunate situation, yeah, I would end me as soon as possible. As soon. I don't want to suffer there for minutes or hours, or So yes, end me as soon as possible. So that's my take on it. But you're still getting executed. It doesn't matter how you get executed.
Okay,
they
but
chop your
they
head
don't
off.
have a disproportional amount of people imprisoned like we do. Not even close.
You mean the UK?
Japan, UK, any of them. Nobody has anything close to what we have, unless it's maybe
like disproportionate. You mean by disproportionate? You mean like people that don't deserve to be in prison in the first place?
No, I'm saying that we are not 25% of this world's population, but we have 25% of this world's population incarcerated.
So how many people are in jail in the U.S.? How many people are in the jailed in the U.S.?
I don't know. I can look it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
$1.8 to 1.9 million people. So this is about the same amount of people as we have serving
So
in the
that's like
military.
0.3% of the U.S. population right now.
Okay.
If my numbers don't fail me, like that's like 0.3%.
It's a little less than 1%. It's still.
It's not half. I don't think it makes it to half. Let's see. There's 300 million people in the U.S. And whoa, you said there's 1.8 million.
Yeah.
Am I punching the numbers right? Is it like 0.3? Well, that's not even at 1%.
Yeah,
So
but we're
how is
talking
that,
about
like,
we're talking about the
like,
whole world. There's 11.5 million people incarcerated in the entire world. We have 2 million of that.
yes, we do. But you know, compared to the country, how big it is.
Yeah. We're not 25% of this country, this world's population, right? 350 million people is not 25% of 8 billion.
Here's the thing. I would say this.
We would our country would have to be
in other places,
or 2 billion people.
in other places, they wouldn't even. This is the numbers you know of that are available. You know, because some numbers are not even they're not even registered. For example,
dude, even if the whole like country of China was incarcerated, it would still be less than we have.
1% over there would be 10 million people.
Actually, I'm just
and
kidding.
Even half a percent over there.
It would still not be 25% of the world's population. So if China with 1.6 billion people had 2 million people incarcerated, that would be proportional. Which is what their number is, actually.
You know what? I would say this. It's a legal system. It's not a justice system. They're not here to make you justice. Legal system and justice systems are.
We're talking about freedoms. We're talking about freedoms, and in the United States, you're more likely to be locked up. You're more likely to be locked up for bullshit than you are in any other country that's developed.
Well, you know what? Like I said, some dictator countries operate under fear. They operate under fear, so you're less likely to commit crimes or do something stupid that would just get you either killed or
poverty creates crime, and they've addressed poverty, which is what a lot of these countries have done, and that's made crime rates fucking plummet.
You said poverty creates crime?
Yes.
So you believe that?
I know that. Yes.
I think that has some. I could say to a certain point, yes, poverty might create more crimes, but not all poverty. Because there's people that are poor and they're moral, you know.
It's not 100% causative, but it's definitely correlative. And there, in poverty communities, crime is much more frequent, right? Right? Like you don't go around stealing groceries if you're rich. You don't go around holding up like gas stations if you're rich.
Well, being rich, define crimes, because rich buy their, they have money. They have enough money to buy their way through crime, through the legal system, if you get me. They can bribe people. They can
sure.
bribe
I would still say
politicians.
it's less frequent, right? Because only a certain amount of people
frequent?
have that amount of money. Yeah.
Because poverty, you meaning like the ghettos in the U.S. Yes, I mean it also has to do with maybe culture as well, not only poverty.
You're right to a degree, but no, it's not because of like a certain type of way that people live their lives. It's more or less the conditions and the the context in which they live their lives. So if there's like a population of people who we used to enslave, and then we did Jim Crow, and then we finally let them kind of participate in society
So
not that long ago, they're gonna have this thing called generational
so
trauma.
I'm not well, not really. Not really.
Not
Because
really.
yeah, not really. Because it all depends on most of these people that you're referring to. And I'm going to say it, very respectfully, and I'm not racist. I am, our blood, our Puerto Rican blood is part black. We're part African. So I'm not racist saying this. But most of the crimes does happen in the black community. That's a fact. It's not like a racist thing to say.
And I was explaining to
most,
you how that is
it
a
mostly
thing.
happens because most of them are fatherless. They don't grow up with fathers. A father in your life is very important, I would say. A good father.
Because that's
father.
over policing. Because we
mother
did
as well.
these things to incriminate the black community and lock up the fathers. But this is something that requires context. So it's not just black people and their culture. It's what we've
everyone.
done to
it's
them.
Everyone. Whites, Chinese, Asians, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, whatever. You name it. Whoever commits the crimes deserves
I get that, but we're going to
crime.
we're going to root cause, right? So when we talk about people who are in these circumstances that lean on criminal thinking, it could be because they could have generational trauma, right? So like if your grandmother or your great grandmother was alive and well during like the worst of Jim Crow and segregation and all of that, and she had coping mechanisms to deal with that, to live in that kind of society. It may not be coping mechanisms that are healthy to raise a family in just the greatest way. So these things trickle down generationally. They also had no generational wealth because we kept that from them too. So these people, yes, historically, we've had their fucking we've had our foot on their neck for decades, for centuries. And then you just want to go around and point at them and say, "Look at their culture. This is what's causing problems."
No,
it's not.
No, not really. No, I'm not saying that all. I could agree with you that culture is not everything. We made that culture, if we could put it like that. Like even till this day, there is segregation. You get me? It's just not like it's not. How do you say it? It's not enforced, but it is there. It's like the pink elephant in the room, but it still happens. Like even let's say New York. New York is one of the most diverse, racially diverse cities on earth. I think it's the number one. I would say the Jews are with the Jews, Puerto Ricans are with Puerto Ricans, Dominicans are with Dominicans, the blacks are with the blacks. And everyone is in their own crew. You get me? They're culturally
Sometimes,
yeah. So us Latins, like Puerto Ricans, we can cope with almost any Latin in the world, almost no problem, no biggies. I could be friends with a black person, no problem. With a white person, whatever, because racism over here is not a thing. It's not.
I promise you, it still is. It maybe you
it's not a thing in okay. There is racism in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Right, but not to the extent that there is in the U.S. Comparable per capita, we are much more friendlier than people.
Yeah, because you guys are, I don't know, probably have less of a horrible history with this kind of stuff. We do. And for you to point and say, "Oh, look, it's a culture thing,"
our culture. We had the Indian Taínos over here. We got enslaved by the Spaniards, Spain, and then they got invaded by the U.S. And here we are. So we're literally a mix of Indians, Taínos, African slaves, Spaniards, and yes. The great USA. And when people from from here went to the USA, they didn't know English that well, and they say, "Oh, we speak English," and then they started calling us Spics, and they started hating on us.
We'll not use any of those racial terms. TikTok, I'm sorry. This is Minecraft.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's what they called us.
Okay. Well, listen. I get that, and it. I'm think I'm gonna move on
I'm
to the next
sorry
caller.
if
I've had you up for like 2 hours. All right. So you're welcome to call back some other time. Okay.
yeah. I'll it's been a good deal with you. You've been for the most part respectful, and we agreed on some points and we disagreed on some others. But I'll definitely subscribe to your channel. It's the first time I see you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I just subbed right now, so it's
Thank
nice
you.
seeing you. You've been very friendly.
All right. Well, you have a good day.
Okay, God bless you, brother.
All right. Wolf chat. Wolf chat. The phone line's back on. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. Oh, that was a long time. Chat. If you're trying to kick somebody, it's $40 to kick them. My pay apps are in the bio. Also, if you just want to support me, that's one of the best ways to do it. If you send me money for a coffee, I would love you forever. Chat. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Preferably somebody who's voting. Heavens to Betsy, y'all. We did miss a few phone calls while that guy was on the line. You're welcome to try again. Now it's 9:20. Howard Lutnick's bare knuckle tactics and brash promises. How Howard Lutnick operates. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like how he is defending Israel,
You like his
which is,
spending?
what?
You said you like his spending?
No, how he is defending Israel
Oh.
and ensuring that political Islam can't take over and destroy, and wipe Israel off the map.
Okay. Did
Do you-
we ever get a
agree?
report that they were an
Do you
imminent
agree
threat?
that do you agree that it was Israel an imminent threat? Well, Iran, would you agree or disagree that they're the world's foremost heads of terrorism?
Yeah, they are.
They supply weapons to Hezbollah,
I mean, besides us.
Hamas.
Yeah.
And would you agree that those weapons are shot into Israel via missile launchers every single day? And
Since
Israel
the
has
start
to
of the war?
defend itself against that?
Yeah,
No.
sure.
No, way before that. Every day. I'm talking every day before the war even started.
Yeah, so for you to say this like happens in a vacuum is silly. There's definitely a lot of back and forth, and there's a lot of us mingling in Iran's affairs that have made them the capital of terrorism. Same thing with Israel. Same thing with the Soviets. They all did things to meddle in their country, and it has radicalized them. And I think doing more of it doesn't really help. And I think that Israel is a terrorist state. I think they're the leading state of terrorism, if you ask me.
Oh, they
besides Iran.
Name the last time that Israel, just for the heck of it, without any reason at all, sent a bomb to just take out
another
Lebanon country for the heck of it.
Lebanon.
Was it in retaliation to
They
something
always
that
claim
they
it's
were doing in
retaliation.
Lebanon?
There's nothing you can justify killing just thousands of civilians. Same thing with Gaza. Like if somebody came and did 1,200 murders here in the United States, we wouldn't go kill their civilians like Israel does.
Oh, really? So do you think Israel purposely targets civilians?
Yes.
That's what I want. I mean, that you do.
Yeah.
Okay. If that was true, then why does Israel send out text messages to civilians telling them to evacuate because there's a bomb coming to this building?
Wow.
Why
It's almost
does
like
Israel send out alarms?
Hitler did the same thing, right? He dropped leaflets. It doesn't make it
No.
any better.
No, he didn't. That was
Yes, he
the
did.
UK who dropped leaflets warning people what was going to happen.
Hitler did it too. He said he warned people multiple times, multiple countries, told them to leave. He did.
No.
Yeah, he did.
So
yes, he did.
So does Israel have a right to defend itself? Against,
Every country has a right to defend
missiles and
itself, but
terrorists?
not to just kill
Okay,
civilians.
well, then why? Okay, so another question was: does in Palestine, did Hamas do they hide weapons in schools and hospitals because they know that if Israel hits one, it's good media coverage for the liberals to show that how evil Israel is for taking out
so
all these poor people in the hospital.
If there was a like a T group inside of a hospital, do you think the United States would just strike the whole hospital?
That school in Iran where a bunch of civilians got killed. You remember that?
Yeah.
My guesstimate there is some Iranian terrorists were in there. And you know what? The problem with war is innocent people are going to die, and that's just a casualty of war.
Well,
and,
I mean, that's the difference between you and me, I guess. So I don't believe in killing civilians. I don't believe in killing schoolgirls. I don't believe that. I don't think it's good.
How come you never speak out against political Islam or radical Islam?
Because here in the United
States,
States,
religion.
Here in the United States, and Islamophobia is dangerous.
They're the ones trying. They're the ones trying to destroy Israel and take out, the whole nation of Israel. So
yeah, I wouldn't blame them, dude. Israel's a fascist state, and they have completely radicalized every single one of their people to be for maximum. They are for maximum violence, and it doesn't matter if it's women or children. There's a reason Netanyahu has like multiple warrants out for his arrest, and multiple countries that say that if he steps foot into those countries, he is going to be arrested. And that is not just out of nowhere. It's not just because they simply defended themselves. It's because he's looked the other way and has permitted things like raping kids and women and children.
No,
he has permitted all of these things.
You're a radical sympathizer. You're a terrorist sympathizer, and you're an anti-Semite.
How so?
Because you just stated it. You said
I said
Israel doesn't have the right to defend themselves.
I think that's a weak argument. No, I think the state of Israel is separate from the people, the Jewish people. I love my Jewish friends. I think Jewish people are great. I don't have any qualms with the Jewish people as a whole. I think the state of Israel, just like people probably look at the state of the United States, the country's government, and says that is a horrible terrorist state. I'm sure that plenty of people think that. I think more people think that now than ever. It doesn't make them anti-American, anti-white. It doesn't make them any of those things. It's simply criticizing the government's actions, and which I am fully able to do without being anti-Semitic. I think that's cheap. I think it's falling on deaf ears. Nobody really fucking cares.
So Israel should just allow every weapon, every drone, every threat to wipe it off the map just come.
No, that's a pretty blatant straw man, right?
Defend ourselves.
It's pretty blatant straw man. They have the Iron Dome.
Exactly what's happening.
They have plenty of things in defensive.
So now because they have technology, you're saying that it's still then it's okay to shoot missiles at them.
No, I'm saying that retaliation
to defend themselves.
Retaliation should be discerned, and it shouldn't be just indiscriminately used on civilian centers. I don't care how many leaflets you drop. You're not supposed to be just killing and blowing up entire towns. We have like footage of this. We have footage of them just demolishing entire cities. I don't think there's any way you could acknowledge, like, say that, oh, that's just them defending themselves. That's cheap. That's radical. I think it's gross.
There's a reason why Palestine is in rubble today.
Yeah, because Netanyahu
You know
and
why?
insane people. Yeah.
Because they can't stop helping themselves to terrorize Israel by
Well, maybe
sending them
Netanyahu should
missiles,
stop
by
sending money to
killing
start
thousands of people, by raping people.
Yeah, well, maybe Netanyahu shouldn't be funding Hamas and sending them millions of dollars so they can continue his reign of Israel.
Do you know why the United States and Israel fund certain terrorist groups?
Why?
Because here's the thing about Islam. Islam claims to be such a lovely religion, but you have the Sunnis and the Shias. They absolutely hate each other. They despise each other. So what you do is you pay one terrorist group to go kill off another terrorist group. That's using your finances wisely. And that's what America and that's what Israel does.
Who was Hamas supposedly fighting internally in Palestine?
Who do they fight?
They fight
Their
Israel.
whole goal is to wipe Israel off the map.
So he
Yes.
funded them solely for them to false flag against Israel?
No, we've used a lot of this across Syria, across the Middle East. We use it in Afghanistan.
Talking about
We use
Gaza.
it in Iran.
What about Hamas? You just said the reason that we do this and fund Hamas is because they kill each other. Who does Hamas fight that's so useful for Israel?
Well, okay, you ask someone from Palestine if Egypt will take them, if Syria will take them, if Iran will take them. Will those countries take those people who are displaced by war? Heck no, because they're all terrorists. They won't even take their own people.
Okay.
And do
All
you
those,
agree?
the average age of somebody in Gaza is like fucking 14 years old, man.
Yeah, did you know in Gaza that if you killed a Jew, that the government would pay you for life and reward you for that? Did you know that the children in Palestine are taught to absolutely hate Jews?
Same thing with
And that it's
Israelis,
their
right?
whole
The IDF
duty?
is trained the same exact way to
Oh.
indiscriminately, with extreme prejudice, kill anybody who's Muslim, even grape them, even tie them up and beat them,
Like
torture
I said,
them.
so you have a very skewed ideology of Jews, because I have yet to witness one Jew with a rocket launcher just for the heck of it shooting at Islamic Nation. It's always the military defending itself against the missiles that
Nah.
political Islam has
You can just
shot
look at the
them.
protests
You can
inside of
deny it all you
Israel.
want,
You just
but
look at the
that's why you're an
protests in Israel.
anti-Semite.
That's not, no, dude. Did you know that Arabs also are Semites? Did you know that?
That they're what?
Semites.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Stop saying it.
I mean,
You sound
anybody
really
who's
silly.
Islamic, anybody who's from Islam knows that Christians and Jews are not accepted in their religion or their culture.
Okay.
And that's why they've created
And y'all are
Sharia
doing the
law.
same thing here, right? So like, I just had the state of Texas
so
shut
when's
down
the
a
last
Muslim
time-
center, and like
When's
pretty
the
much
last-
wage political war on Muslims in Texas. Same thing.
When's the
Christians
last
do the
time
same
a
shit.
When's the last time Christians have killed thousands of Muslims?
Yeah. So when we struck Iran, we killed hundreds of schoolgirls. I don't know. Syria.
Hey, did you ever think how many people did Saddam Hussein kill as a dictator? How many young girls did he force into rape every freaking day of their life because he wanted some young, shooter?
And how many people
Yeah,
are
he
on
did
Jeffrey
that every
Epstein's
day.
list that Trump is protecting?
Yeah, you can say that Trump's protecting them. But you know what? Biden had that list for 4 years, and nothing ever came out
Trump
of
is
it
literally
either.
stopping
I
it right now.
guarantee you.
Trump, those were under seal during Biden, by the way. Ghislaine Maxwell was still appealing her case.
Oh,
It was
so
still under
see, it's
seal.
under seal. Oh, so guess
Yeah.
what? Then it must be under seal still today.
No,
isn't it?
they used court. They talked to the
How
judges
come
since the appeals were
Biden
over
couldn't unseal it?
because the appeals
How
were still
come Biden
happening.
couldn't unseal it?
Because the appeals were still happening.
You know, the Democrat Party.
Because
They
the appeal. Did you hear the part about the appeals? The appeals were still happening. So
Oh, yeah,
if
it's always
Biden
something.
gave Ghislaine
It's always
Maxwell
something.
the world's most prolific child sex trafficker, put her in minimum security prison, gave her a fucking puppy, has floated the idea of pretty much pardoning her, and we have Trump releasing people. He's released these documents, only 50% of them, by the way, and he's redacted people who were criminals, not victims. He's redacted faces and names and emails of criminals, and he's still holding on to that. He is doing everything in the world to distract y'all from this. But you're sitting over here talking about Saddam Hussein, who did this like 20 years ago, probably not even to 1% of the degree that Ghislaine Maxwell did this.
Oh, you're very mistaken there. And and in Iran, you got to remember, right before the war started, you remember their own citizens who disagree with political Islam. You know what happened to them? They killed over 41,000 of their own people.
Nice. This is what we're doing to Cuba right now.
Another reason to get rid of
Your
Islamic
Christian
terrorists.
president is doing the same thing to Cuba right now.
Well, here's what happened to Cuba. Trump doesn't really have to do much with Cuba because you remember the Venezuelan dictator that he took out in like 20 minutes? Well, Maduro was supplying Cuba with all the oil they need, all the supplies they need, anything that they needed came from Venezuela. And you know what? Since Trump cut off the head of the snake and is not allowing them to bring them oil and supplies,
he's making them starve and die of
strangled.
thirst, and he's killed. I think it's like 30,000 people now. So we're right up to about where Iran is.
Maybe you should Google. I wonder how many people that came from Cuba would agree with your politics that Cuba is run by just a wonderful government.
I don't think they're ran by a wonderful government.
Do you think they didn't kill
a lot of
people?
A lot of people from Cuba side with Trump because that is the pendulum swing that happens when you escape like far left terrorism, far left dictatorship.
No, the truth that's happening in Cuba is the people that live there have lived under oppressed communist dictatorship all their lives. They know how to make a living despite the government. What happens is the government they're the ones who live in high on the hog.
So we need to kill the civilians.
The civilians aren't dying.
Yes, they are.
The government's putting a squeeze. No.
Yes, dude. We are stopping all oil from entering Cuba. They have no means of making
do you
water.
Remember the Cuba Missile Crisis? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And how that they threatened to nuke us?
What happened?
Well,
what caused that to happen? What caused that?
Do you realize that communism, no matter where it's tried, always results in mass genocide of its population?
Same thing with capitalism.
Mao killed, like over 100.
You just sound silly, dude.
People.
The reason Cuba has struggled so much.
Over 100.
The reason Cuba struggled so much is because of our embargoes on them. We've created sanctions and embargoes so that they suffered. And that was in 1950. All right. All the way leading up till today, you're like, look how bad communism is after we've had our foot on their neck for fucking decades. But
why can't the leaders of Cuba then just be like, you know what? We give up. We're done with communism.
I don't know. For the same reason, the leaders of all of Trump's friends who are dictators, their countries aren't doing so hot either. But they don't give a fuck. They're holding on to power the same way.
You know what? How come Democrats? You guys have this idea that the world would be such a better utopia if there was if we are all socialized and, you know, if communism ruled and reigned.
No,
But, you know, you never ever want to move to those countries, do you?
I
You
do.
always want to stay here.
Yes, I
Yeah,
do.
you never want to go.
Yes,
And
I
in
do.
fact, oh, well, then why don't you pack your bags and go?
Because it's not free.
You ever think? Exactly. You get all the free handouts here. You get all
No,
the
I
health
don't.
care you need.
It's not even
You get
true.
all the food stamps
So
you need.
every single
You
one of
get
these
all
countries
the
that
housing
can
you
you
need.
describe communism to me?
You go there.
Can you
Communism
describe
is
communism?
redistribution of wealth, essentially.
That's not
You're
it.
taking
Actually,
from
that's
the
not it
rich
at
and
all.
redistributing to the poor.
Nope.
Yeah, it is.
That's literally not what communism is. Not even close.
Okay. Right.
Communism is a
Well, then what is it?
stateless, moneyless, classless society. So whatever you're pointing
so
to is
Cuba
probably
doesn't have.
socialist.
So Cuba doesn't have a currency. Then you can't buy
Right,
anything.
right.
It's just.
They're mostly
So
socialists.
they have like little chip in their hand. Oh, here you go.
They're mostly
You're
socialists.
allowed
No, that's
this.
still his currency.
Oh, China. China. Everybody has to have a phone. You get a social score there, don't you? You know that?
Cool. Is that communism?
It sure is.
No, it's not.
It's okay. Call it what you want. Apples, pears, whatever. It's all the same. You get a social score in China. If you are anti-government there, you get a low social score. In fact, you could be killed with a low social score there. You're not allowed to fly. You're not allowed to go on vacation. Some people aren't even allowed to leave the house.
Trump loves that.
During
Trump
COVID.
loves that idea.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
all of these other countries that do
give me
it besides
all the
China,
examples of
all
when
the
Trump has
Scandinavian
done that to an
countries, all
American
the Nordic
citizen.
countries, all of these countries perform way better than us and rank higher on the economic freedom, the social mobility index, the freedom of press index.
Oh, really?
We are nowhere
You
near
think
them.
Canada's better than we are? You think the
In
UK is
just about
better
in
off
every
than we
metric,
are?
yes. Yeah, in every metric,
Oh,
Canada
okay.
is. Can you name
Well,
a metric that
then
we
why
beat
don't
them?
why don't you pack your bags and move there?
What? I don't know. Why don't you pack your bags and move to Russia if you want a fucking oligarchy?
No, thank you. That's a dictatorship as well. I'm living in the freest country in the nation and the whole world. That's the United States.
How is
I
it
have the
freer than
freedom
anybody else?
and the
Where does it?
liberty.
Where are we more free?
I have the right to bear arms. I have freedom of speech here. In the UK,
There's
if you
plenty of
pray
other
in front
countries.
of an abortion clinic, you go to jail. If
Okay,
you speak
tight.
out against LGBT, you go to jail. If
Tight.
you speak out against the Russian government, you probably will be wiped off the map tomorrow.
Cool.
If you speak out against the Chinese government, you
But
probably
there's
will be
plenty
wiped
of
off
other
the map.
countries that don't do that, and there's plenty of right-wing countries that do the same thing, right? There's plenty. In fact,
Oh,
that's
no,
mostly a
no.
right-wing thing.
I completely disagree with you.
Yeah, can you speak up against Putin?
In America, I can. But if I
Can
was
you do
on
it in
Russian
Russia?
territory, no, you
Yeah.
can't. and you
Okay,
will be
so it's
jailed
also
if
on
you
the
do.
right, right? Can you speak up against Kim Jong Un?
Excuse me.
Can you speak up
All
against
these
Bukele?
countries, Russia, China, Cuba, they're either communist or authoritative dictatorships.
Right
or
wing,
political
right? It
Islam
goes both ways.
dictatorships.
I don't think you really know what
I'm sorry,
communism
your
is. It goes both
definition
ways.
of right wing is skewed because what happens is you guys act like the right is fascist, in America.
They are.
But
They are by
what the
fact
problem is
fascist.
the left. If you list out what fascism is, like what fascism does, it's exactly what the left does. Maybe you should Google fascism right now and tell me what
Fascism
does
is
fascism
literally
do?
a right-leaning ideology.
What are the actions?
It's exclusively
What are the
right-leaning.
actions of fascism?
It's
List out-
exclusively right-leaning.
Google it. What are the actions?
I already
of
know them.
fascism?
I know all of the tenets of
List them.
fascism.
Start talk them. List them out,
Yeah,
and I'll tell you how.
yeah. Continuing and
liberalism
powerful
aligns
nationality.
perfectly with it.
Go ahead. Continuing and powerful nationalism. Is that something on the left?
Absolutely.
Yeah, can we give me some examples, buddy? Because y'all have Trump parades, you have boat brigades, you have flags all over your
Left has
trucks.
LGBT parades.
That's not nationalist.
That's your side of nationalism.
No, it's not.
Our side of nationalism is I'm honoring the nation. I'm honoring the flag. I'm honoring the Americans
ultra
who
national.
died
That is
to
not.
protect
Pride
our
is not
freedom.
nationalism. Pride has nothing to do with national
Leftist
identity.
Nationalism to a leftist is I'm going to violently protest. There's no peacefulness. I'm going to burn buildings down.
That's not
break out
nationalism.
car windows. I am going to start things on fire.
I think
In
you're.
fact, you know what? If you don't agree with my leftist LGBT and all my crazy transgender ideology, in fact, I might just kill you. I'll do
So
everything I can
70% of the
to do it.
domestic
That's
violent
the left
terrorism,
for you.
70% is the right, 20% is the left. So it's mostly Christians, anti-Muslim Christians, anti-abortion Christians, all of y'all white nationalists, y'all are the ones who do 70% of it.
Oh, no.
That's
No.
the data. Sorry.
That's the data that a liberal would provide you to feud.
That's
and
from the
not even right.
ADL, and that's Israel.
Okay, do you realize that in America, that the liberals, attorneys generals of all blue states no longer prosecute many crimes? Therefore, they say that crime is going down because, for one,
Perfect.
they don't
That is a
prosecute
tenet of
criminals. They
fascism.
let them out.
That is the
And
opposite of
then,
fascism because y'all are obsessed with
and
crime and
then,
punishment. That is another tenet of fascism. So perfect. We don't
and
meet that one,
then those
right?
liberals don't report those criminals into the Statistics Bureau. So none
right.
of this stuff.
This
It
is
looks
also
like
a
things are
lie.
just getting better, but yet here
This is
we have people
that is a
going
lie.
unchecked in these big cities.
That is a lie.
Chicago has how many people die every weekend in Chicago from gun violence?
Dude, it's because Chicago has a lot of
crazy.
people, man. Do you know that Chicago's ranked
because they got a
21st?
lot of people.
Yeah, they're ranked 21st. They're not even in the top
okay.
10. They're ranked 21st in
Hey,
gun violence.
Can you explain to me then how, violence in Washington, D.C. was very similar? And you remember when Trump let the feds take over? You remember how crime just miraculously just kind of fell off the wagon, didn't it?
So
People are now free to
crime
walk down
reduced
the
every
street.
year since Trump left office the first time. We had historic lows in
And
DC
do you
before that.
remember what else the feds found out about the reported crime statistics in the
What'd they
blue
find out, man?
state of Washington, D.C.? That they weren't reporting it. And
So
therefore they were saying that the crime statistics were lower than what they
I'd like to
actually
see some
were.
articles on
That's
that, but this
typical
is
of a
this is
liberal.
also
You
typical
can
of
Google it.
this is typical of red states as well. So I googled this the other day, and most of the red states have raised the threshold for committing a felony to cushion their crime statistics. So like in California, it's $900 before you commit a felony and theft. But
Exactly.
but in Texas, it's $2,500. So
That's
literally
one.
nobody gets hit with a
No.
fucking felony.
But you know what happens in Florida and Texas, right?
What?
You come in pointing a gun at someone, guess what's pointing back at you?
They have guns in California too.
They won't let you use them in California, and you know it.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. No, they don't. And you know how many businesses? Maybe you should Google how many businesses have left California because of that law that just says it's a little minor misdemeanor with a slap on the wrist to go out and steal $1,000 a day.
No, that's a
and
felony.
not have to go to jail for it.
That's a felony.
No, it's a
in
misdemeanor.
Texas, it's $2,500. It's $900 for a felony in
I'm
California.
talking about California.
Yeah, California, it's way less to get a felony. In Texas, it's $2,500. In California, it's $900.
But I told you the difference is in Texas, people are allowed to use their weapons to defend themselves.
If you're
unlike
stealing from
California.
CVS, you cannot shoot somebody in Texas. If you're stealing from Walmart, you cannot shoot somebody in Texas. Sorry, that's not true.
Those Texas police will prosecute you and take you to jail for it.
So will California.
They're not going to let you out with a slap on the. No, they don't.
Dude, Texas
They don't
just
even take
released
them
a
to jail.
dude that got caught
If you-
touching
you know
kids.
what?
Ken
People out
Paxton
there,
just
they
gave
need
him
to
a
Google.
dude. Ken Paxton
You
just
need to Google.
gave somebody a 60-day sentence for touching little kids. One of Trump's good buddies. Trump has got this huge list of people that he's pardoned for fraud, for felony theft, for trying to assassinate people. Trump is the pro-crime president.
People need to Google on YouTube, crime in California, people stealing and just running out of stores. No security guard cares. There's no police showing up. It's just everybody free for all.
Okay,
And that's
40
why
million people live in
California.
California, dude. 40 million people.
That's
This
why the
happens in
rich.
Florida too.
Did you hear what I said? That's why the rich are leaving California in droves. And
Okay,
because California, because they can't afford to pay for all the food stamps, welfare benefits, drug paraphernalia, drug
it's not true
supplies of all the
either. California pays
growing
for all of
homeless
this
population.
countries. California pays for all of these red states to exist. So when
No,
like 100%
no.
of the red
Well,
states besides
so
Florida
you know,
can't even pay their own
California keeps
bills.
raising taxes on everybody, and guess what? Big business and the wealthy, they're saying, "Sayonara,
Hmm.
goodbye,
And then they
no
go to a
more. We're
red
not doing
state
this." And
where Gavin Newsom
they're
has to
going to
pay their
Texas,
bills.
they're going to Florida, and
Yeah, I know.
guess what? They're also leaving New York City in droves as well.
It's not even really
Your new
true.
guy
Newark,
over there. What's his name?
Mamdani.
What's your new commie?
Mamdani. This
There you go,
this is
Mamdani.
what y'all do.
Who,
So
who,
y'all
who,
create
what billionaire's house
tax.
did he stand in front of? What billionaire's house did he
I
just stand
know
in
what you're
front
talking
of
about. I don't remember the
and
guy,
make
but
fun of
you're
him?
just steamrolling, dude. I'm gonna finish my
Yeah.
point. Here's the thing: red states do not tax their people enough, so they create huge deficits and they create these huge zones where people can move with like a tax haven, and these people get to stay there and flourish while red state pulls from the federal government, which is ultimately California, who pays their bills.
That's not true.
That's literally true.
You need to look up. Okay, look at the debt in the state of Florida and Texas versus California. Look it up. California is growing enormously, and there's no end to
California just eliminated its deficit.
it. No, it did not. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it did.
Google that. I gotta Google that one.
It's
It's
eliminated
thinking.
through July 2028. Same with Mamdani. He eliminated their deficit. Trump explodes the
No.
deficit. Yes, Mamdani, he balanced the budget.
California state government debt currently $645 billion.
Okay, this is going to sound really funny to
And
you, all right? Did you know that we're $37 trillion in debt and our GDP is only like 30? And California's GDP is like $3.7 trillion and their debt's only a half a trillion?
only gonna rise because they're forcing people out. You can't do good business there. You can't.
It's the
keep
most
your money in
prosperous
that
state. It's the
So
fourth richest
that's
country.
what's good about America. That's what's so great about America. You have choices here. If you want to live in a state that says, we're going to be socialist. We're going to take from you and we're going to give to the drug addicts who don't want to work. We're going to give to the people who choose to be
You're
on
just
disability
simping
because
for
they're
billionaires.
fat
You don't pay
or
shit.
because they have anxiety,
Did you know that
depression.
the bottom 50% of the United States only pays 3% of the federal taxes? Did you know that? So when we talk about
So why are they
reducing
even paying those
taxes,
taxes? Why don't the government just stop doing that? You
oh
ever
my
think of
God,
that?
because California, for every dollar they send to the federal government, they only get 88 cents back because red states need all that money.
Do you know California is wrapped up in so much red tape? You cannot do anything efficiently there. In order to put a toilet on the street corner for people to go to the bathroom, that costs you $3 million because
Wow.
you're going to need a planner here. You're going to have 14 other contractors come and make sure, one's for the bolts, one's for the
Well, listen,
the
once
plastic,
once a
one's
red
for the
state
internal parts.
once a red state learns how to balance a budget, I'll start listening to this. But you don't really have one of those.
Florida then, because they're on their way. They're doing very good.
No, they're not. They still have the highest inflation in the country.
Every state does.
No, every state has its own inflation rate, and Florida is usually ranked number 1 because Gavin Newsom has fucked up that economy.
No, you're talking. Yeah, he has. That's California. Gavin Newsom has.
I'm sorry,
literally
Ron
destroyed
DeSantis.
California.
Ron DeSantis has fucked it up.
Exactly. No, he's doing a great job.
I don't know what you're talking about. You guys have nothing to brag about in terms of the economy. And like I said, I'm going to put this up on the screen. This is a map of all of the
Well,
states
you
of the
know,
United States.
but here's the truth of it all. Here's the
No, no,
truth
no,
of
no.
it
I
all.
was talking. You're not going to just
No
start a new thought.
Democrat, and no Republican has ever worked to spending down our national debt.
That's not
It
true
only
either.
increases
Have you
year
ever
by
looked
year.
at that? You're just saying that
Yeah.
because you've never looked.
Every
have
year
you?
that I look at it, it's almost 39 trillion now. Okay, so when's the last time you ever saw it go backwards? Have you ever seen that
So
happen?
we're talking about deficits, not just debt. The debt's going to grow as long as we have a deficit, right?
I'm sorry. I'm saying we need to cut spending enough that
No,
we
we
can
need to
pay
raise
down
taxes. We need to
our
raise
national
taxes.
debt. No. You know
Yeah.
what happens when you raise taxes?
What?
You strangle the middle class and the poor,
Not true.
and you make it worse. Absolutely.
So I'm showing a chart on my screen right now. This is every Republican president since Eisenhower. Every single time Republicans come in, they explode the deficit and fuck up the debt. Every time a Democrat's in office, they reduce the deficit and
How
go
much
backwards on the
did
debt.
Biden spend? How much did Biden contribute to the national
4.3
overall
trillion.
debt? 7 trillion.
That's a lie.
That's, no.
I've had to help so many of y'all and hold your
trillion.
hands through this. I've
Okay,
had to. This is
let me
so
Google
sad,
Let me
dude.
Google it.
This is what you need to.
You just said, but did you know that you just said how much? 4 trillion?
It's like 4.6 trillion.
Also added to the debt.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's his approved
last time
debt.
I looked it up, I thought it was 7 trillion.
No,
Okay,
it's 4.3.
Debt, just because debt's approved doesn't mean it's good debt. All debt is bad, and you know what? All debt.
No,
leads
we're
to
talking about
inflation.
what presidents personally approve, what they acknowledge on spending over and above what's already being spent. So Trump, his first administration, he spent $8.4 trillion. He also printed $5 trillion M2 because he spent so much. And then Biden spent half of that.
I just admitted it doesn't. Like I said, it doesn't matter who's in there. They all spend
No.
like drunken sailors.
No. Democrats
they do.
always do better. There's a visual chart I show all the
No.
time. Democrats never do as bad as Republicans because
Do you know
Republicans
how-
will
do you know
never,
why?
ever.
Do you
Republicans
know
have
what
never
Democrats
ran
do,
on
though?
raising tax. They have never done that.
You know what-
Their only mechanism is reducing taxes.
See what Democrats do?
What?
Democrats create unions. Do you
That's
know why
great.
they create unions and back unions?
Yeah, that's great.
Because the people that are employed by those unions pay union dues, which in turn, a percentage of those goes back to support the Democrat Party, and it turns into an astronomical amount of money. You know what Democrats do? They make bills in Congress that give organizations millions and millions of dollars. You know why? Because those organizations behind the scenes have shaken their hands and said, hey, if you give us this much federal money for our organization, we're going to guarantee you this kickback so that
We don't have
we'll give that
anything
to
from.
your
We don't
party.
have any actual
And
evidence
as-
of Democrats doing that. We
Doge-
have that from Trump, though.
Doge
We have
cuts-
that exact thing from
Doge
Trump.
cuts.
We have that
Doge
exact thing.
cuts
The
were huge.
ballroom funding, all of that was tied to government kickbacks. He has multiple cases where he has been given millions and millions of dollars and promised these people government contracts. Exact same thing. Same thing with the DHS and ICE. They were all caught red-handed doing this. That's what Republicans are literally
just so
doing
you
right
know,
now.
Donald Trump, Apple and numerous other companies are donating money for this, okay?
Yes, exactly. For kickbacks, right?
So why do you care?
For kickbacks, right?
Okay, they can only take the kickbacks if they're already getting
That is illegal.
under the law.
Yes, that is illegal.
How is if they're using the law and the current loopholes that Congress and Senate has approved, how is that illegal?
So wait, you're saying it's bad when Democrats do it, but it's not so bad when Trump does it in the open.
This is what Donald Trump said. Remember when he was getting interviewed and he says, that's why I'm smart.
Yes,
and
he
you're
was
stupid,
caught
is
cheating
because
on his taxes.
I take advantage of the loopholes that you congressmen and senators have written into the law.
And he does
So if
more.
you don't want,
And he's
if
helped
you
himself
don't
to
want
more
us
of
to
that.
pay, if you want us to pay more, then change the law. But you know what?
But
They
Trump
never
has been
change
in
it.
charge of writing the tax law both times. The tax law is fucking 8 to 10 years long. He got to write it in 2017. He gets to write it fucking again for another 8 years. What are you talking about,
Do you
man?
think it doesn't matter who it is, Donald Trump or any Democrat? They're not going to change the law.
Yes,
because
they are.
If you're a billionaire and you can take advantage of those loopholes, they're going to keep taking.
Guess what
advantage of
happened
those
when
loopholes.
Obama was in office? You remember that 35% corporate tax? He did do it. What are you fucking talking about?
And what happened after that?
Trump came in and gave himself a raise.
The problem with taxing corporations and an exceedingly high amount is what you're doing is, yes, you're going to cut back on their profits. But here's the thing. The federal government, they just spend the
So
money
you acknowledge
so
we do that.
foolishly.
You acknowledge the Democrats do that. And it's not the same.
Democrats and Republicans will take advantage of any tax code
No.
to save money for
Yeah,
themselves.
I'm sure they will. But every time a Democrat comes into office and has the ability to write the tax code, it's a good progressive tax code that gets bills paid. And Trump comes in and undoes them because it gets him rich.
No, the problem is the loopholes stay and remain for the rich.
No,
those
Trump has
hikes-
doubled the loopholes. Trump has made it much easier. What are you talking about?
No,
He doesn't care about closing
those
them.
Tax hikes are passed on to the middle class and the lower class who literally are already
Kind of like his tariffs. 95% of those were passed on to consumers.
You know, Trump, you can call him you can say whatever you want about the tariffs, but I think for my personal opinion on the tariffs is what Donald Trump's doing there is he's telling those corporations that have gone to other countries to take advantage of low wages and higher profits. He's saying, I'm going to make you pay this many $1 billion to send your cheap products over here to equal the playing field. In other words, are you going to
I get the idea of tariffs,
pay billions,
but
or are you going to come back here and
they
build
didn't pay shit. We did
in America and employ Americans?
Yeah, and that's not
That's what he's
happening.
trying to
People
do.
still pay through the tariffs because it's still cheaper to do that than bring business over here. Dude, every bit of it was illegal. Every bit of it was regressive tax rate, the thing that you were just crying about. And the thing is, Trump has bankrupted this country. It's not even fucking close. The Democrats do not do this the same rate the Republicans do.
It's been bankrupt for years.
No,
bankrupt for
absolutely
years.
not.
And
What's the most
true.
corrupt thing Biden did?
The most corrupt thing Joe Biden did?
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the most corrupt things Biden did was hook up with the Democrat Party and the fake news and come up with, number one, the Russia collusion hoax, which we know right now was pushed for 4 years by the Democrats and
There's so
backed
much
up by
truth to
the
it, dude.
CIA
Don't even try. Don't
and
even
the
try.
FBI. No, you listen.
Don't even try.
And
Trump has
the
convinced you that
FBI
this is all a
and did
lie, dude. I'm so sorry for you,
falsified
dude.
documents to make up this fake proof. And guess what we found out?
What?
Hillary and Obama came up with the whole plan.
Oh no. Hey,
Does
so
that surprise
do you know who Paul
And
Manafort
they
is?
They use CNN and the MSNBC and every
That is a conspiracy, my
liberal
friend.
news station.
This is a
No,
conspiracy.
it's not. It just came out. People can Google it and look it up.
Yeah, I know. I know. Hey, do you know who Paul Manafort is?
I mean, not really, but I've heard of him.
So he got prison time for witness tampering, 7.5 years. Tax fraud, bank fraud, conspiracy in the Mueller investigation. He was caught red-handed in the Mueller report
I don't
and
know
the Mueller
I don't know what
investigation.
he is, but-
Trump pardoned him. Trump pardoned him.
Well, yeah, because, the Democrats were doing political warfare at that
Uh-huh.
time.
Hey, do you
I
know what
mean,
fucking
and
Cambridge
you know,
Analytica is?
no,
Cambridge Analytica was part owned by Steve Bannon, and it was basically like a data collection company. And what they did was they illegally, for Trump's campaign, by the way, sold Facebook information to Russia. This is 100% proven. It's fact. There's a documentary on it. They sold information to Russia. Russia used that information to target ads in swing states to Hillary voters, doing the same thing. So what this is a Darvo thing. So Trump literally did cheat and have Russian help in his campaign.
no.
And
No.
he's what he did was he said Hillary did it. Hillary was the person colluding with Russia or colluding with the FBI. Like Trump absolutely was involved. It's 100% proven fact that Russia was trying to get Trump involved or Trump elected. And Trump has gone, and he just never forgets a slight, because when he's wrong, when he's caught red-handed, he doesn't shut up about it all the time. He just talks about this all day, every day. Russia, Russia, Russia. It was 100% true. There were 37 indictments that came out of the Mueller report, bro. 37.
No, you need to look it up. That actually,
It sounds like I have looked it up.
No, they actually came out and made a statement and actually said this whole thing was made up by
Trump's
Barack Obama.
FBI?
Absolutely.
Okay. With Kash Patel,
And they,
the podcaster, running it?
well, see, this is why people voted for Trump in droves, and this is why people continue to vote for Trump, even though they don't like the way he talks, even though they don't like the way he puts people down, because we see through the Democrat Party how they will literally try anything to destroy this man. I mean, we have liberals out there saying he's a fascist.
I get this hero
He's a
story.
Nazi.
Yeah, he was shot at. They tried to arrest him. They tried to take his money.
He should be destroyed. And now what? This is what we're 4 people trying to accent into it now. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he's a horrible person. I mean, dang. It turns out when you say when you're the most inflammatory politician, when you're the most inflammatory politician that's ever walked the fucking earth, people might try to hurt you.
Well, you know what? When Trump tries to limit my freedoms that are listed in this Constitution, then I will vote for him. But as long as he backs the Constitution, as long as he backs the amendment,
So you're done. You're done with him then, right?
Following the laws, I'm going to continue.
So when he wrote an executive order that went directly against the 14th Amendment, you gave up on Trump?
Oh, that black people can't vote?
No, what?
Is that what you're talking about?
No, birthright
What are you talking
citizenship.
about? Yeah, that needs to go.
Okay, so you're not a constitutionalist. What?
If you look up that law, that was intended during times of war or something. That's why they took it to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
But no, every Tom, Dick, and Harry that crosses the border should not be labeled.
Do
an
Trump's
American
children
citizen just because they're
need to have
illegal
their
and a
citizenship
children-
revoked?
child here.
All of Trump's children are the
Well,
same
Trump
way.
is a U.S. citizen, so if
Okay,
you're born,
but
if
his
one of your
wife's
if you're a US
none
citizen,
of his wives were U.S. citizens.
his wife is a U.S. citizen.
No, but she got here on a
She
genius visa.
became a citizen.
She got here on a genius visa, which she's not a genius. She's pretty stupid.
But here's the difference. And the difference is very great. These people coming to our country have nothing, okay? The reason why they're coming here, and you know it, because
to work.
The gravy train is here. Free healthcare.
You don't
food
what?
stamps,
What?
housing, free
As an undocumented
education.
migrant, you cannot get food stamps. Can't get housing.
Oh, okay. Okay. What happened in New York during the Biden years when these
Are you
illegals
talking
came
about the
through and
legal
quote-unquote claimed
asylees?
asylum? Yeah.
Those asylees
So
were
that's what
following
you
the
do.
legal process.
So they know. So here's the loophole. Oh, we're going to claim asylum, right? And then we're going to get a free plane ride to New York or wherever we want to go, Chicago, California, whoever these.
So this is a thing
cities
that's
are
been the
that
same way
support
since
this.
like
And then-
1952.
No, it hasn't. And then
Yeah,
the
it
federal
has.
government's going to be like, you know what? We're going to give you billions and billions of dollars. We're going to pay for your housing. We're going to give you a card that lets you spend whatever you want, as much money as a month.
That's bullshit.
And we're going to pay
They
for
got
your
like
food.
$7
No,
a
that's not
day
true.
for food.
They got food provided for, and then they got spending monies on top of their food.
This is silly,
They
dude.
did.
First of all,
And they
first
spent
of all,
billions. And you
excuse
know what?
me.
And you know
First
why
of all,
Democrats, you know why,
first of
you
all,
know why
you're
Democrats
you,
like
you
this
have
to
this
happen?
all wrong. An undocumented migrant, even
No.
somebody who comes here on asylum, their entire life, their change to our deficit is a reduction of our deficit by $10,000 for a full lifetime of an undocumented migrant.
Yeah.
By a U.S.
Yeah.
citizen, it's
Can you tell me
$250,000 deficit.
What metrics are they adding into this negative deficit?
Everything you can talk about, everything you can think of.
Oh, is healthcare included in that?
Yes.
Oh, is food stamps?
They can't get food stamps, dude. What?
Oh, they don't?
Don't you
Well,
have to have a social security to get food stamps?
Do you? Okay, I want you to know where I work. I'm gonna give you an example of what I see a lot, and I work with a lot of this population, and I see them pull up in their Cadillac Escalade, and they come out with 4 or 5 children, and they're all
So they have no
coming
money
in to be seen,
and they have
yeah,
Escalades.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But here's what they do. Mom and dad come from Mexico, right? And they're married there. But when they come up here, mom claims that she's a single lady, right? And now when she comes to America, she starts having children. And she knows the more children she has, the more money she's going to be able to get from the government, food stamps, healthcare. Because now that she has children, she also qualifies for housing allowance. So she's going to claim all them benefits.
We have all of that.
And the dad,
all of that.
And the man, and listen, and the man, she's claiming she's not married. So, the more kids she has, here comes the gravy train. We're getting all these freebies. Now the man, he just moves in now, and he bought a fake name and a social security number. So he's working a full-time job under that, and
paying
what?
taxes.
The mom who says she doesn't work. Yeah, you have to. All that money comes out, but you know what?
Dang.
Think of it. That's free money for him. And guess
But
what?
he's
The mom who says that she's a single mom, she does the same thing. She goes and buys a fake name and a fake social security number.
So
and is working a
I
full-time job.
would
So
say that
now
this
you
is
have 2 family members.
Yeah.
Making all this money and using the system, and they're geniuses at it. They're taught
Okay.
how to do
This
it.
is crazy.
And we allow this.
Doesn't that make them
ridiculous.
smart?
It sure does. And
all right.
But the problem is
this
liberals allow it. Liberals.
This is the biggest.
And
this
then
is
you
the
wonder
biggest.
why-
This
then
is
you-
bullshit. No, this does not happen.
But
One
then
out
you
of a
wonder why
million
our
people,
debt-
this might happen, but this is not happening.
Yeah. Okay.
1 out of a million.
Yeah, this is just 1 in a
yeah.
million.
Yes.
This is just 1 in a million. No,
yes, your
this is
anecdotal
pretty
bullshit
much
doesn't do
every
anything for
person
me.
I see.
First of all, you sit at a store and you say, "Hey, what's your document status? What's your whole situation?" No, you're just making this
Yeah.
entire story up in your head, right?
No, I'm not.
You're talking to these people, say,
I'm
"Hey,
really
tell me
not.
about all the illegal stuff you do," and they do this on the way in and out of a store.
This isn't a store. This is a place where I have to know social security numbers and all kinds of stuff like that. So, yeah,
Okay.
I know a little more information.
We
than what
have
they're
nothing but
portraying.
data that shows when you do mass deportation that our deficit explodes to the tune of like $370 billion a year. These people paid $97 billion in taxes last year. These people, they work under the table, but if they are, their employer's paying full like gift tax or income tax
No, they're
when
not.
they do this. Yes, they do.
No, they're not.
All right,
Many
you're talking
employers-
to a
you know
you're
what?
talking
Many-
to a bookkeeper.
Many, especially people that have businesses that serve food, the restaurant industry,
Yep.
they're just paying them cash under the table. There is no Social Security payment for Medicare.
All right,
payments
Bub,
going
let's talk about the
anywhere.
brass tacks. Let's talk about it. When an employer pays someone cash, how do they obtain that cash?
How are they paying them?
Yeah, like when magically they don't just have like a safe full of cash, right? They have to pull this out of the bank, right?
No, they don't. They have tip jars and all kinds
Yeah,
of things.
that's not even a thing
that they
anymore,
use.
dude. Nobody
So-
uses cash anymore, so that's slowly not really the scenario. It's definitely not enough to pay
Yeah.
your entire
If you
employees.
go,
No, you have to pay cash. You have to pay them
you'd
their
be
tips, and
surprised.
you have to pay them. You have to pay people tips, and you have to pay them their salary. So that's not working.
You don't realize these people are working for like $7-8 an hour.
Dude, I know, and you guys don't care that that's the minimum wage federally, right? You don't give a fuck.
Well, if you're illegal, no.
Okay, but you don't care about for citizens either, right? Like you would never raise that ever,
if you're a citizen,
right?
yes.
No, you guys would never raise minimum wage federally. No.
That's why Donald Trump wants people to come back and bring corporations back to America, employ more people, so that wages can rise.
Okay, that still doesn't do anything, right? So wages rise when you have like a mass influx of immigrants. That fixes that, right?
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No. Do you know why wages don't rise in the United States? Because
why?
Many corporations are centered in Vietnam, China, all these places where you can get very cheap labor and make very cheap products and supply us with cheap junk. And, until you move the company to America, then, wages aren't going to rise. And prices, naturally are going to rise just because we keep contributing to our national debt.
I think it's the most incoherent thing you've said all night. That doesn't do anything. First of all, us being able to buy cheap goods makes us more profitable. Second of all, when you deport people, mass deportation causes wages to decline. The top 63% of the economy's wages will decline, but yes, yes, Penn Wharton did a study on this.
Under Biden, how many how many illegal aliens came to this country under Joe Biden's?
We had 1.5 million getaways. We had, I think it was like 9 million encounters. Half of them were turned away. Some of them were put into the immigration system, and some of the other ones were asylees.
So people are saying that there's anywhere upwards about 20 to 23 million.
There's no primary resource that agrees with you on that. Not a single one. That is 100% propaganda.
Well, I'm just saying.
That is North Korean level propaganda.
So what happens? What happens in America when you allow 20 million more people in here? What happens to the price of housing? Does that lower housing costs for Americans? Or does that raise housing costs?
So it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword.
Scarcity.
Okay,
of housing.
false.
So
false.
Americans have to pay more for housing.
False. When we deport people, housing goes up too, right?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
If you deported today every illegal immigrant, there would be like, oh gosh, look at all these apartments, look at all these houses that are just sitting. And you know what? We can't sell them now. So guess what? We're going to have to lower the prices to get rid of these things.
First of all, you need this to be 20 million.
True.
No, first of all,
it's probably more than that. It's probably like 40 million.
Dude, you're so radicalized. That's not even close. No. If you ever look at the primary numbers, stop reading Trump's Truth Social. You can actually look at the primary resources from DHS, and they track exactly how many people are here.
Well, you can't believe anything the government spews because, the reason why liberals are okay with illegal immigrants coming here is because, the more people that come here, that helps with their redistricting, and it gives them more Democrat representation.
That's a lie.
This is what it's all about. Democrats
then why does Abbott ship them to other states? Why doesn't he just keep them?
Housing more people so that they can get more representation and so that they can get ahead. That's all it's about.
Okay, that literally just doesn't happen. And if that were true, Texas would be hoarding them. They wouldn't be trying to send them to every other state.
That's the thing with black people, for instance, right? Just like Joe Biden. If you don't vote Democrat, you ain't black. Well, so here's the thing with Democrats.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Democrats threaten constantly, if you vote for a Republican, they're going to get rid of your welfare and food stamps and
well, that's what Trump did.
You're not going to be able to go on disability.
Yeah, Trump did that.
And you know what? That's real. No. Have you ever seen a Republican
come in and we're going to get rid of. No, what Republicans do is they like, oh, you know what? We need to be fiscally responsible. You know, why should someone be able to stay at home and play video games and be on the welfare system? No, we're going to make
your
you work
caricatures
40
of
hours
poor
a week.
people are sad, dude. Every poor person is just playing video games, not doing anything with their lives. Every immigrant is out here doing tax fraud
There's a lot of them.
and Social
No,
Security fraud.
and,
Like,
you know,
dude, y'all are insane.
I know people that are on SSI disability because you know why? Because I'm fat.
Yeah, my
And you know
stepmom,
why?
who's MAGA,
Because
who's
I
white,
have
who does
anxiety.
that same thing. Yes.
And I have depression. And you know what? 3 years ago, I tried to commit suicide. So I'm now disabled for life. And
You know how much money they get? You know how much money they get? Like nothing, dude. You guys are told. You guys are told propaganda by the richest people of the rich to look at immigrants and poor people. Stop.
Yes,
You guys are being
get
told to look at poor people like this is what's making your life harder. They do nothing. If 100% of food stamps were fraudulent, that's still only 1.6% of our fucking budget. You guys are so silly, dude. Trump has exploded the budget far more than 1%.
What kind of nation does that make? We are not a nanny state. We are a capitalistic society where you work and you make a living.
I know they've taught you to be
provide
real
for
upset about
yourself.
this. They've taught you to be real sad
But
about
you know what, the
1.6% of our budget.
Democrats, that's what they do. They guarantee, you know what? We're going to keep you on this gravy train. You just keep voting for us. We're not going to take away your welfare. We're not going to take away your.
50% of the people on these things are escape poverty. 50%. And every single developed country on earth that performs better than us with social mobility have far better programs. It literally just makes the economy better. But they've taught y'all to not care about that part and only be emotional about it. They've taught you guys to be so silly and emotional about this.
What I want people to notice is, they promise you these things. It's just enough to get by, but you will never, ever, under any circumstances, get ahead. Because
That's not
they
true.
want to keep you in. That is true.
That is fake.
They want to keep you dependent so that they can keep your vote. That's all it's about.
That's not true. So only like 34 million people in the United States receive like food stamps. So that's not even like close enough to get anybody's votes.
Out of what, 300 million?
Yes.
That is a lot of people.
That is a 1%. That is not the people that are being encaptured by their vote. That is not enough votes. That's stupid.
I would love. Well, how many people actually vote in elections?
Okay, how many people on food stamps do you think vote in elections?
How many people actually vote in elections?
200 million.
No way.
150 to 200 million. Yes way.
No, we less. You know it.
What?
I think it's somewhere around.
They count the votes every time.
70, 80 million?
No, Trump himself got 70 million votes.
Less than, but I'm just saying less than half of the whole America votes during election time. And
okay.
So I'm just telling you. So you have the fear mongers out there saying, you guys got to vote. I mean, we're giving you this, we're giving you that.
Yeah. Only 1% of this country receives those benefits, but it benefits everyone. It benefits everyone, and you guys are just taught to be emotional about it. You don't even know that like paying these people welfare stops crime too. It stops them from going just stealing shit.
No, it doesn't. You know what it
yes,
does?
It does.
Causes them to do a hustle. So you think about it. You have these people on government welfare, barely getting by, never getting ahead. So what do? They call it the hustle. I'm going to supplement my income on the side by selling drugs or doing nefarious things. I'm going to steal here, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that. We all know how it works.
Okay, again, I can live every day knowing that 1% of our federal budget might have some fraud in it. I think that I've gotten over that. Like I feel like that's child stuff.
1%.
1%. We can start
Okay,
looking at the
but
billionaires who
when
get $8 million a day. We can look at them and see how they fuck off that money.
but
You ever think about that?
you should you should Google if you took every dollar, every dime, every business, every dime a billionaire has, all their properties, all their yachts, everything. You should Google how much money that would be compared to the national debt we're in.
I've already heard
And guess what?
this. This is
All
just
the
for people who are bad
billionaires
at
would be
math.
wiped out.
So Trump,
It's like 10, isn't it a little over 10
yeah,
trillion, 7 to 10 trillion dollars.
yeah.
And
But
how much
we have
is
to look
all
at the
national
budget
debt?
yearly, though. So
39 trillion.
before Trump cut
Yep.
taxes from 35% to 21, we were in, I believe, like
But
$1 trillion less dollars in debt. That's $1 trillion fucking dollars.
But
And then that snowballs. We get
my
interest
point
on that.
is, my point is, if you took everything away from a billionaire, it would equal like $7 or $8 trillion. Okay, and we are
That's
in
not what
debt
we want. Nobody
39
wants
trillion.
that. Yeah.
So the idea that a Democrat says the rich need to pay their fair share, well, you just eliminated the whole rich class, and you're still over $30 trillion in debt.
Okay. Here's
So
another
who's
fact
gonna
for you.
come
If we
next?
literally, if we just stopped, if we took the cap off of what you can pay for Social Security, it'd immediately be solvent. And it's only people who make 172,000 a year and more. They say they pay the same exact dollar amount that somebody who makes $172,000 a year. If we erase that,
Do you
that
know
instantly
that-
would make
do you
things
know why-
solvent.
Do you know why Social Security is going insolvent?
Because Republicans keep dipping into it to spend on shit like the border and military.
Okay, don't blame it. Democrats and Republicans borrow from Social Security to spend money on other things, and that's why we have no money. Okay, in Social Security, we're going to.
And then
run out by
Trump keeps dipping.
2035
Trump
or something.
notoriously has dipped into it every time.
Yeah,
Democrats
Trump-
constantly try to push back and make it more solvent every time. You can't say it's both sides. I bet you can't name one bill that Biden passed. Can you name one bill?
I don't know, but here's the thing. I don't care about. They
Yeah.
need to privatize Social Security.
Yeah,
So the
I'm sure
people
the
that
rich
work
people have given you a lot of good propaganda on that, haven't they?
People who do nothing, that stay home and collect welfare, guess what? They probably don't get Social Security because they're not contributors to the society. They're moochers, they're leechers. And you know what? You know, some religious ideologies say if you don't work, you don't eat. So, you know, there's consequences. To your
Why do
actions.
you,
And, you know,
like, for some reason, I always hear
and,
Republicans
you know,
talk about how
people that
Democrats don't want to work.
People that are legitimately disabled and can't take care of themselves, wheelchair bound, what have you, yes, by all means, we will take care of you. But these people who claim disability because, oh, I'm anxious or I'm depressed or
I don't know who convinced you
I'm
this was the biggest
transgender
issue.
and
This
I'm-
is not, that would,
and I'm triggered.
there things are
Oh.
cost prohibitive, right? So
That's the
like if we
stuff.
were to sit here and look at every single case with so much scrutiny that there was zero fraud, it would cost us more money than it would save.
No, it
Right?
would
So
not.
there's just a point where you just need to shut up and just be okay with it
why
and
don't
move
you
on to bigger
comment?
fish.
Why
There
don't-
are such bigger fish out there,
Why don't
like
you
Trump
comment?
bankrupting the entire country.
Why don't you comment on the Somali fraud ring? How about that?
Oh my
That-
God,
you
because
know,
it doesn't
it's
even
projected-
touch. It doesn't even
the
touch what Trump's
Somali
doing.
Yeah, so here you go. So because they embezzled $4 billion through welfare fraud, Medicare fraud, but it's just a little amount. It doesn't amount up to nothing compared to Trump. So it doesn't matter. We're just going to ignore that.
No, I don't
That
think
was
we
the
should
thing.
ignore that. We should prosecute all fraud and stop calling it Somali fraud, because there's probably 70 times more
sure
white
is.
people committing fraud every day than Somali, right?
There's
And
fraud
and
all
Trump
over-
himself
they're finding all
is
over
part of that.
California, everywhere. But you know, the reason why it was never prosecuted, just like everything else, you know, oh, the Democrat Governor Walz, Oh, he knew about it.
Oh,
And you know
dude,
who else
this
knew
is
about it?
just something they politicized for you, dude. This is fun. Did you
And,
know that Trump literally
and
pardoned
you know
people who
why?
did $50 million
You know
worth
why
of
they
tax fraud? Did you know that like Rick Scott was the nation's biggest Medicare fraud case in history? Rick Scott, the
do
senator
you
and
know?
former governor of
Here's
Florida?
the thing. It doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican. They're all the
Yeah,
same.
I know that you need to
The
stop
thing that
pointing
I
at
wrote
Somali fraud. You need to stop doing that because that makes you sound
no,
like racist.
no. I'm racist because I'm pointing out black people who defrauded the government.
Yeah, they're just
Okay,
people.
black or white, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
If
no,
you
Trump
defrauded
has
the
said it a
government,
million times.
you're a
Somali
criminal.
fraud, Somali fraud, Somali fraud. He's trying to make you guys ready to like denaturalize Somalis, which out of like the 280,000 of them that are here, we caught a couple dozen of them doing crimes.
Who's a criminal. Anybody who came here and is doing criminal, nefarious things to defraud our government, to
Like
benefit
Trump?
themselves, yeah, packing your bags and going back to
So Trump
Africa
needs
or
to go
wherever
back
you
too.
came
Trump needs to
from.
go back to Scotland or Germany.
Trump was here, so if he did actually do crime, then he probably should go to jail. But, you know,
I've
in
got
order
news for you,
him to go to
man.
jail, he actually has to come
He's already got 34
is an
felonies for fraud, so I guess he should go to jail.
where, yeah, you know, that's what they say, the 39. But, you know, the problem is no judge will put him in behind bars for those quote unquote
Because he was
39
president.
felonies, because they're all a bunch of crap. They amount to nothing. They were brought on him. No one in the public sphere has been convicted of those quote unquote crimes.
That's not true.
except
It's
for
one of the
Donald
most common
Trump.
crimes ever.
And his quote unquote rape case was a civil quote unquote crime. And you know, remember her? She couldn't remember.
It doesn't
when
matter
happened
if
or
it was in
what
a
he-
criminal court, you
But,
wouldn't
you know,
care. You would say the same
because
thing.
because a Democrat judge, you know, was there and a Democrat jury, they're like, oh yes, we got him. We're gonna say he's a criminal now, and we're gonna charge him millions and millions of dollars. In fact, we're gonna try to bankrupt Trump by making up all these fake charges. That's how we're gonna get
Yo,
him. We're just
big
gonna
shout out to God of
keep
Logic. Thank you for the raid.
bringing all these charges against him to take him out. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's
about.
how
what
Trump has always talked about charges against him ever since 1973, since he met Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn taught him the Darvo method, and what he does is when he gets caught doing something illegal, he comes out and he points the finger at them first. He comes out on the attack. He says, "Look at all these people, them being unfair and being treated unfairly. This is political persecution. I'm gonna sue." That's what he's been trained to do his whole life. That's what he's been doing. I'm sorry, but a jury that was hand selected by Trump's lawyers, no, there's no possible way. They were all Democrat. And even if he was convicted in criminal court, you wouldn't care. You would not care. You would make up this same bullshit excuse. You wouldn't care.
No, if he really broke the law and he gets charged, then he ought to do whatever, you know, pay the price for the crime he committed. But he didn't.
I don't think so. Like,
Everywhere he goes,
it seems like you guys don't care.
find it unconstitutional. No. And
It seems like you don't.
So what about Nancy Pelosi, who's never made more than $200,000 a year, but is worth over $400
This is a perfect
billion?
example of common enemy. So in fascist rhetoric, they do this thing called common enemy, and they pick somebody like Nancy Pelosi.
I'm telling you, it's on both sides. Like
It is on both sides. So when you say, "What about Nancy Pelosi?" you're just carrying water for people who are also doing fraud.
Well, exactly. So here you are. So that's an example. So here you are. You have this Democrat who, you know, she knows that she's taken insider information. And
That's also
be doing
probably
that, but
that's plausibly not true.
okay, it's not true. Then I guess she's a better investor than Warren Buffett.
Do you know who her husband is?
Yeah, you know, she probably gives him a pretty good pointers of, hey, honey, why don't you?
How many
put our money in
trades
this-
do you think Nancy Pelosi has made in her career?
Do you know that there's a guy who actually runs a legitimate business by looking at the stocks that Nancy Pelosi trades
Yeah,
and
I know.
actually trades with her.
Yeah.
And he's made millions doing it.
Yeah, there's a Pelosi tracker.
So don't tell me that she doesn't have
Did you know that she's like
and you know what?
she's one of like 50 people in Congress that do the same thing to the same level. But the person
too. Yeah.
Yeah. So Trump, by the way, just this first quarter alone has done more stock trades and insider trading than all politicians in United States history combined.
Well, I don't know that Trump himself has, but I'm sure his sons are. Yeah.
Oh,
And you know
okay.
what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing about being a billionaire. When you can throw $1 billion in the stock market, that return is massive quickly.
I'm not even saying that. You can just say Trump has made a trade every 9 minutes this year. Nancy Pelosi has made about 200. Nancy Pelosi has made about 200 trades in her lifetime. Trump has made 3,600 this year. 3,600?
Hey, so here's my thing. Why aren't Republicans and Democrats then creating laws to disallow public officials to do that?
We did. We proposed many of them. We proposed plenty of them.
Because both of them have their hands in the cookie jar. And
So now it's both sides. Stop bringing up things that I can come right back at you and say, hey, Trump's doing this 20 times more. Like every single thing you've brought to me has been so silly because it's like pointing at somebody who kicked a puppy and being Kristi Noem and be like, hey, you're being mean to dogs. Meanwhile, Kristi Noem fucking shot, like, is it Kristi Noem or Tulsi Gabbard?
I'm just telling you the truth.
This is silly,
dude. If you
dude.
don't want Donald Trump to profit off of selling and trading stocks, then you call up the Democrats and say, hey, can you guys put out a bill that disallows
We have them. The Republicans shut them down.
trade?
We have.
Oh,
I think AOC and Matt
like I
Gaetz
said,
came together once and wrote one.
I bet if the Republicans came up with the same bill, the Democrats wouldn't sign it either.
It's not
because
true.
You know what? Like I said, they all have their hand in the cookie jar.
This is just a Trump talking point. This is a Trump 2016 debate talking point
You
where he said, I'm smart
There
and that
is not
you guys take advantage of the same shit. It's not true.
Hey, how about Ocasio-Cortez? You know, when she went into Congress,
She's
went
still
in
poor.
Office, how much was she worth?
She's still poor. She's still
How
worth
much
like
is she worth?
60K, dude. She's not. She has no money.
She's worth millions.
No, she's not.
She's worth millions.
No, she's not.
Okay, you know what? Google it. Google it. Yeah. She was a server at a bar, okay?
She's worth 125K, between 50 and 125K.
Well, I'm going to find out. I'm Googling it.
Yeah, this is from Reuters. Fact check. Financial disclosures do not show AOC as a millionaire. But what about Marjorie Taylor Greene? She went from like $0 to 40 million in one term in Congress. What about Lauren fucking Boebert, one of the dumbest people to grace Colorado with her presence? She's made $40 million.
Yeah. So, like I said, it goes to both of them have their hands in the cookie jar.
Where's our
Doesn't matter
side?
What party it is?
Where is it? Where's our side doing that?
Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi's always been rich. She's always been rich. She was born rich.
No, she has not.
Yeah, she was fucking born rich.
Okay. I'm trying to Google this. Okay, so Mark Warner worth 130 to 245 million. Daniel Goldman worth over 158 million. Nancy Pelosi up to 400 million. Susan Delbean over 70 million. Ro Kohana, whoever that is.
You don't know Ro Khanna?
Estimated multi-millionaire range. Scott Peters, multi-millionaire range. Debbie Dingle, whoever that is. So there you go. So like the median Senate Democrat is worth $2.9 million,
Okay.
while the median Senate Republican is worth $5.7 million. So there you go. They both got their
They're
hands
both
in the
on
cookie jar.
200K. Yeah. So why are you bringing things up that are both sides?
Because I'm just showing you how corrupt politicians
Listen,
are.
I can
But my
live
thing is-
with a senator who knows that they're about to vote on a like big tech bill. I can live with them making a trade, right? Like that's horrible. It should be illegal. But I'm not sitting here thinking, dang, did she just fuck up our country by making this deal and just trying to get rich? I don't think so. What I do know is that Trump is absolutely doing this. He is selling pardons. He is doing like geopolitical trade agreements. He's doing tariffs on the whole world to enrich himself, to choose favorites, choose business partners, to get kickbacks from, invest in their stocks. We've seen him invest like $100 million in Dell, and then 12 days later going out, hey, you should go buy a Dell. Or doing the same thing, trying to sell Teslas in the front lawn of the fucking White House. Like, he is very obviously just trying to enrich himself. He's not just doing business as usual and making stock trades.
Trump's already a billionaire, so I mean, you're speaking to the choir. Like, you can't do nothing.
Okay,
to take his
Nancy
billion.
Pelosi's already a millionaire.
She's more than a millionaire. She's
Multi-millionaire.
over 100 million.
So there you go. Even better for me,
Yeah.
right?
So, like I said, there's nothing we can do to take. They're financially more than secure. Okay. It doesn't matter how high inflation goes to a Republican or a Democrat in office, because they're so rich, they don't have to deal with what the normal person deals with.
I think this very much is Trump,
you know,
right? Trump is out there giving away billions and billions.
They don't care if gas prices go up to $10 a gallon. It's not
Neither
gonna
does
affect
Trump.
them.
Trump doesn't even know what groceries are. Trump does not
actually,
care.
yes,
But Nancy Pelosi, she was trying to push legislation to like reduce the gas tax. She was trying to do many things. They did things. Nancy Pelosi did things to add people to healthcare, add people to food stamps, try to do things to make the economy better, to build microchips here, to do all these things. She did a great job as House Speaker.
But here's the thing, like I said, the Democrats look like they're the humble party of Christians who just love people and want to give them everything their hearts desires and guarantee them security. But like I said, it's just enough to get by, but never ahead.
Yeah, I think that you guys would be outraged if we gave them enough money to live comfortably. I think it is designed to give them like a stepping stone back into society. Like, my mother was on food stamps. She doesn't still collect food stamps. I'm very glad that my mother was able to collect food stamps and feed me at my developing age, so that I had the nutrition to like develop. And the same goes to the 1 out of 5 children who are food insecure. I don't have so much hate in my heart for poor people that I would rather more kids go hungry because their parents are negligent.
I don't have hate for poor people either. I just don't like people whose whole living situation and social norm is to see how much they can take advantage of the system.
I don't think that's a lot of people. And honestly, I'm over that. I think Trump is doing that to a much higher degree. Trump and his friends take money out of our government to a much higher degree and use it. And they're filthy rich.
I want you to know something. I have friends, okay, that are on disability, and it takes all I have not to open my mouth and say something, but this is the truth. They actually, right now, in this inflation climate, and through the Biden administration, this is when it started, through the Biden administration, they're like, you know what? We can't even, we get our food stamp, we get Medicaid, and we get this housing allowance, but we don't have any money to buy clothes and other necessities and things that we want. So I got to start working. And then I'm like, well, good for you. You're making your life better. So he started working. But you know what happened? He could only work 10 hours a week because if he went over that, they would take away his
disability.
benefit.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So there you go. It's like this. Okay, so why are you on disability? If you can work, then why aren't you working 40 hours a week?
I don't know. I don't get
choosing to
twisted over
stay
that.
home?
There's always going to be that kind of problem, right? But there's other countries who've
that's-
gone
see,
7
that's
times
what
harder. There are countries who have done so much more, and they're not even close to as rich as us. And their economy is flourishing because of it. Their economy does so good. They don't have politicians in people's ears. Yes, they are.
World. No. Okay.
Even
you
China.
name one country who is not in a heaped amount of debt, including the United States. Every single country in the world
No.
is nearly bankrupt right now.
No. We are by far
they are.
one of the worst. So our debt has exceeded our GDP. That is unique to us, dude.
The only reason why we're not worse is because we're the world's foremost currency of trade.
Yeah, I know. And if
You
we
know,
weren't,
the
we'd be in
reason
a
why-
really shitty situation. Yeah.
Oh, you ain't a kidding. And guess what? Brexit, you know, all these other countries, and they're looking for another currency besides the US dollar. And you know what? All these Americans who think they have it so good around here, if that ever happens and we're no longer the world's currency of trade, then we will have a massive economic collapse like no one's ever, like
Yeah.
1920.
So we need more Democrats to actually balance the budget.
And you think that you're going to get your free health care and food stamps and housing then? Oh,
Yes.
heck no.
Yes.
It's going to be everybody fending for themselves.
So
And that's where we're headed.
universal health care would
So,
save
you know,
us money
that's
as a
why it's
country.
important
It would make our economy better.
fiscal responsibility.
Yeah, I know. Every single time we do something, we pay for it. We usually do something to add to the budget to pay for it. Like Biden, he made a 15% minimum corporate tax for corporations that make 400K or more. We do things to like pay for those things, and Republicans have to try to get in your ear and be like, listen, all these lazy people, they're taking your money, and you could get a tax break if we stopped all of that. And it's not true. They just come in and they fuck up the budget.
But here's the problem.
They fuck it up
Here's
so
the problem
bad.
with the Democrats. Republicans traditionally cut taxes, thinking that if we cut taxes, that's going to give more monies to individuals so that they can spend it in order to stimulate the economy.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats are like, oh, you know what? We're not going to ever cut taxes. We're just going to require more and more and more from you. But what we're going to do is we're going to promise you more and more free handouts. Because, you know, and the end goal, just the end goal is literally to nationalize and take complete control over the people eventually.
Yeah, we're not even close to that. There are so many other countries that have far more programs than us, and they haven't done it yet. And their economic mobility is better. There's a really good. I always bring this up. There was a really good essay written by some kid in China, and he referred to this thing. He was a gamer. He referred to this thing called the kill line. And in America, you are so much closer to life-crippling debt or to dying than you are in countries like China or Denmark or Finland or Sweden or any country that has universal health care for that matter. But we are so much closer because 60% of our country's debt and bankruptcies are caused from healthcare bankruptcies. And so then you look at how many people just kill themselves because they're in so much bankruptcy. And that's a lot too. But no, Americans don't even have enough money for a $400 emergency. Americans do not have that. In China, it's much different.
That's true. No, it's not true. I mean, you have, I mean, I work with a lot of people that are in healthcare, you know, and honestly, if you don't have the finances in a lot of, like, especially like China, you're not going to get cared for.
That's not true.
They don't have a nationalized health care.
Yes, they do. They have universal health care.
They do not.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
What?
No. And in India, same way.
India's the poorest country on earth.
India's a growing country that is actually gaining pretty good economic power. They are. But Mexico, same way. If you don't have the finance, I've seen people in Canada need medical devices and things or medication. What happens in these countries like the UK and the socialized nation is that's different than America is. If you have, say you have stage 4 cancer, and America has developed this immunotherapy that is a new drug that Trump signed a bill that says you can use these medications now.
Yeah, right. The
before,
choice, whatever. Yeah.
have to go through trial. And so these socialized countries don't have the finances for many medications. So many drugs that have great therapeutic purposes and uses for people with disease are just not paid for by many of these governments.
So
and not even
what you're talking about is something that affects so fewer people than, like, here in America, 40 million Americans just straight up don't have insurance. 40 million Americans just straight up die. They just straight up die. They don't get any sort of, they don't get to complain about experimental drugs. They don't get the regular ones.
No. Yes, they do. Americans cannot be denied health care.
Emergency health care. You're lying, dude.
No. When you're admitted to the hospital, even an illegal immigrant, if you're admitted to the
they
hospital,
stabilize you.
Then you are.
That's it.
No,
they stabilize you.
If you have appendicitis, you're going to get a surgery to get your appendix out. If you have a heart attack and you need a 3-vessel bypass, they're going to do open heart surgery.
Absolutely not.
If you
not on somebody without insurance. No.
If you have cancer, they're going to set you up with an oncologist, and they're going to give you chemotherapy and radiation.
No, they're not.
Yes, they do.
No, they're not. You don't get free chemo in America. No.
I don't know what you're smoking, but yes, they do. Yes, they do. Hospitals eat those costs, and you know what?
No.
The federal government behind gives those hospitals monies for those people who are underinsured, and that is no joke. Yeah, it is.
Only if you qualify for the hospital's charity care. That's not a governmental thing.
Yes, it is. The federal government gives many hospitals money to provide health care for underinsured or no insured people.
So EMTologist simply says you must stabilize people, regardless of your ability to pay. However, this only applies to immediate crises, severe pain, uncontrolled vomiting, not ongoing outpatient chemotherapy. Absolutely. This is literally, I'm reading the law right now.
Guess what? I work in that field.
What? I don't know. What do you do? Security?
They do not. They will treat a person with cancer from start to finish.
No, they will not.
They will shrink down a tumor. Yes, they do.
Absolutely not.
Then don't believe me. They do.
Did you know that we could pay half as much, even if that were true? We could just go into, like, officially paying for it instead of pretending like this whole system works and allowing insurance companies to bloat their rates to pay for all of those uninsured or all these crazy programs.
Because what happens is the federal government gives these hospitals a cap on underinsured or no insured patients, okay? And what happens is private insurance bearers are paying the brunt of all these accumulated other costs. And that's why your health insurance is through the roof. That's why the cost of health care is through the roof, because
we should do away with that system, and we should have it all paid for so that they don't have to inflate the costs of insurance rates and for regular care at the hospital.
Well, what happens if you socialize medicine, then you're going to turn into the UK and Canada. And now
We are ranked
if
50th.
you need,
We do not rank well.
yeah,
Every
you know,
single
that's
country
okay.
that ranks higher
But
than
you know
us
what?
has a single payer system. Every one of them.
You know what's funny? That they always say, "Oh, we're ranked this," right? But what metrics? And you know what's funny?
Every
Think,
metric.
I personally think of all the rich oil sheiks and all these other people who make personal flights and pay cash because the American healthcare system has the best healthcare in the whole wide world. I
That's
know
that's
sheiks
not true
who
either.
have rented a whole medical floor and paid for. They don't want anybody on the floor. They'll roll out a red carpet right down the middle of the floor, and because they don't want to be bothered by anybody else, and they paid that hospital tens of millions of dollars to
Cool,
do
man.
that.
Cool.
Why? Because we
It's
have
because they have the
healthcare
misconception
everywhere.
that the more money you pay or going to America, it's better. That's not always true. So, like, there are specialists in certain parts of
But
the
guess
world
what?
where it makes sense
Those
to do
people
that.
don't.
But most people, literally, they just don't die from unaliving themselves because of crippling medical debt, or they just don't die on their hospital bed because they couldn't get chemo for free, like you think they can. A lot of them just straight
Yes,
up
they
die
do.
because no, this
You know what?
this weird
But
world
you
where
know
you
what?
think people hospitals are obligated to give ongoing
I want
treatment to
you to
people is a
call.
lie. It's
You
a
know what you
lie.
should do? You should call up a hospital tomorrow on your program and ask them personally. Ask the finance department. Hey, I'm calling right now. Say I'm an illegal immigrant and I came in and I've got a new lung mass. You know, I'm short of breath, and you know, am I going to be able to get a biopsy and figure out what's going on? And if and when I find out that it's adenocarcinoma, am I going to be able to be assigned an oncologist? Are they going to give me chemo radiation? And then finally, am I going to be set up with a thoracic surgeon to do a lobectomy and remove this cancer when it's shrunk down enough? Is that something that's possible for me, or are you just going to say, "Oh, you're stable," and go home and ignore me? No, they're going to take care. They're going to tell you to your face, "Nope, we're going to take care of you. We're going to set you up with all the specialists. We're going to give you all the care, and we're going to
Okay,
see you through this from
so
start to finish."
we have the
And it's
actual
the truth.
figures outside of your pipe dream. 26,000 to 68,000 Americans die each year due to lack of health insurance. The exact figure depends on methodology and data models used by different health researchers. 45 to 68,000. Were all those people just forgot to go check out the hospital, or what?
Think about it. Think of all the people in the world who get sick. There's a lot of people that get sick, and you know what? They don't like doctors. They don't like hospitals, and they're like, you know what?
These people
I'm just
die
going to
in
deal with this
hospitals.
myself. I'm
They're
not
in the
going
hospital
to
dying.
they die. Many people are homeless, drug addicts, living out on the street, and they
Dude,
come in
you
the
paint
hospital
everybody
and
you
die
don't like
because
in the worst ways I've ever heard. Like every person on who's an undocumented migrant is running like a gravy train scheme. Every poor person or every person that's on disability is faking it,
I never
and
said
they
that
could
poor
work more than
person.
10 hours a week if they wanted to. Like this is
I
so
never said that. I said
disgusting.
many people do. You know it's true.
It's not
Many
true.
people do this.
No, okay, but the thing is,
Okay,
this doesn't
believe me.
dictate my ideas politically about what we should do for people, right? So, like, I don't have this disgusting, like, caricature of a sick person
Don't give
dying
people the
without
idea that in
insurance.
America they can't get health care, because you know what? No one can be denied health care in the United States. And
Emergency
if they
healthcare.
are
Dude,
denied
you're on a
health
pipe.
care,
You're fucking crazy.
no.
My grandmother just died. My
Yeah,
grandmother
well,
just died because she's not a millionaire.
oh, what Kool-Aid are you drinking right now?
Oh my
What did
God,
she
dude.
die of?
She
What
died
did
of
she die
organ
of?
failure.
Of what?
But of organ failure because she did not have
What
the
organ
medical
failure did she
coverage
have?
in the United States. She had Medicare.
That is an absolute false. That is not even true. How old was your grandma, and what organ
She's like 70.
failure did she have? What organ failure did she have?
A lot of organs.
Well, I guarantee you, your grandma did not die because she couldn't get the proper care in America. Your grandma
Dude,
probably passed away
we
because
have
she was
so
sick.
everybody
Had
in this
multiple problems
68,000 number. Everybody in the
And
68,000 number, it's the same thing.
everything.
They're drug addicts. They just didn't know how to take advantage of the system.
I never said every. I said a lot.
No.
And you know what? And I'm sorry, but you get a group of people together. Okay, just like this is what happened in Venezuela. Okay, you had Hugo Chavez come into power in the 1990s, and you know what? You stand up and you say, you know what? If you vote for me, I'm going to give you free health care. I'm going to give you free education. And I am going to build housing for every homeless person in this country.
Uh-huh.
And if your income is below a certain threshold, I'm going to take money from the rich oil companies and I'm going to prop your low living, income, net income a year. I'm going to supplement you so that you can have a better lifestyle.
What about all the countries that actually did do that? What about all of the countries that actually do have progressive tax rates, that do offer their citizens that stuff?
You what happened. So what happens? When people hear that, oh my gosh, they're going to give me all these freebies, do you think they're going to win an election or are they going to lose an election?
Well, they win a lot of places.
They won, and he won in droves. And you know what happened? I have a friend who's from Venezuela. He's a teacher here in the United States. And this is what he told me happened. For 2 years, every time they went to the doctor, it was free. They had medications given to them. They had all the dressings and supplies they needed given to them.
So, again, you're just telling me about this situation where it went bad, but we have dozens of countries that they actually did do this, and it actually is good for the economy, and it actually is helpful.
I'm telling you, it does not work in the end. And,
what do you mean in the end? We're there. We're still there.
So
They're
listen,
still working.
Hugo Chavez,
They're older countries than
never
us.
listened, but Hugo Chavez,
I don't care about your big boogeyman. There's a lot of people on the right that lied and said they're going to make gas prices lower and grocery prices lower. He lied. He lied. He came in and made them higher on purpose.
Are you talking about Hugo Chavez?
I'm talking about Trump.
Now? Okay, so Hugo promised these people, just like the Democrats do, if you vote for me, we're going to give you these things. Democrats have this idea that education should be free and health care should be Medicare for all. And,
yeah,
just like Hugo did.
Well,
so
dude,
Hugo did,
there's a ton of countries that did it.
And guess what?
Guess what? In the UK and in Ireland and in Scotland and Germany, education's free. They have universal health care. They are all doing great. Germany is like one of the richest countries in the world. They're doing fantastic.
No, they're not. Not anymore. No country.
They're like the fifth richest country in the world. What do you mean?
They're all look at their debt. Okay, a country. I don't consider a country.
Look at our debt. Look what Trump has done to our debt.
$1 trillion debt. I just said that. Do you consider America rich when we're 39 trillion in debt? No.
Well, we were 12 trillion less in debt before Trump. We were doing great.
But listen, Hugo did this experiment, and you know what? All of a sudden, this kid said, you went to the doctor, and they didn't have any medication. They didn't have any supplies. And all of a sudden, a loaf of bread went from like 50 cents to like $100.
Dude, Germany's debt
all of a sudden
is 2.7%.
You need a bushel basket of money to buy all these goods and services.
Yeah, I know. I can do the same thing for you, dude.
The people revolted
I get it,
But
dude. I
listen,
get
the
it.
people
You
who
don't
voted
like Hugo
for you,
Chavez.
though,
You know
and
what
they got
Hitler did?
angry,
Hitler
they
did the
said,
same
you
thing.
promised me all these things.
Hitler did the
You
same
promised
thing.
me all this stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then, you know, but look, the people wanted him out. But you know
Nice,
what he
nice.
did?
I get it.
He
Okay,
came back
but
and
Germany
said,
did
"Hey,
it.
you know
Germany
what?
Germany did it, and they
So
have a
listen,
2% of
you're
their
not listening.
2% of their deficit is GDP. They did all these things. They made it out the other end. They did just fine. But you know what? Hitler did this. Hitler promised all these people that if we just got rid of all of one type of person, like a few million people, that your life would be better because they're ruining the
Yes,
economy,
million
because
yeah.
they're committing crimes and stuff. He did the same thing. And guess what? He still fucked up their economy. They were still broke afterwards. They had to go invade other countries because they were in so much debt. It's the same thing.
Yes,
Trump did
so
the same thing.
you need to let the liberals drink that Kool-Aid that you're talking about right now, and let them know that none of this works. Nothing's for free.
What are you talking about? All these other countries did it great.
No, they didn't. No.
They're
And, you
all
know,
ranked
so
much higher than
Hugo,
us on every
you know,
other
people got
scale.
mad because- Are you gonna let me finish the Hugo story or not?
No, I don't
So the
care.
people got
You have
angry
one
because
instance of somebody lying
inflation
about
went
giving
through the
people
roof.
things and voting for it,
But
and he
I'm
lied,
trying to
right?
tell you, Hugo's doing what the Democrats did. So he came back to the people and said, "Hey, the reason why this isn't working and the reason why inflation is so high is because the rich are not paying their fair share. These oil companies are making millions and millions of dollars. And if you let the government, if you vote and allow the government to take over and control businesses, then we will take that money and make sure that it goes to you and goes back
Nice.
to the services that I promised."
And I get
And
that.
guess
Hugo
what?
Chavez fucked that all up, and he didn't do
They
it.
took
But there's a
businesses,
million other, there's
and
dozens of
guess
other
what
countries that did
happened?
it. They did it just fine, and they taxed the highest of the
They
richest of the
are
rich,
a
and they paid for that
dictatorship.
health care, and they paid for school.
No, so that's what happens. Democrats make similar promises.
And they
The
go through with
same as
them.
all these other socialist dictators, and all of them end in complete financial collapse.
Well, that's
and
not true.
Genocide of their own
That's not true.
population.
You have one bad example,
it is.
and I have 12 others that work. Germany, by the way, is not broke,
know,
and they have all of these things.
But you know what? Germany does not socialize everything like the Democrats want to do.
What are you
I
talking?
guarantee you.
Our most
If
extreme
Germany
Democrat
paid for all the
doesn't.
college,
We want
every college
1% of
education,
what they've got. Like the most extreme leftist in our government, in Congress, doesn't even want 1% of what other countries have. We would kill for just regular
I'm
ass
sorry,
fucking
don't you
socialized
know
medicine.
Bernie Sanders wants Medicare for all. Bernie
Oh,
Sanders
man.
wants
We want to catch up with the developed
all,
world. Yeah.
free college education for all. Bernie Sanders wants redistribution of wealth, along with everybody in the Democrat Party.
What
We
are you
already
talking
know
about? What's his redistribution of wealth
it
plan?
doesn't work.
What was that?
Democrats, you hear Democrats say, "We got to take from the rich. We're gonna punish the rich. We're gonna make them pay their fair share."
Yeah,
That's
because they're bankrupting us.
That's
Yeah.
what Democrats say every day. And guess what?
Yeah.
That's what the socialist book is, and it never works. It never has worked. And
It
you know what
works in
happens?
every developed country in
Those
the
rich
G7.
people- No, you know what the rich people do that you try that on now? They just move to an island somewhere or another country that's going to welcome them with open arms. Like New Zealand is one of those countries, and the majority of other people can't afford to live there. That's what's going to happen. You want to take from the rich. Well, the rich aren't going to be here to take from. They're just
Oh
going to leave.
no. So
And they're gonna
if
take
they
all the
leave, that
supplies
makes
with
room
them.
for more
And
people
so guess
to
what?
have their own business.
So then what happens is the government starts taking from the middle class and the poor, and they just get poorer and poorer.
That's what Trump is
and you
already
end up in
doing.
an economic
Trump
meltdown.
increased taxes for
No,
95% of
sorry.
Americans.
No, Trump cut taxes. Democrats raised taxes.
He lied to you,
Yeah.
and he made more people. 95% of America paid more taxes last year. It's called a con. He conned you.
you know what? It doesn't matter. Like I said, Democrat or Republican. Every year, that national debt number rises.
Yeah, but what
And
about the
it doesn't matter
deficit?
if it's a Democrat or
What about the
Republican.
deficit?
And
What happens to the deficit?
it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't. Okay, when was the deficit balanced last?
Clinton.
Exactly.
Democrat,
Under Bill
right?
Clinton, we had a balanced we had a balanced deficit. Never again since then.
I can show you the story. So I have it on my screen right now. And if you tune into my stream, you'll see the whole picture. It does matter. This is what we're talking about. I'm sorry this is happening to you, but this is absolutely the truth. When Republicans come to office, Bush Sr. came in, fucked up the deficit. Clinton fixed it. Bush Jr. came in, fucked up the deficit, handed Obama a huge spending bill. He still reduced the deficit. Trump came in, exploded the absolute fuck out of the deficit. One Punch Man style. Just fucking exploded it. And then Biden came in, reduced it. And then Trump came in and exploded it again. It's the same thing every time y'all come in and fuck shit up.
What I'm trying to tell you is, it doesn't matter, Republican or Democrat. Every year, you look at that clock, okay? They got that national debt clock, right?
And if you ignore the deficit, you can say it's the same, but it's not the same.
Rising and rising. If there's a president that can make it reverse, I would applaud him.
It's just a Democrat.
But there never has been.
You just get Democrats to do that.
Even Bill Clinton, even though he had a quote unquote balanced budget, the national debt clock still continued to rise.
I know. I don't care. Just to do this black and white thinking that the debt grows, end of story. I want to know how much it grows. I want to know at what rate. And did it grow more? Is it because Republicans are fucking shit up? And it is the truth. Every time we fuck up the deficit like this, we have to print more money. You guys cause inflation, unironically.
Yeah, like I said, and you know what? You're saying, oh, this president spent more than it. Well, who cares? They both overspent, and the national debt continues to rise.
I have nuance.
So
I can
matter.
think a little more clearly than that. I don't say, well, it's all the same, because I have one kid who spends $12 a day and I have another spends $1,200 a day. They both spend money, so I need to not think about the details. No, that's fucking stupid.
But what's like? Where are we? We're beyond. Like, our debt is over 100% of our GDP.
Thanks to Trump.
Okay. It doesn't. No.
Yes.
Trump's just in office now. So you're blaming him. But
how much of our debt is from Trump, percentage-wise? How much of our national debt for the history of this fucking country? It does matter.
That ticker just keeps going
it's
up.
25%. He is 25% of our country's debt. 25%.
We're a little over 100%, but most countries have an economic crash when it's what 130% of GDP.
Yeah. So we went from
Greece.
So Trump has added 12 trillion to that $37 trillion number. 12. That's a lot of money. That's not all the same. That has ruined our credit score has dropped twice because of Trump.
Yeah. So I told you, but under every single president, that little ticker just keeps on climbing.
Yeah, but
and
some of us can read. It's not just I don't just.
It doesn't matter.
My brain doesn't just look at up or down.
So here's the thing: if you or I, we have a checking account, okay, and we have $10,000 in there, okay, and all of a sudden, we're getting bills, and oh my gosh, here's a request from Congress, for $1,000 for this. Well, you think we can pay for that? Yeah. Okay. Now I have $9,000 left. Now Congress comes and they say, oh, you know what? Here is a bill, and it's going to cost us $3,000. So I'm submitting that to the federal government to pay for. So here you go, feds. Okay, can you pay for it? Oh, yes, we can. Now that's another $3,000. So we have what, $6,000 left. And And then all of a sudden, Congress comes and says, you know what? This is a really good deal. This bill is going to cost us $7,000. And well, we only have 6,000 in the bank. And you know what Congress says? We'll just borrow it from somewhere else.
Oh my God, you're so
Disregard
brilliant.
it.
You're so brilliant.
We're going to take from Social
Now
Security.
think about this.
But
Think about this.
Here's the thing. So if me and you can't overspend and we get punished, and in fact, if you write bad checks, you could go to jail. Well, maybe we should have Congress and Senate create a bill that holds them accountable for their actions.
Oh man, that would be amazing. That'd be amazing.
Then maybe someone should be punished for
Republicans
overspending,
would
but, you know, that never happens,
ever see
does
the
it?
day of the light of day. This is
Don't
a
lie.
more
With
accurate.
Democrats or Republicans. Don't just blame it on Republicans.
No.
Neither of them would.
I look at more details more
would.
than an up or down. I look at the actual increments in which people spend, and I have a little more nuance surrounding this. But here's a more accurate parallel of what this looks like. Let's say that your income is 10K and your bills are 15K.
Yeah.
And
now you're minus 5,000 in the hole.
Right. And so what Trump does is he goes, you know what? Stop giving me so much goddamn money. Let's just receive 5K. That sounds way better. Let's receive 5K and let's make our bills 25K. Let's compound that interest. That's what Trump has done. That's what Trump does. He said, hey guys, stop paying us so much taxes. And by the way, oh fuck, we had COVID. We don't have money for that. We got to print all that money.
This ain't just a Trump problem. This is a Democrat problem too. No one has ever submitted a balanced budget for years.
Oh,
and
besides
no
Mamdani, besides Newsom, yeah, besides Democrats.
Oh, okay, yeah, right, yeah. While their state debt goes through the roof.
No, their deficit is still closed, right? So
no.
It is, yeah. Mamdani and California both completely, their deficit, California all the way up till June 2028, balanced.
What is their debt?
Their debt is not being continued to be exploded.
They are not. They are in debt up to their eyeballs.
Okay, it's
Just
a percentage
because you,
GDP to debt.
The budget doesn't mean that you're not in debt. They are swimming.
I don't
debt.
care. It doesn't. It means their debt's not increasing, right? So like I have debt.
Their debt is astronomically increasing.
No, it's not. Not even close to red states.
Yes. California is almost $1 trillion.
What's their
debt.
GDP?
I don't know what it is.
3.7 trillion.
So $1 trillion in debt.
And their debts, their debt is 800 billion, I think. Let me make sure.
So your question should be, why isn't Newsom trying to pay off that debt?
He is.
Why does it keep climbing?
You just balanced the deficit.
And your question to Donald Trump would be, Donald Trump, why aren't you trying to reduce our debt? Joe Biden, why didn't you try to reduce our debt?
He did.
Obama,
Biden brought in money.
Why didn't you try to reduce? No,
he did too.
I never saw national debt go in reverse. No one ever has.
You have to have a surplus to make the debt go reduce.
Exactly.
So reducing the deficit is as close as we get.
And Senate to spend money we do not have.
I don't know. You would never vote for Republicans if you knew any of this in nuance. If you would never ever vote Republicans, if you actually care, you would never vote for them ever because they explode the deficit. We do the opposite. We do the literal opposite. Just because they didn't close the entire debt doesn't mean it's bad. It's still good.
You know, here's the thing. Republicans and Democrats, you know, there's a wide gap in, you know, their beliefs and values. And just because they're Republican doesn't mean they're right all the time. Just because they're Democrat doesn't mean they're right all the time. They've both failed the American people. But how I look at it is this. Who stands for truth and righteousness and what is morally right?
How the fuck do you come to Trump with who stands for truth? Trump was
Well,
30,000
so
documented
how
lies his first
so
administration.
how me as a redneck stands for Donald Trump is, I look at Trump and I see how the left and the Democrats have literally tried their darndest to prosecute this man,
That's
to kill
just a
this man,
that's just a
to get him out of
story.
office. So that's one.
That's
Number two,
propaganda. That's
but
propaganda.
no, okay,
That's
here's the
that's a
propaganda.
version of the
So
story.
Democrats have redefined truth now. Truth is fluid. Truth can be whatever you want. That Webster's dictionary where terms are defined as truth. That's not true anymore.
Dude,
We're going to throw
definitions
out the dictionary. We're going to redefine.
change.
Like a man, so a man's not
Oh
can be a
God,
woman, and a woman can be a man, and
dude, you guys,
abortion.
you got
You call abortion health care, but you know what
that
God
is
calls it? Murder.
no.
That's
There's
what God calls it.
well, there's a recipe in the
Yeah.
Bible for abortion, dude.
No, there's not.
Yeah, it's
Do you
the
know?
bitter
Do you know who
waters.
killed their babies in the Bible?
I don't know. Whoever God told them to, whoever God told to.
The Amalekites who served a god who required that they sacrifice their babies, called Moloch.
Cool.
That
God
had
killed a bunch of
nothing to
babies
do
too,
with
right?
Christians
In
or
your fairy
Jews.
tale,
Do what now?
God killed a lot of babies too in your fairy tale, right?
God didn't kill a lot of babies. You know what he did?
No babies died in the
So
flood.
so what you're going to find out in the Bible is the reason why God ordered people to be destroyed is this. These people, God is he calls himself a jealous God, okay? He wants to be worshiped. He's the only one and true God. These people made idols and worshiped them, and what they were doing, they were serving Moloch. So like I said, these people were sacrificing their own children.
Cool,
And
man.
God sent prophets to them time and time again, warning them, stop serving this stupid trash god Moloch, who's not even real, and stop killing your children.
All right, man.
Stop
Listen.
sacrificing your
I get
children.
it.
So what he does,
That's fun.
so you know
That's
what he
fun.
did? He told the Jews, go wipe them people out, because you know what? They
Mhm.
continue to kill their kids, and they're
Yeah.
crazy. So
Only
just
we're
get
allowed
rid
to
of
kill
them. So
people. Yeah.
and what you're going to find out about God is, there's times where you people are disobedient, and God said, you know what? That king, he's going to die. Go, the prophet tell him, go tell him he's going to die. But you know what happens if you repent and you turn from your wicked ways? God's mercy's there, and he forgives them.
Wow.
And you know what?
That's so
He
powerful.
extends their life.
Wow.
That's what God does in the Bible. That's the God of
Mhm.
the Bible. He's not an evil, wicked man, as you would say he is.
Okay. That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun. So he did kill people with a global flood, right? There were pregnant women and children in that.
The global flood, you know what? There's a scripture that talks about that. Their thoughts were continuously evil before me. They served
They need to
and
die.
worshipped
Got it.
the creature rather than the creator.
Mhm.
And, back then, you're going to read in Genesis chapter 6.
The babies did this. The
where
babies had these ideas.
what happened was these people decided to not serve God. And, back then there
Even
was
the innocent
angels
babies?
called watchers. Well, there's angels called watchers, and they would watch over the human population that God had created. And what happened was these watchers, actually disobeyed God and started having sex with women. And then they had giants in the land. This is where giants came from.
All right.
Okay, it's what the Bible says.
This is it's pretty fairy tale-ish,
Yeah,
but
that's what it
again,
talks about.
you're just this is just silly
And so
to most
the
of us
reason
who are
being is
real.
because-
I'm sorry, you're not going to sit here and preach to me how delusional the left might be thinking about genders and definitions when you're sitting here telling me a story of
But I'm
literal
just
angels
telling
and giants and talking snakes. I'm sorry, dude, but we can totally coexist without having to believe each other's bullshit, especially yours. Like, I walk every day amongst Christians. 80% of y'all are fucking Christian. You guys all believe in, like, New Earth, Flat Earth, all the shit. I can deal with that. All
No.
right, I can deal with that, and you guys can fucking deal with pronouns. All right, that's what we're
No.
just gonna have
See,
to do.
where the Democrats crossed the line with us was this. You know, you can be whoever you want to be. You can say who you are, but when you come out and say, no, you will call us this, you will recognize us as this, when you're calling a truth, a lie, excuse me, when you're calling a lie a truth,
Okay.
that goes beyond what we
And-
believe, and we're not standing for it.
And when you guys come to my
Democrats
fucking front
write
door
books-
and knock on my
no,
door
when
and tell me to believe in
when
God, or else I'm
Democrats-
gonna die and go to hell. What about
when
that?
Democrats write children's books that tell a young elementary to have gay sex and use sex toys, that's absolutely uncalled for.
Listen,
That
I don't
should
think
never
any
happen.
Democrat wants that in school libraries or children's
Yes,
school
they
libraries.
do. It's in
No, they don't.
school. And in California, they actually protest and have these huge public forums that get lots of views on YouTube and national news
Cool, man.
about it.
And you
we
guys,
see it
you guys
happening
put the
all
Bible in
time.
classrooms with children, and that has porn in it too, right?
No.
You're telling me the Bible doesn't have sex?
You know what you're going to find in the Bible? You're going to find a lot of messed up people that actually found God, and God used them in miraculous ways to change the lives of other
I'm
people.
sure those children's
That's what
books
you're gonna
that
find in the Bible.
I'm sure those gay children's books
No.
also have nice themes, but I'm saying there's the context in the Bible actually does have like two daughters getting their father drunk so that they could have sex with him. There's things like that,
Absolutely.
right?
There is. And
Yeah.
that's what I said. You're going to find very imperfect, messed up people, but what you're going to find is they turn to God, and God miraculously changed their lives for the good, and they became a witness and a testimony and a huge
Wow, that's amazing.
change
I don't want
to
my
that
kids reading
generation
that.
of people.
So I think that I'm okay without my kids reading that stuff and being told that they're going to burn in a lake of fire for all of eternity if they don't stop mixing cloths and shit. I think I'm good. I think that
The
that is
Bible
very
doesn't say-
strange.
So here's the truth of the Bible. God is not holding your sins against you. Okay? God is only holding you accountable to one thing. What are you going to do in regards to what his son did for you? Are
What
you
did he
gonna
do?
accept the sacrifice that he died on the cross for you?
Didn't he come back
He
to
bore
life?
the sins of the world.
He just
He
came
was
right back to
buried and
life.
rose again the third day.
So he didn't really
sure
give.
did.
He gave up a whole weekend.
What's that supposed to? Why you disparaging
Isn't God?
what he
God's
did?
like this eternal being, right? He gave up a whole week, 3 days.
He died. He went to hell.
Ooh.
He suffered.
He was like half
suffered
God,
in hell.
right?
So do you know why he did that? So you wouldn't have to.
I don't
Every
care.
sin that
I've
you
sacrificed
committed,
more than that. I've taken more than
Jesus
3 days
took
off of work
upon
for.
himself on that cross.
Ooh.
And he died for you.
But he was like a god. What do you mean he died? He's still alive, right?
He was 100% God and 100% man.
And he
So
knew that was going to
he was-
happen.
He was born a man, okay, through Mary, and he was the only human being. He was born in human being form.
Wow, I'm
and he
so
was the
amazed.
only man
This
who
is
never
this
sinned.
is still silly
And
to
so
me.
He took on the sins of the world.
Wow, and he took 3 days off, and we're supposed to worship him for the rest of our lives because he, in human form, like blipped, like in the like time span of
He rose
Jesus and
again.
God.
He was
like
seen
God,
after that.
God's like infinite, right? Like from the beginning of time to the end. So I'm just
Yeah.
trying to like imagine what a blip is, like what Jesus's like 30 years of life looked like
Okay,
on a radar.
you know, I
like
can
it was
sum it
literally
up
just
for
like
you
a tiny, like
quickly.
not even a razor, like not even a razor, like
I can
line.
sum it up for you if you want to hear it, really, in about 15 minutes.
No, I'm good. I'm good, dude. I don't want to partake
you don't wanna-
in
you don't wanna hear
your.
the truth.
I don't want to partake in your cult, man. Like this is a literal like societally accepted kind of cult thing, and no
No.
one believes in all of this magic stuff besides y'all. And I don't feel like introducing this to my kids is good.
Well, you just know this. On the inside of you is the Holy Spirit, and he'll prick at your heart constantly, wooing you unto God. He wants to have a relationship with you. He's
That's
real.
gross.
He's not fake.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? The Bible, like it says, except a man be born again, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. So you have a choice.
I
to
can't
make in
wait
life.
till God comes inside of me.
Yeah, well, you know, you can be a hypocrite and be crude and disgusting, but you know, God doesn't find that pleasurable. You know, he's not laughing at your comments. You just
Well,
that's
I
just,
hope he
you
gives
know,
me the strength to beat off my enemies.
He did the ultimate. He died for you, and
Yeah,
you're
and then he came back to
disrespecting what
life,
he did
dude.
for you.
But he didn't do shit.
Well, that's your opinion, but you know what?
It's fact.
You
He came
you
back.
have
He came back
you
to
have
life.
your whole life. You have your whole life to make a decision, but once you die, you can never make a decision after death. And
Ooh.
you know, just remember, choose. Jesus said, he told you how to choose. He said, choose life that you may live. Okay, you don't want to choose death because you will be lost forever. That's the
Unless you're
part
God,
that you don't
then
want
you
to
come right back to life.
partake in.
It's like me losing
First
$3
of all,
and then finding it again and saying, "Listen, do you remember that time I lost $3
you
for
know,
you?"
first of all, no one ever really dies. Okay, Jesus died physically. His spirit never died.
Perfect. So
Okay,
he gave up even less.
you are a spirit. I'm a spirit. We have a soul, which is our mind, will, and emotions, and you live in a physical body, and I live in a physical body. When you die, your spirit and soul leave your body, and you either go to heaven or you go down to hell. Those are the only
That's not
two
an
choices.
actual truth, right? That's a belief you have.
That's
That is
what the
not
Bible says. You
well.
know,
That's what
you
your
can
2,000-year-old literature says. All right,
you
but we
can
don't have
read
anything
about
else
Lazarus
on
and the
that.
rich man. You know, there was a Lazarus and the rich man. The rich man went to hell. And, you know, back in the Bible times,
Allegedly.
the Old Testament people that died went to paradise,
Allegedly.
which was in a chasm across from hell. And the rich man said to Lazarus, "Can you please relieve me of this torment?
Allegedly.
Can you please give me a drink?"
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? He saw Abraham down, said, "Father Abraham, can you please go tell my family about this so they don't have to come here?" And you know what he said? Pretty much,
Allegedly.
if you don't believe the word or the prophets, then how if your family doesn't believe what God said in his word, they're not going to believe a real live person coming to him and saying, "Hey, you sent me from hell to warn you." So God, that you have your whole life that you're alive to make a decision for Christ. But once you die, you don't ever get to make a decision again.
The ultimate ultimatum.
So hopefully, I'll pray that you choose right.
Please don't be a
I'll
rapist.
pray that God
I
opens the
don't
eyes
consent.
of your understanding, that you see
I'm
the
good.
truth, and that you come to the knowledge of who Jesus is, because he loves you. He
I'm gonna
cares
pray
about you.
for.
He has a
I'm gonna
plan
pray
for
to
your life.
Lucifer that you start using preferred pronouns for people, and that it's just a form of respect, and that you actually start looking at these things like the economy in a different lens, other than voting for the person who's going to try to inject Christianity into schools to the detriment of our economy and our affairs with the rest of the world. We could look at things a little more clearly. I hope that you do that. And I just advise you, please don't be a rapist. Please don't come knocking on our doors trying to indoctrinate our children. Stay away from our kids. I would rather my kids have critical thinking skills and not be neutered of the ability to like think of them for themselves and outside of the framework of living your whole life dedicated for this afterlife.
I can think for myself. I've chosen what I can choose freely. I live in America. I can choose what I want. I choose to believe in Jesus. I choose to believe the Word of God.
I think that's just because of where you were born, right? So like if you were born in India, you'd probably be
not.
Hindu, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
My parents, my mom hated God, but you know what? She found God and he changed her life, and
she passed on to you the indoctrination.
No. No, the Word of God changed my heart. I read it.
Hmm.
I discovered it for myself, what it can do.
I'm sure
It,
that
it,
there's a
it
bunch of
literally brings a peace
Hindu
on your
people
life
that
and
believe
a
the same thing,
joy
have the
that's
same experiences.
unexplainable. No, it'll change you. It'll make you a better person.
I've never seen that to be
You'll
true.
realize that you know there's no point in fighting. You just rest in Him. It's a rest. There's no fighting. There's no war. There's nothing. You just peace.
I don't think so. I
and
think
safety.
Christians, especially white Christian nationalists, are the most violent people in this country.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, a true Christian, a true born-again Christian, they're not. People have this idea, people claim to be Christians, but that's not true. The only true Christian is one who believes that, you believe that Jesus came, died on the cross.
I think
for your
every
sins,
bad example of
was buried,
Christians
and rose again the third day, and you actually live out the Word of God in front of people, proving that Jesus is your Lord and Savior, and you're being a witness to them.
Yeah, I just think
And
that's
they recognize
crazy.
it.
I think it's superstitious, and I think that you'll feel the freedom if you join the atheist side. You'll feel that weight of guilt and shame
Oh no,
that has been
that's
prescribed to
oppression.
you by a 2,000-year-old book. The ever present shame and the impending doom of dying and going to a lake of fire for all of eternity, that all goes away, and you can live your life freely. It's nice.
I want to tell you something that happened to a lady once. So I come in this gal's room, and I walk in and said, "Hi, how are you?" She says, "I'm not doing good. I've had these horrible dreams that something really bad's going to happen to me. I don't know where I'm going to go. I just had this fear and this impending doom." And I said, "Do you know who Jesus is?" She goes, "Well, I've heard of him, but I don't really know who he is." Well, just to give you an example, this lady, she had a really bad heart attack, and it caused her heart to become such an ineffective pump that she had to go on dialysis. Well, anyway, she said, "Yeah, I don't know who Jesus is," but I said, "Well, would you let me show you a few scriptures to show you who he is and what he's about?" And, the Bible says if you ask Jesus in your heart to be Lord and Savior, he'll come in and make you a new creation in him, and he'll change your life for the better. He'll take away all your sins, and you'll feel like you'll be a new creation in him. You'll feel like a new person. She goes, "Well, yeah, you can read me." So I read her John chapter 3, where Jesus told Nicodemus, who was a Pharisee, that in order to get to heaven, you must be born again. And Jesus said it's a spiritual birth, not a physical birth. You're not reborn again. It's a spiritual birth. Well, so, and then, in Romans, it says, "For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God." And Jesus said in Romans 10:9 and 10, "If you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart God raised him from the dead, you shall be saved. For with the heart one believes into righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation." So I told her, I said, "Well, so Jesus came, he died on the cross for all your sins. If you believe that he did that for you, we can pray a prayer and ask him in your heart, and he'll come in and he'll be your Savior."
Listen, I get,
So she goes, "Yes,
that's
I'd
fun.
like to."
That's fun.
But listen, she prayed, and she was weeping and weeping and weeping. She was like, "Oh my gosh, I just felt like a ton of bricks just fell off me."
Wow.
I said, "Yeah, that's all your sin. Jesus just took it all away. You're a brand new creation." But what I want you to know is when I walked into her room, the Holy Spirit on the inside of me said, "Lead her to me now."
That sounds like schizophrenia.
And I got the picture of like a judge with an anvil slamming it right down on that wood desk. And
All
I
right.
said, "Okay, I will."
I get.
So
listen.
anyway, so here's what.
Listen, it just sounds
happened.
like you preyed on somebody who was like in a very vulnerable spot in her life, and you kind of brainwashed her.
So here's what happened. After that, She went up to dialysis and she coded and died an hour later. That's how much God loves people. He doesn't want to see anybody die and be lost and go to the wrong place.
That's not
He
nice.
has a plan for you. He reached out to her through me, and it almost made me weep. It was amazing.
Let me tell you about how I thought this was going to go. And this could have gone anyway. And this is just confirmation bias on your part, right? So like if she were to go to the hospital and didn't die and she had 2 weeks more of life, you'd go, God graced her and he gave her the ability to spend 2 more weeks with me because he loved her so much. Or she would have survived and cancer would have reversed course. And you go, oh my God, God loved her and he knew. And I, through the power of God, saved her life. This is all y'all do is you attribute everything to this magical sky daddy. And I just want to stop with this. I've had you for a while, but this is one of my favorite quotes. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. That's from Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. I think that you should soak that in.
Well,
all right.
I'm just going to pray for you that God opens the eyes of your understanding, that you may see the truth.
All right, I'm good. All right. I told AI to give me like a powerful Lord of the Rings quote, and it actually fucking really nailed it. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. That was pretty good. Pretty good. Can I get an amen, chat? Can I get an amen? Chat, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box. I also just opened up the phone line. I had that person up for 2 hours. We've had 2 2-hour guests. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, this is Tyrone. I was in the comments.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I spoke with you, Pickles.
Uh-huh.
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, first of all, man, how was your trip, man? Let's start with that.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Are you not a debate?
Am I what?
Are you not a debate? You're not opposition?
Yeah, I am. I am kind of opposition. I don't want to be seen as opposition. What I want to do is try to put our country back together through conversation, man.
Okay.
I think that you one of the last hopes right now, Pickles, on doing this. You just showed hella patience with the last caller. So I'm not worried pretty much about you crashing out, man. Are you familiar with Erica Shante and Hector Raider or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So my issue, I spoke with Hector earlier today, and let me ask you a question, because where do you see yourself on the left? Like, do you see yourself closer to the middle? Do you see yourself as extreme left? Where do you see yourself?
I am center left. So even in regards to like the Overton window, I am like to the right of most liberal parties in like Europe.
Okay, that's perfect, man. Because a lot of people say a lot of people on the left, and I'm not gonna lie, even I for a while thought that the right wing was like really racist and things of that nature, bigotry and all that.
They are.
Okay, now what I just went through via Hector done called me all kind of N-words. He done called the white guy after me a pale face, and I don't even like repeating that because I have biracial children. I don't play that. And so the whole time I've been sitting here, I'm like, hey, they just as racist as these people that they're calling racist. I told him he's the pot calling the kettle black.
Hector's not white.
I know Hector's black, but when he referred to a white caller as a pale face. I thought that was I wouldn't want to be called an N word, so I figure if I was white, I wouldn't want to be called that. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you so much, Marika, for the $40. And it was for the kick for the last guest. Thank you so much, Marika. Much love. So I've never heard the term pale face, but here's what makes something like a slur is something that's historically been used to oppress people. So like the N-word for sure was used to dehumanize and oppress a certain group of people. You can't make a case for that for any name or slur that you can come up with for white people, especially here in America. There's nothing you can say. Racism is not something that you can perpetuate as somebody who's not part of that system. So if there's no systemic power behind what you're saying, it's not technically racist. It could be anti-white. It could be something of that nature. But if I were to sit here and say black people were a certain way or more criminal or something like that, that would absolutely be racist because we have the system of power behind us backing us in those racist and prejudiced actions.
Please don't, Pickles. Please, man. Look, I called you because I'm like, hey, he the last one that got some sense. Come on, man. Like a racial slur is a racial slur, you know, and especially in today's day. You know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't be calling Mexicans something that they don't want to be called. We shouldn't be calling black something they don't want to be called. We shouldn't be calling white something they don't want to be called.
No,
we got to call it down the middle, Pickles.
When I tell you that there's literally not a single thing you could call a white person that would get them angry, you couldn't call them a honky, you couldn't call them a cracker, you couldn't do anything that would make me go, oh, you know, fuck you. No, there's nothing like that. Because we hold all of the power in the United States.
Okay, so let me say this. There are some white people that I believe, now I'm not white, but all right, there's a lot of white people on the right wing that will feel a certain kind of way about those words, man. And we have to call it down the middle. We have to say, hey, man, nobody should be calling anybody any of those things.
That's a snowflake thing, right? Like, aren't you guys all for freedom of speech? Aren't you guys for, like, not being censored by the Democrats?
That's like Chud the Builder going around calling people names, and then we're like, oh, he's for freedom of speech. Like, you know, I'm trying to actually put it back.
He's exercising his white privilege.
All right, let's go with divisive then. Let's go with divisive. It's dividing. It's a dividing comment. It's not going to help put our country back together.
Yeah, I still think that it's very benign when we talk about calling white people something like pale face. Pretty benign.
I don't know, man. I'm just like when you hear a slur is a slur, no matter who it's coming from.
That's not a slur.
Is a slur.
It's not a slur, dude. That's like saying like I call people ginger. There's no historically like oppressed like group of people that suffered at the word of ginger. I can call someone ginger.
I don't think that people take ginger offensively.
My stepmom said it was like the N-word, and I bit my tongue, and I was like, oh, it's really not.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that. Yeah. You know, I've never heard that.
But people can feign outrage and try to clutch their pearls as much as they want. But it's not anything. Like, there's no case you can make to be like, listen, society's going to start breaking down if we start calling every white person a honky. Like that, nothing would happen. Literally nothing. But if we went around and said poor names historically used to dehumanize black people, that could actually cause literal violence. We see the violence. We track the violence. It's skyrocketed since Trump has started saying the shit he says.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll agree to disagree. I know that I would never, you know, and I wouldn't call somebody that. But we can agree to disagree. If you're fine with it, so be it. But wow, I didn't expect that from, you know, like
it's called white privilege.
Like I don't know. To me, like I thought that the Democratic Party was more about trying to put people together. What I'm feeling like, and I'm a black guy, but I feel like the Democratic Party is trying to put black people up on a pedestal and trying to make everybody else bow down to them. And that's just how I'm taking it, because I'm like we can say slurs about white people and stuff, but if they say something about black people, oh my God. Like you see what I mean? And
Here's
I'm
the
black.
thing. Here's the thing. If you go to South Africa, there is actual racism towards white people there. And there's things you could call a white person that would actually have consequences. But we don't have the same history as Africa. We didn't do apartheid. We didn't do anything like that. We were not victims of that here. And if chattel slavery was aimed at white people and there were bad words for white people that were used back then, you might have a case, but there's nothing to that degree. So it's not harmful societally. It's not.
Okay. So, all right, I don't want to beat a dead horse because you're going to have your opinion of it. I'm going to have mine. But what do we say, like, and I guess this would probably be the last thing I say to touch on this, but what do we say to little white children that may be called these things? It's not okay, man. And I can't, in my opinion, you know, you have yours, I have mine. In my opinion, it's not okay. And it's not productive.
I don't think a child would even know to be offended by those nicknames.
But as a parent, you know, or as an adult, if a white child came up to me and said somebody called them that, I would be offended for that child. You know, the same way as if a black child came up to me and said somebody called them the N-word. I'm offended on both. There's not this side can say this and that
I would
side
be
can say
1,000
that.
times more upset about a black child being called N-word. I really would.
Okay, and I'm totally outraged at both. And when we can start to get back there, maybe we can start to make sense in this country again. You know what I mean? If we can start to get back there, it don't happen overnight, but it comes from, you know, respecting that side and that side respecting this side. You know what I mean?
We've got a leader in the White House right now.
For example,
we got a leader in the White House right now that takes advantage every single time he can to make something political, to be divisive about it, to demonize one side about it, to consolidate power and get permission from people to do unexcusable things, to he just manufactures consent to do authoritarian shit all the time. He's literally known for mean tweets. I don't know what else to say, but we can't have a leader in the White House that does this and then also try to hold hands and hug. That doesn't work. Y'all have to elect someone else.
Yeah, and that two wrongs don't make a right.
Sure, but
I'm
there's
saying
no pulling
everything that
together. There's no pulling together when he's at the top, dividing us constantly.
We have to, hey man, if we want to survive, we have to find a way to pull together. We have to. And if the politicians are not smart enough to do it, it looks like the population, which is us, we're gonna have to do it. Because Pickles, let me ask you, how old are you? Or just a roundabout?
37.
Okay, I'm more than a few years older than you. I've seen a lot in my life. We're going backwards. You know, we're going backwards. And it's heartbreaking, man. It's heartbreaking to watch what our country's becoming. I know that these new people and I call them new people, but these younger people that's in their 20s or whatever, they might say, hey man, this guy sounds weak, or this guy sounds, no man, I'm an American that cares about our country. And I see where we're going. And if we continue down this path, there is no return. There isn't any return if we continue.
I think you're preaching to the choir, man. I think that we need to get someone like Trump out. All of this means nothing because in 1 second, he could just tweet something that will cause and whip up a fury of rage on your side or on our side. No matter how much mending we try to do, he has that much power. And that's what he does. And that's what authoritarians do to maintain power, is they continue to perpetuate crises, to do things they usually wouldn't be able to do, such as military rule or military state or police state. He's sitting there building this up so that he can justify doing things he wouldn't usually be able to do. That's what he's been doing. Or to stay in power for longer. That's what a lot of authoritarians do. They even pay, like Netanyahu pays Hamas to perpetuate violence so that he can stay in power, so he doesn't have to have an election because during times of war or in conflict, you can't have an election. Same thing with Bukele. Same thing with Putin. Same thing with Kim Jong-un. They all do these things. It doesn't matter what we try to do if we don't have someone at the top working with us. If all of the people and the leaders on the right are just drooling with huge hard-ons when political violence happens, and everyone on the left says to calm down and chill, we don't condone political violence, does nothing, does absolutely nothing. We just look like idiots. The left just looks like a bunch of pussies.
That using that analogy, and like I told you, I'm a little bit older than you, Pickles. But using that analogy that you're saying, that's like saying, I tell my kid to walk away from a fight, he looks like a pussy. No, you don't. Because one, this kid is actually trained. You can hurt this kid. No, strength is in walking away. Strength is in changing. It's not in continuing the same. You see what I mean?
It's a little different. I think a better parallel would be having two kids. And when one kid picks on the younger kid, for instance, you say it's okay. But when the younger kid stands up for himself, you say it's not okay. Say it's not okay. And that perpetuates an ongoing conflict that will never, ever be resolved.
Yeah. I'm hoping that one day it can be resolved, because like I have to say it, man. I grew up during the 80s and the 90s, and it wasn't as bad as it is now. And it was we had some bad moments, but it wasn't all across the board bad as it is now. Right now we have one group of people that feel they can call another group of people the N-word. We have another group of people that feels they can make racial slurs to another group of people. And both of their sides are saying, hey, it's okay. And I'm an independent voter. I'm not a right-wing guy. I'm not a left-wing guy. I'm independent. And it seems like we need an independent to take over, because they the only ones with some sense. They the only ones that know that it's wrong. A racial slur is a racial slur regardless. You see what I mean?
I don't think I need a
I'm sorry
politician.
that I'm kind of dwelling on this, but it's blowing my mind, Pickles.
I don't think a politician is going to tell us how to be more virtuous or convince us to be more virtuous. They might be able to lead by example, but Trump, for the most part, allowing it, running literal campaigns to hire people into ICE using white supremacist rhetoric, doing corruption in the open, constantly just trying to politicize criminal cases, every chance he gets, point to Democrats. It's not a recipe for us to be able to just start singing Kumbaya. We can't do that. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. We're just going to look like a bunch of pussies who, when y'all go low, we go high. I think we have to stop. We have to, when y'all go low, we have to go just as low or lower now, or the right.
And I understand what you're saying politically, I understand what you're saying. That's why we need an independent that's not gonna be, hey, I'm not left, I'm not right, I'm not trying to go low, I'm trying to go high. Because something that we've lost, and especially with Trump, we've lost the fact, and I don't even know. You know what? I'm gonna ask my kids. But back in my day, we used to look at presidents as role models. That's gone. That's out the window with Trump. And it's sad where we're going, and it's like people. It's like, are you guys really putting on blinders, or do you guys truly not see this?
What, that Trump's a bad role model?
Yeah, not only that Trump's a bad role model, but it can be said from both sides. Like, okay, I will say this: if it comes down to Trump or Kamala, who would you want your kid to sit down with?
Kamala, easily.
Kamala, you know what I mean? See,
Yeah.
and that's the now I didn't vote for her, and I didn't vote for Trump. I sat it out. We've had this conversation. Like, I talked to you right before.
Oh, you're the one who didn't understand new families?
Yeah, I am him. I am him. I did not understand that. You know, and I'm flabbergasted with that part. But you know, we can move on to another subject, because I see you're not gonna bend on that. And I'm sorry, brother, but I see you as a white brother. I'm not gonna sit here and just let black people say anything crazy about white people. The same as I would hope that some white people wouldn't sit there, like you wouldn't sit there and let white people say something crazy about black people. That's how it starts there.
But the power
it starts
dynamic,
with each race cleaning out their own backyard.
I agree. But there's a huge power dynamic role here, and like I keep
get
saying,
the power, but hold on, before you go there, it's not about the power. I'm talking about the average Americans, the way the average Americans treat each other.
Yeah, I know, and this goes down like black and white people. Like, you can absolutely punch up, right, and call me pale face, because white people have such a strong cultural presence and political presence and power presence in the United States. It would do zero harm. It would do zero. No person's gonna be radicalized and be like, fucking white people, and like commit a violent crime. I think it's very less likely to happen. But when you raise your kid to say and think horrible things about black people, that could actually be carried out and perpetuated and exponentially more harmful because of the system that we live in. Like, I always point to the fact that, for instance, you're less likely to get called back on a resume, right? If you have an ethnic sounding name, 20% less chance. You have a 50%. You have a 50% chance more likely to be pulled over if you're black. If you perpetuate these ideas into children's heads, they grow up to be cops. That is something that causes harm. If you grow up to be a judge, that's something that causes harm. It perpetuates in the system. But if you made all these bad stereotypes about white people growing up, it would be really hard for like a black person to come all the way and raise all the way out to the top without the help of all the white people, right? To come and do his version of whatever you call racism to white people. It would be very hard.
Yeah, I think that we have the racism and prejudice kind of. I look at prejudice as people that are in power that can affect, like if, okay, for example, if my coworker says some racist stuff, I don't like it, but it is what it is. But if my boss is being racist and it's affecting me to where he can fire me, then now we're talking a prejudice. You see what I'm saying? Or I might have the two words backwards. You know what I mean? But I know one of them is spoken for people in power that have the ability to change how you live. You see what I'm saying?
Prejudice is simply just having like unjustified belief about a certain type of person, like a strong belief. It probably works prejudice in both of those cases, but racism is when you use the power structure.
Okay. Now I'm speaking to you, but I'm also watching your live, and a couple of your mods feel that I'm discounting what black people have went through, and I'm not. Well, I'm black. I know the struggle that we went through. I know what I went through in school, you know. I also know the growth and how we have to grow and get past things and look to the future. We can't keep looking to the past. Now, I'm not saying we discount slavery, we discount Jim Crow, all of these things. I'm nowhere am I saying that, but I'm saying if we keep pointing the finger and we keep dividing, then we cannot complain about it being divided. We have to know that we played a role in that. We didn't try to be the bridge to bring us back together. We played a role in it, or we sat down and just sat it out and just watched it happen. We still didn't play a role in putting it back together. That's all I want to do. You know what I mean? Like, it just comes a time where enough is enough. You know what I mean? From just from everything. I mean, the political violence, on both sides. It's not just a left wing or a right wing thing. It's political violence on both sides.
It's 70% on the right, 20% on the left.
And and then the right wing people will say, well, hey, and I'm not a right winger, I repeat, but a right wing person would say, hey, what about our president that got shot at? What about Charlie Kirk that got shot? This is their talking points, and you have to. There's merit there.
They're just talking about prolific cases, so I mean, not really. They're really good at propagandizing every single death, every single mishap, every occurrence. The left is not very good at it, and we should do it more, I guess. But no. The same summer that Charlie Kirk was killed, Melissa Hortman and her husband were shot at their front door with a guy posing as a police officer, shot right in the fucking forehead.
Terrible.
It's not both sides. It's just highlighted by the right more. But the numbers are 70% is on the right. The right is full of white supremacists, neo-Nazis, like serious, like super nationalists, anti-abortion people. Those people commit violent crimes to enact their political agenda. On the left, we just want to feed and house everybody. That doesn't really come out to violence too often.
Okay. All right. Well, now, I mean, that was just us touching base on that. Like I said, I don't want to stay there. How do you feel about the Democratic Party? I seen AOC have a press conference where she was talking about young black athletes leaving Southern schools to attend other schools because of a problem between the parties.
I don't know, but listen, somebody paid to kick you, so you're welcome to call back tomorrow. Someone paid.
Oh wow, we was gonna get some. Hey, it's all good, Pickles, man. You take it easy, man.
All right, you too, dude. Big shout out to Gail and April for the kick. $20 from each. Much love, y'all. Thank you. And Damien, thank you so much for the $5. The United States killed 300,000 innocent people who are Muslim. The United States are not the good guys. Damien, are you still here? Give me some context for that if you can. Thank you all so much, chat. I'm turning the phone line back on. W Gales, W April's in the chat. Thank you to the donors. Yeah, thank you guys. Chat, if you're trying to support me or kick somebody, the link is in my bio on my main page for Cash App, link, PayPal, Venmo. If you guys are trying to kick somebody, that's how you do it. W, everybody. WWW. Hello, Liam.
You need to bring up the stakes for me. People pay big money, so make some money off me. I know you need it. So what is the kick pool right now? What are you kicking people for? A heart me or something? Or $20, $10? I say you go for 100, and I think you'll probably double that.
I think that people were ready to raise about $800 to permanently ban you.
Well, I mean, you would probably do that because you're a snowflake, so and you don't have a real job. But anyway, let's have the conversation. I'm sure that $5 will kick me because you're a broke little bitch. But anyway, that's a different story. What do you think of Donald Trump's proposed new policy where he's going to give a $20,000 new business credit to white men?
Why white men?
I don't know. I just think I just heard
Are
about.
you just twisting this because that's a thing that we do for minorities?
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking you a question. I think myself, I can't agree with that. That's bias. That's racism.
Are you setting this up to have a gotcha with minorities that get tax credits?
Why don't you disengage? Does that sound like something that you would back, that policy?
If white people were historically oppressed in this country, then maybe I'd consider it.
Did Kamala Harris put forth an agenda for black men to give them $20,000?
Sounds like it.
What is that? What is that, Pickles? Want to look that up? Want to bring that up and read about?
But we have historically oppressed
a forgiveness loan for new black entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
What does that sound like? What does that sound like?
It sounds like helping a class of people that we have oppressed for hundreds of years.
Don't you laugh? You and your crew laugh about how some of the poorest states are majority YT people, and they're conservative.
I think most of conservative states are full of poor people, and
So these are broke ass poor people, white people that you believe have privilege, right? Privilege?
Yeah.
Living in their trailer, they got privilege, right? Because of the color of their skin.
Yeah.
They're probably on welfare, eating garbage food.
Where are we going
Lots
with this, Liam?
of them.
Where are we going with this?
I'm just listening to you talk to the last caller about, equaling the playing field here and pushing all of that stuff aside, saying I wouldn't want kids, any color, any race of child, to be discriminated against. And you're just like, you're not even listening to the guy, and the guy is black, dude. It's insane. Are you just rage baiting for money? Is that what this is?
I think that's what you're doing. Like, you just say the most enraging bullshit.
For my one follower right down here, is that what I'm doing?
I
Is that
guess
why
so.
I come on TikTok?
I guess so, man.
I don't have a kick pool. I don't have a Cash App in my bio.
We know you got a cover band.
Thank you for the chili pepper there. I got 5. What is that? What is that about? 1 cent, 2 cents, maybe?
Nice. You can go buy another white outfit.
Dude, I don't do this for money and for begging. You do.
You come up here every time trying to talk about my personal flaws as if you've got like a political thing to say.
No. You throw them out there in the open so we can discuss them, bro. You don't want to fix them, okay? You don't want to listen to an historically oppressed black man who's telling you to calm the rhetoric when you have like Hector and Erica Ashante spewing bullshit to
Pale
the guy.
face. Did you feel like collaterally? Did you feel adjacently like hurt by that? Pale face, man.
Again, dude, listen to me. I have thick skin. I'm one of the TikTok guys,
and I'm the snowflake, right?
No, I'm not saying me. He was talking about. He was saying this stuff could be said to kids.
I condemned the idea of saying these things to kids.
Wasn't a boy just jabbed in the heart by another boy in a school because there was probably, some conversation, some hate going back and forth? Do you think we've helped that matter, or do you think we've actually incited more violence?
Gee, I don't know. Like, voting for a president that was known for mean tweets and championing the man that called his opponents like nicknames and all of that shit.
Can you get off of Donald Trump
I don't know.
for a second,
no,
dude?
This is the most relevant person
Or
in
at least
our reality.
Put on a condom when you're constantly, raw dogging the guy, okay?
I don't know how that makes any sense.
Yeah, bro. He's constantly living rent-free in your brain, okay?
That makes a little more sense. Nobody's raw dogging Trump besides you.
So, Carmelo Anthony, I'm asking you if this rhetoric was toned down. Didn't he actually bail out didn't he actually get like a GoFundMe that gave him like 600 grand? He's got new cars and he's living in a new house right now outside of jail, while another kid had a funeral for him and he's put in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Did you calm this rhetoric down on your side at all?
Yeah, at every chance I get, I talk about not condoning violence, and we have y'all on the other side.
Did Biden,
are
since we
praying
want to
for
go to
civil war.
presidents, didn't Biden talk about taking Trump out back and beating him up? Didn't he say keep him in the crosshairs, and then Butler happened and his life was almost taken? Isn't it the
There was
fourth time?
nobody
Haven't
heard
we
that
had
and it's like we
four?
need to kill Trump.
had
Nobody heard that
four.
and said that.
We've had 4 to 5 attempts on Trump's life, dude.
Gee, I wonder if it's because he's just so inflammatory.
Sticks and stones, right, Pickles? You said we can say things that shouldn't hurt people's feelings, like pale
Well, which one is
face
it?
and
Which
all
one is
kinds
it?
of stuff,
Which
dude.
one is it then?
Wait a minute.
Doesn't it
But
start from the
with
top?
Trump bad. You just literally showed your hypocrisy is what you did.
When Trump says something that's inflammatory and just like hurtful to minority groups that actually does do damage, people actually do act on it, and there's actual violence that comes out of it. But you can't really name, like, you're doing this weak thing where you're pointing at Carmelo Anthony, whose case is not even adjudicated yet. We don't even know much of the facts of this case, but you're going to sit here and blindly
Carmelo
say that it's
Anthony.
some sort of racial underlying thing. When I bet 100% that if there was any racist stuff happening, it was from the white kid probably calling Carmelo names.
Wait a minute. You know what? I think you might be right. Let's dive into this. Do you think that O.J. Simpson got off scot-free? Okay, and his suit against him, his criminal case against him, because of the racial divide that they threw in there against the
an
white
outlier?
officer.
You have an
I'm in the
outlier?
middle. I'm almost done.
It's called an outlier.
Do you think that he got off because they used the race card, Pickles? Yes or no?
No, I think that he
good.
He
I'm
got
glad
off.
You said that,
and that was a rarity, right? Like 20. If you're black, you have a 20% higher sentence than a white person.
There it is,
just about the
chat.
average crime.
There
20% higher.
chat.
So across the board, black people
Oh
do
my
get harsher
gosh.
prison sentences, right?
This is crazy. This
Is that
crazy.
not true?
You think that OJ did not get off because they used race? You honestly think that?
I don't know what you're talking about, because one instance where this fails doesn't mean that it's not present all over the United States. Just one instance is your excuse?
Dude, listen to me. This is the thing. The far left group of black people, okay, that actually believe the shit that comes out of your mouth, like you're this white knight up here, they're the ones who are, there's too much talk about these people. There's too much bullshit. It needs to stop. Hispanic people, they're done with it. The fatigue is at an all-time high. It's insane. Let's say even
I think we're
you have
tired
a
of
black-
Trump. I think
you
everybody's
have a
tired of
black-
Trump. I think Trump has
They have a
lost
black
all of his
man
Latino
on-
voters. All of his Latino voters, by the way, they're gone. They figured out the grift real quick. They reversed course. They're polling back with us.
Oh God. So you literally just had a black man tell you that he's independent and he wants to turn the dial back and tone it back. And you still are doubling down on the stupidity, aren't you?
I don't know what kind of point you just made. Yes,
Do you
I
need
did
to
have to set
teach-
him straight a little bit.
Do you need to teach a black man how you need to educate him on how he needs to be more discriminatory towards people who are otherwise pale-faced, and that's okay? He needs to do that and be okay with that?
So you're not a snowflake. You don't feel.
You are an absolute buffoon.
Are you snowflakish about that term, paleface? Are you feeling obsessive about that? Search your
Again, dude,
fifis?
it's not the point. But don't you talk about Trump and his rhetoric, and it's harmful all the time?
Yes.
Why would you condone it for one race
because
and not for another?
he aims it at minority groups. That is the problem there. You can't do it at minority groups.
He only aims it at minority groups, huh?
Yes, trans people, people coming from south of the border, you name it.
Did he
Islam?
did he call the owner of Facebook a weirdo? Is that hurtful? Is that hurtful?
If you're racist, it doesn't mean.
And then that weirdo
instances...
backed him. And then that weirdo backed him.
Yeah, that's what happens in oligarchies.
Oh, God, I don't get it, dude. You know what? Like he said, he came up here, the last caller, with the white flag out, like, dude, these people are coming after me, and I'm a black man. You're the last hope up here. Let's have the talk.
And he talking about two black creators.
And he left after you made like $20 off of him.
He's talking about two black creators who he had problems with saying things against white people. And you're going to try to make it. You're trying to frame this as if he was a victim.
They would be calling someone like him Blagga and Uncle Tom. Who knows what they'd be calling him? All the worst of the worst names that they can come up with. And he's an independent voter.
You're just making that part up, right?
These people they're living on rage bait.
Are you just making that up?
This is the thing. No, I'm not. I've seen this shit before. I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. I know what it is. There is a strategy on TikTok, and you know as well as I do, that people want to see the rage bait, bro. That's what makes you money.
That's what makes Trump popular. That's what got Trump elected.
No, that's not what made him popular. It's not what got him elected. It's the same thing that got him elected is going to get Spencer Pratt elected. And it's people
personality.
Hang on. It's people fed up with career politicians that seemingly are not doing the job and making the United States citizens safer.
I don't know what that means. I think Trump is absolutely playing y'all like a fool, and it's so sad to see you come back every day, still convinced, like trying to fight on behalf of Trump and his crazy agenda, and you trying to justify it and frame it as if like it's somehow helping us and making us more safe. The whole world is fractured right now. Nobody likes us. We are in more danger of blowback and terrorists that want to hurt us now in sleeper cells because of Trump's actions than ever before. We literally have to worry about Trump trying to stay in office longer than he should. We have to worry about the next election being free and fair because of Trump putting all of these activists in election positions. We have to worry about all this stuff, and you're somehow just thankful and so upbeat about how bad the state of the world is because it's doing something for you in this like rhetorical sense. Like you just really like this whole like culture war.
Why don't you cheap bastards that are listening to my voice in the chat pay $100 to kick me out of here? You want to keep Pickles up, keep him doing this. He's a nice guy. You know, somebody drop it right now. Let's see if you got the guts. Does anybody in here got
don't
credit?
Don't talk to my audience. Don't talk to my audience.
It's sad. I think it's truly sad.
Stop it. No.
Yeah, bro. People are fed up with the lies of the career politicians. Okay, especially in states like California. We don't want Bass.
You guys love lying politicians. You guys love Trump. And since Spencer Pratt's not going to be any different, he just has a personality you like. You don't know a single one of his fucking policies, just like Trump. You guys simply look at a person, you're like, that guy's cool. He should lead the whole world. And it's sad, dude. Trump is a career politician. That's true.
I've seen, Spencer Pratt so far. I've seen him, like, they've talked to him about his past, some of the controversial stuff that he said about his conspiracy theory ideas when he was younger, about like with Alex Jones, about like 9/11 and what happened and all this stuff. And he kind of has an answer for everything moving forward. Like, yeah, I've grown up. I've seen a lot.
So again, just his personality. That's all you care about.
No, I like what he says about, law and order in California. I like the little things that he talks about and stuff. I think
Personality.
I think that his campaign is touching Angelinos. I really do. He's on the streets. He's out there. He's talking about the real things, and he seems passionate about it, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also going and taking the heat. He's going, these people are asking him the hard questions. He's not running from it. He's not siding with Donald Trump. He's like, I'm going to work with whatever president is in power to make life better for Angelinos. What is wrong with that?
That sounds wonderful. That's all still personality, and like the baseline to be a politician anywhere is to say that you're going to try to do your best and seem authentic.
Well, he's got a lot of great talking points, and he's also had his house burnt down. 7,000 homes burned down because of the lack of effort that these people like Karen Bass actually put in. Okay, and it's terrible. It really is. I was there. I was on the ground. I was part of all that. So yeah, I don't think you really understand how deep this goes. Somebody like Pratt, who really has a problem with all of that and feels it, I love it. It means a lot to me. So
Mm-hmm. Nobody can fool you, Liam.
I wouldn't say that, but I don't believe everybody is out there to lie, dude. I mean, you guys believe that, unless they have, Democratic, party supporters or something, that they're terrible or something. It's like you obviously heard Pratt didn't really come out and say, hey, I support this party, this party. I think another thing why you hate him so much is probably because he's a Christian. He says he loves Christ. I think that's another thing why the left, the majority of the left is anti-faith. They're pro, you guys are pro-atheism.
Yeah, we're growing up as a society, and fairy tales should be left in the past.
Yeah, well, I thought you had better, man. I thought you had somebody that wasn't broken here. But apparently, the left sucks as usual. So it is what it is. I apologize for your party. They suck.
Yeah. Tallarico is awesome. And he wants to keep religion out of our government, and that's what I like about Tallarico. And he can't be bought. These guys go straight up off of vibes, dude. MAGA supporters, Spencer Pratt supporters, straight vibes, dude. Like, I like that guy. I'd have a beer with him. He should lead the whole world. The phone line is on, chat. If you're trying to debate, you can call this number right here. These people are completely incapable of gauging someone's character. As soon as religion's thrown into a mix, they just they go crazy. Like, if the person's the worst piece of shit ever, they held up a Bible like, oh my God, I'm gonna come. They hate Tallarico. Yeah, I know. Jason was asking if he caught a violation. I don't think so. They're like, I like Trump because he's a supporter of Christianity, even though his like enormous character flaws. And they're like, well, Kamala Harris wasn't a real Christian. What do you think? Trump is a real Christian? You think? The fuck? Yeah, he ran. Hello.
What's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
What do you like about Trump?
Everything.
You know that one of the hallmarks of a cult is the inability to criticize your leader.
Well, sounds good. I guess I'd criticize him if I thought he did something wrong. So
do you want to give me like a thing that you really like he did, or you just kind of up here for the vibes?
I mean, immigration, people need to work,
People need to work. What does that mean?
Cutting off food stamps.
I don't think that sent anybody back to work. To work.
Yeah. Do you ever shut up?
Yeah, Trump's got a higher unemployment rate than Biden by far.
Who said anything about Biden?
I did. I think employment's like a relative thing. We'd have to look at like the data historically, and Trump is bad for employment.
Well, if you get the immigrants out of here, you'd have more jobs available.
That's also not true. For every 500,000 people you deport,
how is if you have X number of jobs available and they're filled by people who ain't supposed to be here, and then you get rid of the people that ain't supposed to be here, then X number of jobs are available for Americans.
Yeah. So
here, do the math on that.
I'll do it for
You're
you.
not
So,
obviously you're not a
for every 500,000 people we deport, 44,000 U.S. Americans, U.S. citizens lose jobs because the demand also leaves with them. So all of those 500,000 people, if they were buying Subway and renting a home and driving a car, all of those businesses that they went and spent their money now fire people. That's how that works.
So you're saying that obviously we need to get 100 million more people in the country?
We could grow like by 1% every year, and that would be good.
No. We need to double the population, right?
We're in population decline, so yes, like 100 million people would be great.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, give me some more uneducated ideas. Like, this is mathematically and economically proven that when you deport people, people lose jobs. When you import people, people get jobs. They create jobs. This is, I know they didn't, it's not something they teach in 5th grade, but it is the truth.
Yeah, it sounds really good. Let's have 200 million people in America, and then when there's a recession, what are we gonna do? We're gonna get on socialists and we're gonna support them. Is that what we're gonna do?
What are you talking about? No, when these people are here, they also pay taxes. So they paid $97 billion in taxes last year. That makes our programs more solvent. So yeah,
Really,
when they're here, it makes it better. Yeah, in every way, actually.
So you're saying an illegal immigrant who comes in here, crosses the border with no papers, is going to come in here and pay taxes? Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Yes.
They're going to pay taxes.
Yeah.
So if they go lay shingles or do sheetrock or paint, and then someone pays them cash, you think they're going to go give that money to Uncle Sam?
Yeah, we have a thing called ITIN numbers, and it's literally just for that.
No. If you come across the border and you're illegal, you don't get an ITIN, whatever number you're talking about.
Yes, you do actually. It's specifically for that. Yes.
Why would you if you're an immigrant who crossed the border illegally, no one knows you're here, and yet you're going to go get this number? Where you get the number from? Where do you get the number from?
So the IRS,
where do you get the number from?
The IRS
where do you get the number from?
The IRS gives it to you.
So this illegal immigrant goes to the IRS and is like, "Hey, give me this number so I can pay taxes."
Yes.
You're full of shit, bro. You're fucking.
Hey man,
full of shit.
you got your phone in your hand, right?
You're trash.
You want me to just show you? You want me to just show you?
Do you want me to show you do I need to go get some immigrants here that work at chicken plants and get paid cash, or that lay sheetrock? How about I go get the person that put the the roof on my house and mudded my walls and painted my house that I paid cash that are not going to pay Uncle Sam a dime.
Okay,
Do you
so
believe that?
when they go
Do you
to
believe
the
that? Do you believe
yes,
that?
yes, yes,
Do
yes,
you-
yes.
Okay, so where did that number come from? Did I ask for a number? No. Or you think they're going to go volunteer 25% of their check to Uncle Sam?
Bubba,
They're not.
I know you.
Dude,
I know you just
dude,
don't know about
really?
this, but
Really,
this is a
bro?
thing.
Really, bro?
Yes, yes, bro.
Really,
Yes.
bro? You're dumb as fuck.
Hey,
You're
man.
dumb as fuck.
Hey, let's just engage in the conversation.
Retarded as fuck.
Hey,
if
buddy.
you think you're going to sneak across the border, and then after you sneak across the border, you're going to let the nation that you entered let you know, hey, I'm here. Let me give you part of my income.
Yes.
You dumb as fuck. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Well,
Pickles,
it happens.
you dumb as fuck, bro.
Buddy, you can't keep saying that. They're going to flag you. So, yes, that is a thing that happens, buddy. You can Google that. No, he got dropped because TikTok. Hello? Hello, is this a Trump
السلام
support?
عليكم sister, how are you? أنا from Gaza يمكن نساعد.
Oh, man. Here you go, buddy. Here's the information you're looking for. Undocumented immigrants apply for individual taxpayer number by submitting a Form W-7 application to their federal income tax, original and or certified copies of documentation verifying identity and foreign status. And boom, you pay taxes. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy how the propaganda is so strong on the right that this just seems like complete fantasy to them. Like reality seems like complete fantasy. Which would make them documented. No, that's not true. Undocumented status does not mean you're just Jason Bourne. It just means that you don't have legal status. Chat, don't forget to follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box or call this phone number on the screen. They really think undocumented means everyone is some kind of undercover secret agent. Yeah, they literally think undocumented means you're like a secret person. Undocumented people can get driver's licenses. They can get an ITIN numbers. The IRS doesn't give a flying fuck. They will let you pay taxes no matter what. They will tax you. Impossible. Coming up here and being literally dumb and calling me dumb for telling you something that's true? Trump derangement syndrome high in here. What a joke. 100% Trump derangement syndrome is 100% on the right. It's like saying someone has Hitler derangement syndrome. Like, no, dude. We have every right to not like Trump. Trump is fucking crazy. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Pickles.
Hello,
What's up, Pickles?
are you a Trump supporter?
Hell no. I just wanted to say Pickle. You know Mr. Pickles? The show?
The dog?
Yeah. Have you seen it before or no?
No.
Oh, okay. It's kind of hardcore, but I just wanted to come and say Mr. Pickles. All right, you can boo me.
All right, bro. Buddy actually pays roofers in cash. I mean, that's against the law, right? So roofing is never a job. Like if you're getting a roof replacement, that goes over the $600 threshold from the IRS. So if you're illegally paying your roofers in all cash thousands of dollars, you're breaking a law. You're committing tax fraud. I have been away for a week, chat. I went away for a week. I am back. And we're debating. We're 6.5 hours into debates, chat. I gotta walk my dog here soon, though. Oh, wow, it's almost 1 a.m. Chat, be sure that you are following the stream. I think I might be calling it here soon. Pickles needs to get potties. She needs to go potties. She is giving herself mani-pedi right now. She's cleaning herself. But we're going to be going soon. Chat, I love yous. I am going to be getting off. I think I'm going to get off. We'll be back tomorrow. What did you get, Marika? Did you get Crimson Desert? One eventful night back. You got it, Marika? Congrats. Congrats. I hope you enjoy it. I need to play some more. I haven't played in weeks. Call her Mika. Sorry. Yeah. All right, chat. I love yous. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys have an awesome night. Thanks for my wonderful day, my first day back. I will see y'all tomorrow.